Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prominence Crown Cup of Valorant. My name is Gusuke. I am joined with Dswall, and we'll be your shoutcasters for a bronze matchup between Big Gaming Indonesia and Arcadia Celestials. But before anything else, let's take a look at the highlights from the previous games yesterday.
Will they be able to find that Astra Butterfly gets two, being an absolutely unbelievable, scary location. He trusts in his server to clean up the lockdown. He does, and all of a sudden, GPP, they are on top of him. They've got the man advantage. Butterfly finds three. Can he find the four? Yes, he can, and that, my friend, is a four. And that will be, it's their time to strike. There's a Hunter's Fury available.
30
I would
seconds
almost
left.
like to see this to try and clear these angles. They know that Ioni is at the back of sight. The wall's going to go up again. I think they may have seen an arm, and they did. They're going to see the shots. They're going to get a little bit of return fire. They're still trying to fight down, and there's the collateral.
Defenders win.
G and just the pure run and gun ability of the game in general. But we've seen Big convert these kinds of rounds as well. So let's see if this anti-eco goes the way it's supposed to, and already it's not off to a good start because they've just salvaged two weapons. So unfortunate.
He was right there. The little bit of knockback thanks to that silver ult, keeping him alive. And now Sal making waves through the opponents with Ioni backing him up. He's got two. They need to find two more though. A little bit of damage on Ioni, but he's still holding strong. He jumps on down. He switches. But they will now. Arcadia have decided. Well, they gain nothing over in B garage.
30 seconds
Just go
left.
up to B, and again, they don't really have that utility to protect him. And they're going to be looking at going on here. Sal's going to be swinging. Sal's going to use the help of that black hole. Almost finds himself
Enemy
one.
remaining.
He does find himself one. He's going to be fourth. He's third, and he gets it. Sal in 2 rounds picks up a big economy advantage in terms of the ultimates, going the way of Big Gaming ID. Including those kills. Look, we've already got 3 ultimates online. We're going to resurrect them here.
One enemy remaining.
But they've already got his number. Everyone's just dead. Elterra is all alone. Rockets are being used. We'll be able to find its target though. The Razor's hunting through lamp. He shoots. And he scores! Finds himself one in laps, and now suddenly it's turned all the way back around. Big Gaming did to open up the map for the first kill. It's suddenly come down, but Elterra is holding on. He's
enemy remaining.
Position of 4 players with upgraded pistols about to burst in. Information given that someone's behind yellow. They sort of get Tado. What a great double swing and double kill.
One enemy remaining.
just getting them all. He's not afraid. Pop that overload. Gets his third with the help of coming on in. Will they be able to find that Astra Butterfly? Gets 2! Being an absolutely unbelievable scare.
Oops, take 2. I was muted, my bad. But we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I was a little bit of tech errors when it comes to an online setup, you know how we're doing. But Dswall, let's just walk through what happened yesterday. It's my first time on the panel here for today. And what are your expectations coming into this bronze matchup? It is going to be between, as we've mentioned earlier, Big Gaming Indonesia as well as Arcadia Celestials.
Yep, so we'll recap on how they got here. Arcadia Celestials, they had a very strong showing so far through this tournament. They went 13-7 on Bayern, 13-1 on Haven, and then things started getting a lot harder as they moved on in the tournament. 13-8 on Icebox, 15-13 on Haven, where they just snuck on through in overtime, and then, well, their opponents from yesterday, GBP Esports. Their first match was their own pick on the map, Haven. They started off strong. They picked up about 4 or 5 rounds straight off the bat and created a very strong momentum. But GPP Esports was having none of that and kind of brought it all the way back in and finished the map at 17-13. Then the next map followed up with 14-13 loss again on Icebox. So, Big Gaming ID, they're going to be up against what Arcadia Celestials has played Icebox many times. So Arcadia Celestials will be really prepared for this match coming in. But one big thing about Arcadia Celestials, with watching their run through this tournament, is they're a very momentum-based team. And the morale kind of hangs on the line. When they start to pick up steam, they look unstoppable. They look undefeatable. You can't really do anything about it. But once a little bit of doubt creeps into the back of their mind, that's when they start to get picked apart and they start to fall around the waistline. And that's what we saw yesterday up against GPP Esports. Their opponents, though, Big Gaming ID, their run through the tournament, 13-7, 13-6, 13-8, 13-7. It's been these very close kind of moderate matches. And then yesterday they came up against NERX. They were 11-6. And then NERX suddenly brought it all the way back in. So Big Gaming ID, they can get ahead. They can get the lead. They can get so close to the finish line, but they can't pull it off. But the good thing is, their next match, they came back with a 7-13, where they just lost again. Once they picked up momentum, they were fighting backwards and forwards, scrapping over and over again for all these victories. They're a team that seems to be able to communicate really well. They like a little bit of fast rotations, because once something has been revealed on the map, they easily dash around to the other side to make sure that they've got the bodies on the line to defend the site. So, coming out of both sides, it's very long-winded, but Arcadia Celestials, watch the momentum at the start of the game. If they take off, they could be very hard to stop, but Big Game and ID, they really know how to work together, and they are not afraid to commit.
Yeah, great output, honestly. And you basically just summed it up for everyone who might be joining in just today for the stream. And you said it yourself, momentum, one of the most important factors you have, especially in FPS, because at the same time, aside from it being a game of frags or obviously the utilities that are available to our agents, it's also the mental game that comes with it. So you need to have that morale set up for your team. And a lot of the times, at the latter portions of these matchups, these players, they do have a hard time to try and pick up the pace, because obviously when you switch halves, the momentum kind of shifts in a very, I wouldn't say stagnant way, but then everyone would have to think about what they're doing even more carefully, especially if you're going to take into account what the score is. And there's a thing here in the Philippines, the 9-3 curse. And usually a lot of the times you see something like, okay, that's such a big difference, 9-3. Like you can close that out in the next round. But if you lose your pistol rounds, as you said, the momentum can shift. And that's when you can, start to like lose a lot of these rounds and then you get frustrated. So hopefully that is not going to be the case for the side of Arcadia this time around. But we are going to have to give it up to Big Gaming ID. They are going to try to do their best to counter this. They had a pretty solid matchup yesterday. You did round it up with their scoreline. It was pretty close. So hopefully this time around they can show us something else. Everyone had some time to sleep on it, some time to rest, and that's very important, especially in FPS. But we're gonna head straight into Icebox. This while it is going to be the side of Big Gaming ID here for the attackers, and it will be Arcadia Celestial for the defenders.
So one of the things I love about this region, I'm an Oceanic caster, is we see a lot of B-side hits. In the Oceanic region, everyone hates the B-side. They only go A, because that's where you can cause a lot of confusion. Down here at B, there's a lot of time to set up and start these fights, and that's what we've got here. The walls are being cut off, and you see a huge push coming from the defense. As they're about to come on in, Japachi starts us off with Up-City, getting the one through Garage, and now the rotation coming in from the attackers, hoping to find something. Can Big turn around some of these kills? They have found one, but they haven't managed to find the last two, as they've already started to retreat. And, well, Arcadia, they've started to make their way through the mid, so they're slowly collapsing here on these three lone offensive members because, well, they're not doing much offensive at the moment. They're really standing back here.
Man, I mean, there was a really good effort, but look at this setup right now coming off from Arcadia. It's one step ahead of the opponent. The good thing here, though, is that the side of Big not really making any noise as they carefully make their way through a site, which is unguarded, mind you. So I guess they do have a little bit of advantage in terms of health. That Reina is supposedly one hit away, but if she can get an assist, that will be big. She will be ready to get back into this fight. But the toxic screen will be set up inside of a site. V-Day slowly creeping away. They're being careful. This is what you like to see. Even though it's the pistol round, they don't want to commit too much mistakes, and this is going to be a free sight for them, so it's going to be a battle of the retake.
I do like how Kizu's keeping an eye behind. They feel like something's happened. They hear the plant going on down, and, well, now they're going to stand and come up together. Yesterday, we did see quite a few mistakes where teams were taking a lot of one-on-one challenges. Where in the pistol round, it's not so bad, but you really need to have that buddy system because there's only so many bullets you have in a pistol. And we've already got the trades from the Jets going on. York comes out advantage on top of that one. But now, Arcadia, they still need to find two more here. The bomb is ticking. They got 20 seconds to get on that before it is done and dusted. He takes them out at the foot, but he gets cleaned up. But Vayday is there to help return frag. Japachi's going to go for the fuse. Needs to get at least one tick. Is he just going to hold it? He's not. He's going to try and fight it. That he's going to have to be forced to hold onto it soon enough. Does he have it? I think he does. And a beautiful round there from Arcadia.
And not surprised. I mean, Jet Pachi, I know this player. He's definitely a force of nature, and seeing him on a duelist is kind of refreshing for me because I think yesterday he was playing Sky, which is not that bad because Sky obviously is a pseudo duelist. But having Jet Pachi on that front as Arena is very important because when you have Arena on your team, a lot of the times the frags do revolve around them because of how versatile they move. So if
Yeah.
Arena does die a bit early on, it might be a major setback for the team because the Leer, honestly, that's all I have to say. Reina's Leer is fantastic simply because it does not flash your teammates. So there are so many times people are annoyed, like the Yoru flash, the Sky flash, the Breach flash, like oh my god. But I'm gonna have to hold that off for now because Jetpachi has already drawn first blood this wall.
He's started off very strong as they're going to be looking to push into this, and they're in that medium to close range position, which is fantastic for the Spectre because you can spray, you can dance. He dismisses to get on out of there, and Yort is there to back it up with the Marshal. Beautiful little teamwork there, taking almost no damage. They're looking to not lose anyone here in this round. As I say that though, unfortunately, Vayde does pick up one, but for the most part, getting away with 4 there sets you up for the bonus round quite nicely.
That's good. Honestly, if we are going to be looking into their buys, it's definitely scary for Big here. And they are going to have to go for this force buy. And no surprise there, but based on the performance we're seeing over at the side of Arcadia Celestials, they seem very comfortable in the weapons that they're equipped with. And Jetpachi with the Spectre, as you said. That thing has been nerfed so many times, but
It doesn't feel
somehow...
like it though.
exactly. Like, somehow you get a headshot on that, you still manage to get, like, a very successful kill. It's like the Phantom's neglected younger brother. That's how I would describe it, honestly.
Yeah, you are completely not wrong. I mean, I kind of miss a little bit of Phantoms. They still has a little bit of place in our hearts, but
Just a little,
probably
yeah.
not as much as you would like these days. And Yort, though, representing the Marshal today, has already shown a lot more prominence than what he did yesterday with the Marshals. Having a bit of difficulties, but unfortunately, it's going to happen there again. He loses the challenge to Freaks, and they've now got onto the site. They've cleaned it up. All the utility being thrown down. The wall's about to fall, though. But the spike has been planted. Kizu's trying to find himself some information. He gets one, but I don't think he saw someone up on pipes. So that could be a little bit of an unknown that could play into a big advantage. Nano Swarm splitting up the team as Cortez is forced to go forward. He gets one, but he loses his life with Kizu. Then picking up another. It is still 3 versus 3 here, but the time is still ticking as Arcadia have to push on in. Big are now in very aggressive but defensive positions because they can swing onto that spike at any moment. And that's what they're doing. They swing, all 3 of them come around at the same time. 1 above, 2 down below. Obsidy doesn't have anywhere to go. Eventually, he's going to have to try and defuse this, but if he tries, he will go down. And Big finally picking up a round, but they took some heavy casualties.
And then honestly, most of the legwork has already been done for the pistol rounds. If we have to consider the frags, I mean, the side of Arcadia Celestials have been playing it to the utmost maximum. If anything, they tried their best to make sure the side of Big does not have any more players. And, a lot of times people don't consider that as a bad thing, but it actually is because in the long run, the economy does take a little bit of a effect onto it. It's a little bit of a math game that comes with it. So it's always great to have your IGL kind of communicate that with the team. So I think that's what we're seeing a little bit early on here from Arcadia Celestial. So hopefully they can try to make some magic happen with it. But look at this wall. It's gonna be a full force right now, pushing into B side coming off from Big.
Yoda's so lucky to be able to get away from that one, having a very aggressive location down there at B, almost nullifying the advantage the operator gives you. But luckily, he does survive as the push is still coming in from Big. But Obsidi's going to slowly shut that down, and the Viper's Pit's going to go up while Obsidi backs on out of there. Does have a Viper's Pit of the own.
Ooh.
Oh no, Viper Pit down with the operator coming on in. I think that's the attack. It's done, dusted. You're not going anywhere now.
Man, you have to consider that he was killed through the Viper's Pit, so that's the most annoying thing, if anything, in this game, honestly. Like, you're living
Yeah.
your best life. I've got my Viper's Pit. Y'all can't touch me. 5 seconds later, head tap through the smoke. Like, so I did all of this for what, guys? Come on. You know what I mean?
Especially when you
So-
see the bullets come through just before you go, you're
I
like, okay,
know, it's the
reloading.
worst.
I've got time. A few more shots come through. You're like, oh, okay, thanks, Gabe.
It's like, yeah, I'm gonna uninstall right now. That's the feeling we have here. But oh my goodness. A
Oh,
formidable wall at least. A good effort, but Kizu cleaning up shop. There you go.
So a big problem with that is, sure, you're gonna throw the wall up, but you've given away your game plan, and that's gonna allow them to burst through that wall. The wall is so weak at the start, and that's what they did. They broke through it, and then found the spike plant going on down, and then, well, Cortex, he had, not Cortex, sorry, Goliath had nowhere to go. He was just standing there looking up at the rest of his enemies, like, oh, this is my life, this is what it's come to, and just falls down. So, unfortunately, they're trying to play the long haul, trying to go for the close to the end of round spike plants, but they're rushing themselves, and their opponents are taking advantage of that.
Oh man. The thing with a rush here is, a lot of casualties can happen at the same time, so you gotta have to accost for a lot of the times when these people go down, and that's exactly what happened right now. A massacre over at Tube. It's going to be 2 attackers left for Big, and honestly, not even like 30 seconds left on the clock. Just still a lot of time, but not much to do, unfortunately, for them.
I think the most they're going to get out of this round is, I was going to say an ultimate orb, but he just walked past it. It's like that El Toro doesn't even want to grab that. I would love if they picked up on Goliath, because at least they can get close to that resurrection for the next round when they got some weapons. It looks like El Toro's going back for it. There we go, he's going to pick it up. I don't feel like that's the best place to put it on, but it's their choice, and we'll see if it comes in handy when the Hunter's Fury does come online in about 1 or 2 rounds' time. They're still trying to push forward, but they've revealed their hand, and they're going to get revealed out as well. Got to be very careful that they don't get killed, as Yort is going to swing, but a little bit out of the sight. Not enough, not out of sight for Kizu, though, as he does pick himself up one, leaving El Toro all alone, and, well, this is going to be a very quick death as soon as he peeks around here.
Oh man, if he's lucky, he'll get like 1 hit tap, but nope. 5 left to his health. I don't think so. York's looking right at them. Oh, wait,
no!
what? Managed to dethrone the operator at least, but Cortez coming in from the back just to seal the deal. 4-2-1 and an explosive start. I mean, from Arcadia Celestials here.
I mean, at least you only lost 1 that round up against an eco. That's not too big. Yort, unfortunately, probably going to be a little bit annoyed about that, but luckily he had the weapon recovered, and he's going to pick himself up some armor to go with it. And I feel like this is something we saw from Yort a lot yesterday in their semi-finals matches. Oh, sorry, quarterfinals. I can't remember which matches. It's one of those. I always get confused. That's how I am. And one of the big issues he had is he loves running the Marshal or the Operator, but he doesn't pick his challenges correctly, or he's in these overly aggressive places, and he gets punished for it. And unfortunately, we saw that there for Sheriff. He went for the kill instead of playing it safe, and he fell down to the strength. It is just a little bit of a small thing, but it does add up over the game. So Yort will, this time, prove me wrong, find himself a kill, equalizing the scoreboards.
It reminded me of the trailer when Yoru first came out. Remember when he only used the Sheriff to take down Cypher, and Cypher had like a full buy? So, I don't know if you remember that, but it was like the Icebox trailer. It was really fun, so...
For me, Yoru's disappeared from my mind because I never see him.
Yeah, Yoru, I don't know who he is, sorry. Let me introduce you to my business partner. He's from Japan. Anyways.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a League of Legends character, my bad.
Rework Riot, come on guys, give him some love, but... Anyways, so heading back into this one, A site's a little bit open for the taking. You have Yord waiting in Raptors though. Good setup for the barrier. It will be the lockdown setup as well, coming off the attacker's side, just tongue side of Arcadia Celestials. Give us some space, you guys have been killing us too much. They will get the revive as well. Now it is going to be a 4 versus 5 situation, and oh god, Yord still gets stuck inside of the lockdown.
He's going to be a little bit sad about that, but no one's going to punish him as we see Big. They, once again, go very far back. They don't like to hold on to this point. They play these very defensive rotations back towards their side. And, well, Cortez, he's going to burn, but he does get one before he goes down to the Nano Swarm. So that's a good trade that he needed. Still 3 versus 2. And we need to see Arcadia Celestials come up big. And, well, Yort's doing it. He need to find 2 more, though. I don't know if he's got enough time. The Hunter's Fury is going to delay it just long enough. He's going to get the Operator. I don't think he's going to get away from this. Oh, never mind. He's going to dash. He's going to dash.
Ooh. That was a real close one. It's always those moments that, have me on the edge of my seat. Like, are they going to make it out of the spike? Oh my god. Like, there's so many times.
What are you thinking? Just run!
I know. It's like, oh, never mind. It's Jet. It's okay. She's an airbender. She's probably the next Avatar. I'm just kidding. That would be like so OP if we had an agent like an Avatar. Like,
wait,
that would be a combination of... I mean, she is obviously because she bends air and everything, and Phoenix is just, well, burning
I mean, he's
everything.
supposed to be the sun, but we never see him. Like, I wouldn't want the
Right.
sun on my team.
Right, exactly. And I guess it's just the gift of competitive Valorant. You know, at this point, it's not aesthetics anymore. It's comp over anything. But, well, teams make it happen, and somehow they make it to the big stages. But 4-2 scoreline. Arcadia still in the lead here. They have 3 ultimates. There. Jet Patchy. Really good spray coming off from Belt.
They did start off with the opening frag last round. They ended up losing, so it's not going to be completely done. But they do have 3 ultimates, and one of them's a resurrection. It's going to be a 6 versus 4 fight as long as we don't see the death of Cortez. He should be playing very defensively, but he's in the middle of tubes. He doesn't want to play defensively. They're standing up forward, waiting for the next attack, and, well, the attack's going to come through A. Freaks is getting prepared going through. He's going to be up against Obsidian. Can he shut this down? He does get... Oh, no, the tag actually didn't land. And they know he's around here, and Freaks does get it. So now they're going to be able to continue pushing forward. Kilo gets one, and now they've got the advantage. They're going to start throwing up all the utility. They're going to block up the sight lines. They're going to get the spike through. Kizu tried to get a bit of a spray. Not going to get too much damage there, but that is a beautiful capture coming out from Big.
I'm seeing a lineup again from Kizu here, and you know, that's just the mastery you have when you play this game for insanely long. I know average Jonas calls it like nerds and everything, but you don't get to say that, AJ. You spend hours in custom looking for lineups as well. So give some credit to these players in York right now. Good updraft coming off from screen to get that kill onto Killu. Cloudburst will be set up, but oh my lord, they're leading with spray to get him off guard. Freaks goes down as well. It will be a 2v2, and they stuck it! No problem for them.
He's trying to get the operator, he's not going to get it. That was a good little coordination there. They originally threw down the cloudburst, they threw up the wall, and they're like, okay, we now have the protection from both sight and from physicality of those bullets coming through. Stick it, do it, we'll cover you. I was a little afraid when Kizu jumped down, because he jumped down going towards the spike. That could have given an indication to their opponents to go, oh, someone's on there, or they're about to be on there, spray and kill. But unfortunately, they didn't get the memo, they didn't spray, didn't get the kill, and it was a sneaky little defuse coming out from Arcadia Celestials. They'll take that any day.
But I like that didn't get the memo bit. That's really funny. Especially with your like clueless teammates that, oh my god, it's my first time, I'm a pocket sage, what do I do? Like, come on dude, just get your kills. Gosh darn it, but anyways. I like this position from York.
Do something.
Exactly. Oh my god. Man. Oh, look at that. Good peek on from York though. Looking for the second one here. Fighting against the current of the turret. That's what's going on so far, but managed to find a little bit of a peephole. See if anyone's crossing by. It's actually still Freaks just inside, and he's insanely low in health right now, so let's play this one carefully. Oh! Just missed. The operator shot towards his hairline. Real close call there, but
I love
push.
this. We're seeing a lot of aggressiveness coming from Arcadia Celestials. They've got the confidence at the moment to take these very scary locations. And you saw that there. You're just having to look up past blue into attacker spawn saying, hey, you come this way, I'll fight you. And he doesn't give it to you.
Dude, hey, my guy.
That's how you do it.
That. Oh, man, that's so unfortunate.
Oh, I thought he was going to do it. I thought he had the wall hacks on. He doesn't need it. Can he get the ace? He's going for it. Sits.
What a showcase right now. I don't know what you ate this morning. I don't know what you drank, what kind of dreams you had, but this man woke up and chose violence. That is what I will say.
My. I mean, not only does he get an ace, he gets a collateral, and did they just give him a defuse for that? No, I don't think they did, but he probably didn't need it. What an amazing round for him, and that's going to put the confidence through the roof. He's going to continue taking these challenges against his opponent. Big's going to have to be completely scared right now, because if you have a Jet that is confident, comfortable, firing off, there's almost nothing you can do to slow that wind down, because that wind's going to turn into a tornado and it's going to barrel you over.
Yeah, like a whirlwind of some sorts. Imagine if like Jet's ultimate was like a giant tornado. I would have like completely like gave up on this game.
Don't worry, we're gonna have a Jet sister, and then she's gonna have also like a whirlwind and a gust that everyone gets a movement speed. I don't know. I'm not gonna give the ideas away.
Man, I wonder what her sister's name would be though. If she's Jet, would her sister's name be Maverick or Helicopter?
I would love it to be Helicopter.
Helicopter. Sorry. Sorry if I roll out the memes. It's just I'm having a good time here. You know what I mean? But yeah. 6-2. I know Arcadia's having a good time as well, but for big gaming, they might have a chance to turn this around with the half. It's a little bit of a mirror matchup this wall, I think the only difference we have here is, of course, you do have the Killjoy for big gaming, and you have the additional duelist for Arcadia, and I think that's what's giving them the leverage here, but they have a
Yeah.
sneaky play right now, falling through mid.
I look forward to seeing Killjoy on defense because that's where Killjoy will shine. Killjoy's been used
Yes.
as a lurker here in this map, which means can't really help you, the rest of your team, in these engagements. If you had an Astra, sure, you can smoke off, you can daze, you can black hole, you can do all these help to the rest of your team. Killjoy's just trying to be the lurker position and isn't really finding as much kills as you'd hope to find for that lurker, or really splitting up your opponents. They've now got the site here, and this is actually when Killjoy starts to shine. If Killjoy can stay around long enough to use this utility, they could find this round, but they're just killing people. It doesn't matter. They don't need to use utility right now.
Last player standing.
Exactly, but Cortez is the one left alone, and wow, good turnaround for big gaming, and I think that's what caught them off guard. They did creep their way into Tube, and that's a very vulnerable spot in Icebox. There are a lot of times where you focus on the site, you kind of forget about the kitchen take, and okay, you may have someone in boiler, but I think the mistake from that round, we did see it, is the poison cloud was set up in mid, and an unsuspecting Viper from the side of Arcadia Celestials didn't really, take heed that they may go into the kitchen area, and it just it bit them in the back a little bit, but it's all right because 3-point difference between these two. It's big gaming trying to climb up from this, but Arcadia, they're just gonna keep this one going their way, but we'll just see.
You can already see the adaptation from Arcadia Celestials. They've put someone down tube, they've thrown a wall up, and they said, okay, you're not going this way, I'm going to keep an eye down on mid if you come underneath. So they've already kind of adjusted to their opponent, and you're trying to catch them off guard. He's not going to find himself a kill, as El Terra scares the living daylights out of his opponents and puts the terror into them. But now, that's not what they're doing. He's made a lot of noise, but guess what? They're not done. They're going to split up on the rest of the side of the map, and they're going to force the defense to have to play 1-1-1. Middle, left, and right of the map. You've got to try and defend all angles. I don't know how I feel about this. I love the buddy system. I like to give up a site, but if Japachi finds a kill, he almost does.
Man, just grazed Freak's shoulder, and I guess it's a little bit of a weakness with the Bleed Storm. You can't really go for the dry
30
peaks
seconds
because Jet's hands like all over the place, but it's alright because Kilo is gonna be there to take care of that frag. It will be an open site for them. Spike will be pressed down onto the ground here. Kizu, the only one left with Cortez, takes out El Terror, who's actually flanking all the way from Hut here. So it will be a 2 versus 3 situation thus far.
Terra's going to be thinking himself about that one, because Kizu has now found himself another one. Not only finds El Terra, finds Freaks. He's taking out some of these big players in this map at the moment. Goliath finally takes out Cortez, but Kizu, he's the one on the hunt. But by himself, I don't know if he can do this. He's going to hold. Are they going to peek him? Is he just going to hold it? Oh my god, he does do this. Okay, he swings. He finds one. Oh, he almost gets it. That was a big round there for Kizu, but not big enough because there's only one big gaming in this match.
Nice. That's I didn't even think of that. That's nice. Yeah, we will go with that. No worries, no worries. I hope chat enjoys that. But I do want to point out something from that previous round. I'm pretty sure you guys noticed that when Kizu was defusing the spike to the half, you did notice that Goliaths did not peek as well as Kilo. They were just waiting. They were counting. And at the same time, they looked at each other. And that just goes to show how much mastery these players have with the game of Valorant. They even go to lengths to actually count how long it takes to defuse the spike. It's about 4 seconds and a half and 8 seconds in total, right? So, it's a nice little thing to notice. Not really an Easter egg, but it's something that separates the high elo players from the low elo players, and it's just something we love to see. But speaking of high and low, Freaks will have the high ground right now. The rest of his teammates from Big will be storming over A site as well.
He heard you, and he goes down to the low ground and finds himself a kill, and he's still on the hunt. He's looking for more. He's going to swing around the corner very shortly as Yort walks into the cross lines, but Obsidian shuts it down before it continues to go off. But he's got 3 to find. This is going to be a tall order to find, and he started it, but he will go down. Kilo using the utility to put him in a little bit of distress, finishes him off with a few bullets. So, things are starting to get chaotic here on these sites, and that's where Big seems to be shining. We've seen great retakes and executions coming out from Arcadia this map, but when things get a little bit down and dirty, Big says it's what we're going to do, it's how we're going to work with. And speaking of work with, there's a lot of ultimates at the moment on Arcadia. There's 4 ultimates.
Yeah, they're farming. That's what's going on here. That's what I can see. But I think we only seen a couple of resurrections happening left and right. And it's really risky in Icebox, you know, I don't blame them. But right now, as I do look over at the stat sheet, it's a healthy distribution from Big here in terms of the frags. For the side of Arcadia, you know, you have Yort. I wouldn't really say carrying the team, but has a good amount of frags as well. I like the assist distribution, but they don't really have much money, but it's alright. It is the last round, so might as well go for the full buys and spend what you can. So 6-6 is a good scoreline. 7-5 is not that bad as well. But it will be V-Day. First down, Patchy gonna kill off of Tube. And it might be a little bit of trouble here this one, because look at the playstyle of Arcadia. They're playing aggressive, as you said. They are trying to get towards where Side of Big Gaming is.
So you mentioned it last round when we saw Big do a very good coordinated play. That time we just saw Cortez and Jepachi do the same thing. They expected Mayday around that corner. They swung perfectly to attack that angle, found themselves a kill, and get away with it scot-free without losing anything. The spike is down though, so there should be a few lineups for the Sova to get prepared with some shock darts. And with also a Hunter's Fury, this is going to be one very hard site to retake. Freaks is trying to create a lot of mayhem, but mayhem of that eye from Reyna was causing a lot of issues. York's coming on in, and there's the Hunter's Fury delaying the spike just a little bit longer. He uses it very fast. He's got to save the last one to get a little bit of a tag, and now they're going to continue to fight it on in. It's getting scrappy again. This is where Big starts to shine. They got a lot of damage onto their opponents, but now the bomb is ticking. Yort has to go down. He has to sit onto it, but he's not doing it. They're going to finally do it, but they're dead with an A straight to Goliath, and they will explode in celebratory victory.
Back-to-back aces we are seeing right now. I mean, if Yort did it earlier, Goliath is like, okay, there's a reason why my name is Goliath. You're my David. That's what's going on here.
He's top fragging in this server. I mean,
Battle Sage!
I think you look at the other Sage. The other Sage is doing well, but
yeah, we love you for this. Don't worry.
That's a fun thing to look at. If you compare the kills deaths with Big and also Arcadia, you can see Arcadia have winning rounds by a long shot because they got barely any deaths. Whereas, well, Big, they're almost all negative KDs, but they're even on the scoreboard. That shows you they're winning rounds after the buzzer, or they're taking very close engagements.
Yeah, absolutely, honestly, and that's, I guess it's something that adds to the fact how these two teams like approach each other, you know, and it's fantastic because every time you watch two teams match up, it's always like something new you learn every single time. But oh my god, Big going big right now. Freaks with 2k, Goliaths as well. Kizu does get one as well as Cortez, so it will be 2 versus 3 here, but we've seen this one before. This one, if anything, numbers does not matter to the side of Arcadia. They can win this one if they wanted to.
It definitely helps on the pistol round because that wall is so hard to break once it is up. Freak's gonna start fighting. He does get his third, so he's given his team a better chance because that's over. Only got less than 20 hit points left. The wall broken. He's making a run for it, but he's made so much noise. Is he gonna go for a fake here and come back? No, he's gonna continue with the charge over the A. He's got plenty of time on the scoreboard. Do not leave each other. Big, stick together. It's pistols. You can just walk your way together and find the win because they surely know that Kizu's been tagged up.
I mean, he's honestly just running a marathon right now. Literally pushed over from green, makes his way to A. 18 health and a dream. Well, it's not impossible. I've seen some players clutch with 1 health, but now he's gonna have to be extremely lucky. I'm pretty sure Kizu did hear the spray coming off from mid. Does set off the recon, but ooh, managed to ping 1 at least. Not sure what Big was doing right there. Recon will be set up on the backside now to look for him. He was at 410, but he will move back. He only has a shock bolt, but Kizu will finish off the job here. Kilu, rather. That will be a pistol win for the side of Big.
So
And that's
I'm a little
important.
surprised. I'm a little surprised there because Kizu, he had 2 shock darts available to him. He was about to have his he had his recon bolt. He used that to get a little bit of knowledge that they were coming. Well, one of them was coming through mid, but he didn't get into a defensive location so he could set up to try and shock dart and delay the spike. When you're at 18 hit points, your best bet is to delay the round and play for the plant to explode. But he tried to stand up tall. He ran up to the front, and with a Spectre in a pistol fight, you're not going to win those 9 times out of 10 because you don't have that almost instant headshot, kill potential as you would with like a Vandal or even a Phantom in those scenarios.
Well, formidable effort at least,
Right
and
here.
that's actually going to force them up a save as per their discretion. It will be full shares for the side of Arcadia now, while the buys are fully rolling for Big Gaming. And I don't blame them, they do win this round. There's a big chance they could win the next one. And they're playing it slow. Look at that. No one's really making any massive movement. Everyone's playing real quiet. That's funny in a map like Icebox because this map is huge. You always find a reason to check somewhere, make some noise, but this is weird to me.
Yeah,
Honestly.
I feel like
This is weird.
I feel
It's so
like
quiet.
Arcadia are suspecting, hey, they're gonna rush us, they're gonna push us. Let's just get prepared for that. And well, Big's like, nah, come to us. They're just like, we're not gonna fall prey to that. And now
They're all
Japachi's
fucking
gonna have
each
to make
other.
his way, and he's
Oh,
gonna get
dear.
down. So eventually, when they do make their little bit of a move, Big Gaming says, well, thank you, we'll take that kill, and they get instantly returned. Though Kizu again on very low health. He doesn't like hit points this match.
Yep, there's something about him and bullets, honestly. And you do have the shields,
30
but
seconds left.
well, they only do so much for you, if anything. But good attempt for Arcadia at least to try and clear mid. I think they kind of did it successfully at least, but they're now quite split up. They do have the spike creeping inside of A, but they are gonna have to be really cautious because you have all these traps set up by Kilu. All it takes is a couple nanoswarms to delay the plan, and I think that may be it. Look at that, gets Yort, and that's it. That's
Beautiful.
the round for Big
Down
Gaming.
A.
What a beautiful timing for Killer. He heard the plant, throws his nanostorm, he's like, okay, I've won the game for us. And then he just cleans him up with a collateral headshot with a ghost. I mean, oh, we're seeing everything this map.
Oh man. I mean, Yort had the collateral earlier. And now we're seeing Kilu do it, so definitely not impossible. And a great bounce back, honestly, from Big Gaming. If anything, this was Arcadia's game leading up to the first half, but you did say it before the game started. A little bit of a warning to everyone that momentum really is a major factor in games like this. If not luck and obviously your skills, but looking at how Arcadia might bounce back for this, they are still gonna attempt an 8 push. Big tried to
no,
go
he
inside
doesn't.
screens, but it's not gonna work. Jetpachi will go down, and that's a lead duelist out for the count this one.
Ah, that's a huge pick-off because this is the buy round coming in from Arcadia. They need to win this and they need to minimize their losses. The dash coming in from the Jet to make sure he doesn't take any more damage. As Porto's going to try and heal that one up. Snakebite locking him down with a slow. They got nowhere to go. Someone wants to swing in. They got to find themselves 2 delicious targets. El Tero's trying to get some recon, do a little bit of damage. But now the spike is down and it's time to shine. Big Gaming's about to look to see what targets they can get into the crosshairs.
Ooh, good fire shot from Goliath here to get the wall bang. It will be Obsidy to get the shot though. He will be left all alone, but not any longer. It will still go to the side of Big Gaming, and wow, if anything, I do want to mention that it doesn't matter what your scoreline is in the first half. You find a way to bounce back second time around, especially in the pistols, and you make it happen. I think you did call it a bit earlier that they might have an easier time off of defenders, and this just goes to show that they're very comfortable with it because you do have the killjoy. I think that's an important asset to why they are able to defend much better compared to the side of Arcadia. And Viper kind of acts like a sentinel as well, so she's very important in a map like Icebox, and then you have that added Sage. So so many things coming into this lineup, and I guess it's just unfortunate that the fire that has been set out by Arcadia is slowly just dying a little bit. So
Yeah.
hopefully y'all can get some flint, spark something in there, because if you guys want to get back into this, I mean, the score is 6-9. That's
Yeah,
nice.
this
Nice.
it's a little scary because this is what we saw from Arcadia yesterday. They start off strong, but if they lose that momentum, they start falling. And you can see that there was what 7 consecutive round wins now coming for big. They've got all the momentum. Arcadia, they've taken this time out to just get a little bit of a breather, bring it back a little bit, and hopefully settle their nerves, because right now they're a little bit panicky. They're all over the shop. They need to collect themselves up. They need to make sure that their team lead or in-game lead kind of brings them all back together and gets their mind focused on the target. Because once they can regather their thoughts, regather their minds, and then bring it to their opponents, we can see how strong they are. We've seen Yort at the start of this match just decimate his opponents, but yeah, they're falling off, and this is a little worrisome, and hopefully they can bring it back very shortly. Unfortunately, it's going to be an eco, so we're probably going to see another loss, but afterwards.
I mean, they did have, I think, like 1 or 2 heads earlier when they were on the sheriff, so
Yep.
I wouldn't count them out completely yet, but yeah, you're right. I mean, if this does go 6-10 and they are able to push this to 7-10, I think it's very much doable. If 100 Thieves can come back 7-12 on a map like Breeze, I'm pretty sure anything can happen on any map in Valorant. So
Oh man, I
see how
love
this
Breeze.
one goes. Really? All my friends hate that map. It's so wide.
I hate playing it, but I love the casting because it's just absolute chaos, and I love chaos, and that's what we're starting to see here.
Fair enough.
As we see Arcadia Celestials, they're trying to give us the point. It's a little bit scrappy. They haven't used a lot of utility. The Viper Wall's going to go up, but they get a return frag. Still
down
3
A.
for 4. There is a Hunter's Fury, so if they can get that plant down, they can delay it just long enough. Goliath is waiting for Eltero. Eltero's going to spin it in, and they come straight through it. What a
my
beautiful
lord.
coordinated play.
Kizu, you're in trouble. Kizu will be shot at Goliaths with a very important play there. I think might have gotten like a 3K. Let's check it out in the instant replay here. Good pick off, you know, just checking out screens, what's going on. Will avert their attention. The backside gets 2 heads with a Vandal at
That is
least. And
beautiful.
amazing. Kizu, you know, already grazed his cape. All I had to do was finish the job in 3K, 6-10. And, you know, no surprises, as you said, you know, it's incredibly difficult to try and win some thrifty rounds, especially on Icebox. I think it might have been more doable in B side, because, you know, it's like very wide and open. Sova might have been more flexible there. Reina as well. A side's just very congested, so... You know, it may be a different story this time. They do have the full buys, but again, they are using up a lot of their money, so they may be in trouble for the next one if they don't win this.
Again, we're playing a little bit slow. A lot of utility has been used down at mid coming from that Viper. And Freaks is playing a little bit of an off angle here up top. And again, we haven't really seen B touched. And this is what I'm used to in the Oceanic region. No one liking B. And Arcadia Celestials, they haven't touched it much at all. They've maybe had a sniff at it and they're like, no, we'll go A, we'll go through mid. But this time they've decided, well, let's try our luck over at the B side. They're going to get a little bit of a scan out. They're not going to spot out the jet. But as soon as they hear the damage in, Freaks jumps around the corner, gets 2. Whew, he puts his team above, but now the Resurrection comes on in. There's still a Resurrection left for Big Gaming ID, but there's no bodies in sight, so we're going to have to see a very defensive play come from Goliath to be able to look after his team coming up shortly.
Man, they really doused the flames in that one. He was probably feeling himself like, oh my god, I got 2 kills. Oh man, they got a rest. Oh well. It's fine. 3v3 gonna be going on so far here. Spike isn't gonna be set down just yet. Really interesting position from Big here. And oh my goodness, Cortez will go down. Unfortunate mistake there. At least a barrier will be set up for his teammates. But Jack actually goes down. An amazing peek coming off from Kilo. And man, you can just see how much the competition has just rose here. Down at this portion of the game, the second half, we are seeing the beautiful dynamic of a Sentinel work with a controller, and that's what you love to see in Icebox, honestly. You said you wanted chaos, and I think we're still gonna get some more of that, but 1 point left for Big Gaming, and it will be match point.
See, I'll restate that. I love chaos because it just makes things ridiculous. Executions are a thing to behold, but when chaos happens, you really start to see a lot of these players shine mechanically and then work upon the utility and what they have to them, because in the end, that's all you can control is what you do as a player. And that's why I love chaos, because it's ridiculous. And you see some hilarious things. And well, speaking of ridiculous, Kilu's so far up, he's trapped, he's lost in the middle of nowhere. The daggers though, he will
Oh
not
my
get
god!
a few shots and gets away there. He's a bandit.
Man, he managed to leave a souvenir in Yort's head, and they're not gonna have the Sage for the heals here. Freaks off a kill toward Kizu. That's information at least, but Freaks isn't gonna get too freaky on this. Will push all the way back towards mid, not really risking anything here. Poison Cloud is set up as well for cover. And as that is happening over at spawn, Jetpatchy is creeping their way towards B side. Looking for a head, but Goliath's already looking at him. Oh, managed to see his shoulder! Will not hit, but Jetpatchy will. And take some damage there. And man, we are seeing the side of Big right now just flipping the script this Swollen. Man, 6-11, who would have thought?
And unfortunately, that's going to be looking a
30
little bit
seconds
worse
left.
for them in a second on this eco round. It's going to be possibly a 12-6 scoreline, but Yort and Jetpatchy, they're not done yet. They did find themselves two. They're going to have the spike coming on down. Yort doesn't have a lot of hit points to work with, however, as El Terra is coming. He's bringing the darkness with him, and he's going to try and shroud his opponents. But Yort is moving through the middle. They're going into a very unorthodox location here. Jetpatchy's hiding in the container near the spike, and then Yort's disappeared up into kitchens. He's gonna hope to find a rotation. He might get it. Will he line it up though? No!
Oh my god, that's so
Player
close!
standing.
Freaks will take out Jetpatchy, and that's it. At least Yort does get V-Day here. Cloudburst is set up and through the smoke. Good timing from Freaks. They get the bullets out and the win, 6-12. And again, formidable effort, but incredibly difficult when you are playing against a team with rifles and you're stuck with sheriffs. And honestly, the sheriff is nice close range, but I hate that thing at long range. I don't know if it's my crosshair, is it me, but I'm aiming at their head and they still don't die. I'm supposed to be,
and it's definitely me.
I'm supposed to be living my Wild West fantasies here. Can you guys give me that at least? Like, come on.
See, I play ciphers and omens, so I just wait for people to walk into me, and then that's how I kill people. I don't aim for the heads. I just wait until they can't see me, and then that's how I find my shots. And, well, the utility here, Slow's going to come on down, but they're going to kill him before even Slow hits the ground. Freak's been very aggressive there, and they're not letting up on their opponent whatsoever. They got 4 ultimates on board. There's 3 of them stacked over the A site. And they've even completely given up on B, with the Viper keeping an eye down through mid. And that's how confident they are with the push coming through A. They're reading their opponents like a book.
Oh man, I don't know if they've read this book already before, but it's definitely been rewritten towards their language, and will still be a 4 versus 4. Anything can happen, but we do have that Hunter's Fury off at the side of Arcadia Celestials if they wish to use it for the post plant. But the Lockdown, Viper's Pit, and Resurrection is available for Big Gaming, and I think that's going to make an incredibly differential impact towards how this round may play out. They have to be extremely cautious here. They might have to do their best to bait these utilities, if anything, but Yort slowly creeping inside does peek shoulder. Good double peek, and Ab City with 2 very important kills right now. It will be a 3 versus 2
30 seconds
and very much winnable towards the side of Arcadia. It's been a while, but they might make it happen.
They're not worried. They're still playing with their heart in it. They haven't given up yet, even when things were looking a little bit grim. Absidi's going to be playing a very close angle here. He's got 23 hit points, and he's got a dream. Will he be able to find it, though, as now the defense is coming on in. The Viper's Pit's going to be used. Hunter's Fury is going to delay that just a little bit longer. But Pegaxy, he's going to come around from the side, but El Terra's the one that's going to find that kill. He's all alone. He needs to find a few, but he's not going to get it. Yort able to secure a few more for the team. But their economy, it takes a huge hit losing 3 members. They can just buy on up. They're struggling, they're holding on, but they are not done yet.
And that's what you love to see in Valorant, and I always say this every time I do watch game or commentate. I always tell my friends or my co-casters that it's not really over until you see the 13 on the scoreline. And it's amazing how sometimes these teams do come back from such a big difference, because it's not impossible. And, you know, just lighten up the mood, try to improve your comms, and that's all you need. That's one of the most important things, if anything, you know, just make sure everyone is on the same level, communicate effectively, and you will be able to overcome any obstacles that are presented in the game. So that's why I think it's hard for some people to rank up, especially in competitive, because you have some teammates that don't really give you information. They'd rather just get mad. So that's definitely something I look out for certain teams and the way they play. Like, are they close with each other? Do they trust in one another? Are the comms effective? And at the end of the day, I think those, it's not really a little thing, it's a big thing, but those are the things that do shape some of these teams. And that's why I always enjoy watching, you know, like at VCT, like behind the scenes. You see some players, like, you hear their comms, so it's nice to see how they think. Like, what's their thought process? How do they, like, you know, boost each other up? So you know, it's something we don't see because they're playing the game, but it's definitely behind the scenes and we know it's there. So sometimes I want to just get a deep dive into what they're talking about, but right now it seems that the language over the side of Arcadia is going to be violence as they ramp up towards A side, taking Goliaths down.
My favorite kind of language. As now they're going to be starting to be sandwiched here on site with two coming up from behind. There's already one on the lurk, but Freaks is going to shut that down. He's given away his position, but they don't know the second one's coming on in. He's got the daggers out, and then Vayde is going to be finding the kills. Freaks comes up top. He's raining down the daggers, but he can't find the second shot. But has he done enough for the rest of his team? Kilo comes on in. Yort is low health. He needs to find two more. I think this could be it. He sprays beautiful shot to the head. The time is ticking. He didn't get that first defuse part. Kilo's gonna have to wait, and he hasn't heard the defuse. He knows nothing's going on. That's it. That's the round, and they continue to hold it.
Man, that was insane. I for sure thought that could have gone to big gaming, but man, I think the mistake they did there is Kilo wasn't entirely looking at Belt, was potentially expecting Yort to be towards the orb or near Nest, and man, that just sucks. But you know, I'm not sure if El Terror did have the recon bolt there. Probably didn't. That's why I did go for the defuse. But really good job for Yort. And whoever planted that, that was a really good spot. I mean, Yort kind of had a little bit of cover there. But, you know, I think all Kilo had to do was do a little bit of a spray towards Nest because that is wall bangable. But it's all right. I'm sure they're not really scratching their heads just yet. They do have this big lead. So they have a margin of error, but they don't want to extend that too much.
And I mean, it was a very risky plant spot too, because it's out in the open. It's not your default where you got walls surrounding you. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere. So I think you hit the nail right on the head. It was a good plant spot, and they had an objective for it. They all got back into different angles and were waiting for it. And in the end, it paid off. But now we're coming up to another critical round. If they can win this round, they break their opponent's economy, and they can potentially get another round to follow that up. But it all rides and rests on the shoulders of, well, at the moment, Yort, because he's finding a lot of kills. He's finding the opening frags, and he's able to open the side up for the rest of his team. As I say that, though, it's Kizu, the one leading the charge in onto side.
Oh my goodness, this is like a full force of like Trojan horses like we do see in the medieval times, and it's a beauty to see. Chaos, as you said, your favorite language, but right now it is gonna be Yort going down first. Kilo look for a second kill, but Kizu, the fellow key brother, will be getting 2K, gets Goliath down as well. 3 versus 3 situation. Viper's Pit is imminent. Very much windled still for the side of Arcadia here. It's a close game, closer than ever. El Terror, as long as he can try to find a pick towards Maze, but unfortunately no one will be there. Freaks catches one, but Kizu again with a really big kill there. Oh my goodness, it's gonna be 1v1, but Jetpachi really lucky to have been in their position. Gets El Terror out of the way and still lives to fight another day. 9-12! Big Gaming having a hard time to close this one out this one.
Yeah, they are. They're starting to lose their momentum. They're onto a little bit of a force fire here. You can see that their weapons are juggling around. They're not too sure what they want. Kilo almost thought about the Marshal, which I would like to have seen, but he's not going to be able to do it. They're going Sheriff and a little bit of Spectre, so expect to see Vayde hold a very close angle and wait for his opponents to come to his lines, because that's where the Spectre will shine, especially against these assault rifles. The defense has to make sure to pick their corners and stick to them, because if they don't, they could easily go down to the pressure of supreme firepower coming out of Arcadia Celestials.
Oh man, but do you think the side of Arcadia might expect this? Look at that. I really love the position from Freaks right now, and the fact that Arcadia is not wall banging, I don't think they have an idea that someone is inside of Nest right now. So Jetpachi getting a little bit paranoid here, but there's some bullets coming off. They're good thing there's no friendly fire in this game, honestly, but
Actually, that is really smart, because that bullet trail is coming up from lower. Oh, he's giving away a spot though.
Oh yeah.
It was coming up from lower, so you're like, oh, okay, so no one's actually up there. So that is a little bit free. It disappears from your mind. You can find that kill. Unfortunately, there, a few more shots come out from Freaks. He didn't manage to find his kill, but he did get out safely. So no harm, no foul, as they reset and they're going to look over to the B-sides.
Yeah, slowly creeping his way back into Nest, only to find out they're not there anymore. But it will be the toxic screen setup left and right towards B-side. Kilo with the nano swarms ready at bay. Switches off to the Sheriff. And this is their save round, honestly. If they lose this, there's no big problem here. If they win this, it will even be greater. But Yort with a barrage of bullets course, Orange will be getting killed out of the way. It will be a 5 versus 4 situation. Hunter Fury and Resurrect is available towards their side. VJ with really, really important kills. Gets 3k. But Jetpack will be holding him down here. Still winnable right now. Oh my god, that's it! Freaks! A
Oh, no.
freak of nature! That's all it took for them. A thrifty round at that to win the game. Unimaginable, but they made it happen as well. My god.
Mayday! I said it. Needs to hold that angle with that Spectre, and he had that medium to close range just off to the side over at the back of Snowman, keeping a watch on that default plant at the B site, and they ran in straight into his crosshairs, found all three, they picked up some weapons, Yacht came in over the top, and then we're done. Dusted. As soon as we started, that round had ended, and what looked to have been a little bit of a comeback in the case of Arcadia, well, that's not going to be all lost. The good thing is they've got some of those rounds, they got some of the momentum and morale back. They loosened up a bit, so coming into map number 2, you're going to see them probably feel a little bit more free, and they're not going to have that looming to the back of your head. Whenever you can shut down a huge spree like that, it is very useful to your team, and it did start to look like they were having fun at the end.
Yeah, I mean, that's all it is, honestly. Like, at the end of the day, you have fun. That's something that you always will account for. And I always like to say that you don't really lose these games. You either win the game or you gain experience. So hopefully they did learn a little something about their opponents for this matchup. And next time around, we're going to be heading into Haven, actually. But before we do, we are going to head into a very, very quick break. So we'll see you guys after about 10 minutes or so. So get some water, hydrate. We'll see you guys in a bit. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prominence Crown Cup of Valorant. My name is Yusuke, joined with Wall. Once again, we're going to be your casters for today's bronze match series. We have just concluded Game 1 over at Icebox. It was a thrilling game, to say the least. We did see a comeback coming off from Big Gaming. It isn't their name after all, so Arcadia is going to have to pick up on some slack as we do head to map number 2, which is going to be in Haven. Now, I have a question for you, Wall. How are you doing?
I am doing wonderful. Over here in Australia, it is about 7:38 p.m., so it's at prime
Good
time for
evening,
me right
yes.
now. So
Okay.
it feels quite good.
That's nice. That's good. No, everyone's always asking about the matchups, and no one really asks how are the casters. So I just wanted to see how
How-
you're doing. But
well, the one little bit interesting thing is, my town's flooded. I can't actually leave my town right now.
excuse me.
Uh, so we've had rain for the last week of almost torrential downpour, and I live on the eastern coast of Australia, and there's a big part near Brisbane and all near us that's just completely flooded. So it won't stop raining, and certain towns are just being cut off from everywhere else. So I got nowhere to go except be here right now.
Okay, I'm gonna pray that no gator comes up in front of your house or some snakes, because I've seen some nasty videos of those things getting into your homes. So I
Don't
don't
worry,
want to
we
beat
just get spiders, the size of your hand
God,
that
no,
come
please.
inside.
Like the worst we have here is cockroaches. But anyways, right, why are we talking about animals? The crowd's probably like, what the heck are these people talking about? Let's talk about the game. Anyways, we're gonna head to Haven. So I guess it has its fair share of, well, primal animals and whatnot, but what we do know about this map, it's kind of set like all the way atop a mountain. It's a sort of monastery, if anything, and we're gonna head into our agent picks real quick. But I do want to discuss that Arcadia has played in this map yesterday. They did lose to GBP, who is in the grand finals, and they did have an interesting lineup. They did, of course, have the Astra Sova Jet. They had a Sky, and this time around, they did have a Killjoy. So, no Vipers usually in Haven. I mean, sometimes, but not most of the time. So they did lose that 7-13. So let's see how they fare this time around, considering the momentum or the streak that Big Gaming has had on them. So it's gonna be Celestial starting off as attackers. Hopefully they'll have a different pace, because earlier I think they started off as attackers no, as defenders.
Yeah,
So
correct.
yeah, that's gonna be
So the
an
good news
interesting
is
change.
this is Celestial's map. They may have lost their opponent's map, but this is theirs. They've practiced for this and they're prepared. And one thing I love to see on Haven is we start to see more and more often the flex pick of Breach, because this is one of maybe two maps that you start to see Breach get introduced. And KO, oh sorry, not KO. It was Chamber that was ghost picked. No longer seen it, but he is also another pick that favors Haven just because of the huge long sight lines. We're not going to see that here, so we won't get into it too much. But Arcadia, they're going to be coming out all guns are blazing, because this is what they do. Every match I've seen them play, they take the pistol round, they take multiple consecutive rounds. It's just trying to bring that into a match win has been a little bit difficult for them for the last 24 hours. But after what we saw at the end of that last map, I'm not surprised at all if they kind of roll with that momentum and can put a notch underneath their belt, bringing us into the third and final map here tonight.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much possible. Yesterday, it was a clean 2-0s, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure if there was, another team like trying to go for a reverse sweep. So, it's definitely a different battleground now. And, to say the least, it may be like a bronze match, but it's still a match, and they shouldn't take this lightly, if anything. But we're gonna head straight into Haven, ladies and gentlemen. It will be Jetpatchy with the Trailblazer coming inside. Ooh, finally, we got a Sky. I like this. She's Australian. I guess you can relate to her. Do you mean Sky? No?
I'm terrible with the flash, but who's not terrible is Jetpatchy with the beautiful flash being capitalized with Absidy, and now they've secured themselves a C site, and Jetpatchy's going to make his way over into the garage, going down a little bit lower, and over in mid they've got a little bit of a beautiful rotation from Cortez hiding in the corner, so if anyone comes up from the lurk, he's there and prepared. Will Freaks be able to spot this one out? He does not. He gets a few shots off first, and Cortez comes away victorious as now they're pushing into garage. They all jump on down into the firepower of Arcadia Celestials, and they are flying high here at the start.
not quite sure what the heck just happened in Garage. That's a very congested place. And I usually only see like at maximum 3 people there. But it seemed like the whole team was fighting for their life. And it was just a guiding light coming up left and right, diagonally, side to side. And there was always someone washing out there. So Jetpatchy would have final kill at least. So this is what we saw from Arcadia earlier in Icebox, right? They did have a very strong start over at the Pistols, and I think now they may be more comfortable because it is their map pick. So they should be able to rack up more rounds if anything, and you know, it's gonna be up to Big Gaming to try and switch things up.
And switching things up, they have done. You've got the Killjoy now sitting in Garage again, and a very big stack coming onto B side. They were expecting it with the breach, trying to get a little bit of stun. They're not going to land on anyone, and they're trying to burst that spike planter down, but it's not going to be the case. They're going to go on in. The smoke's going down. Are they going to go for the full defuse hit? And Jetpatchy gets a sneaky shot through the smoke, cleans up Freeze to try to get rid of the L drone. The L drone is a hero piece of machinery, does not wish to die at the moment, as 5 members of Arcadia are about to storm the front. They enter in through the gate, and then they shut the front door on their opponents.
And give that drone a medal or something. I mean,
Yeah, just avoided everything.
I mean, you know, some people do say that Killjoy's turret kind of acts like a 6th agent, and I don't blame them, honestly. That thing is annoying to the bone. I do not like seeing a turret, and that thing flicks sometimes. I have seen a turret flick. It's amazing. But the Owl Drone's something else, you know. I guess like the turret is you kind of rely on the game's AI. At least with the Owl Drone, you do have complete control. Kind of like Cypher's spy cam as well. So, you know, that is going to be up to the player's discretion here. But speaking of discretion, El Terror setting up the fault line towards sewers. I think Goliath just took a little bit of a peek there. Might have confirmed that there is a couple of members off from the side of Arcadia going there right now. So it's good that they're not over-rotating. They still have 2 people in B in case they might have anyone flanking from the side of Arcadia. But so far, you know, so slow and steady. They're using the utilities to check the site. And I think they might go for this A push. But Spike, take note, this wall is still an A long.
Yeah, they're taking their time until they can get a little bit of knowledge of their opponents, and they still have no idea, but they know it's at least free down here as the flash comes on in. Is he going to jump? No, he's not. He doesn't have the allies there prepared for him yet, as now they're trying to break through that wall. They stopped the plant going down again. So a lot of action going on, a lot of utility being used, but nothing at the moment has collided with either side. And finally the plant's going to go down, and Big Gaming, well, they know it's finally here. They're going to go on the hunt, but they need to keep someone watching behind, because there's still one if that works. What's going to happen anymore? Goliath picks himself up one, but instantly traded out. Big Gaming are coming up on top at the moment. They're finding the kills left, right, and center. Remember, they're shutting down their opponent's bonus ranking, so they cannot lose too many souls. And, well, they did that, just that. They only lost a single, so coming away relatively unscathed.
That's a big bird in a game like this, honestly. And I mean, compared to their performance in Icebox, I mean, there are a lot of times where there was almost like nobody on the opposing team. It did boil down to a lot of 1v1. So this time we are seeing a healthy back and forth, I guess, between these two. And there's going to be the 4th round coming upon us. It will be buys coming left and right. In terms of the money, I would say that the side of Big does have a little bit more, at least to carry over to the next round. So it's going to be important for Arcadia to win this one. If not, they might be put in a bad situation again. And it's not to say that they're not doing excessively well for Thrifties. It's just they play much better when they do have the rifles at hand.
The one thing I want to point out, and this is what I love about Breach on this map, is he usually plays between B and A in that connector location, because being able to fault line straight down through into sewers and get the flashes off, we saw it in the last round, enabling your teammates, and Goliath specifically, to get the peak, and if there's anyone dazed, flash, you can get on in there and really capitalize upon that. And that's something you don't see from really any other agent, that large presence you can have in these close quarters through walls. Like,
yeah,
you can't really do that anywhere else except maybe an Astra and an Omen, but no one plays Omen anymore, which saddens me.
Aw, don't do that to poor little Freddy. We still love him, don't worry. He's a kind soul, and his lore is actually pretty interesting. If you guys didn't know, apparently he's really close with Viper, so That's nice. I really want an animation to come out already. Come on, guys. You already gave us Arcane. Give us something Valorant related, please. I need to know more about these agents.
30 seconds.
Like, why is why is
Mm.
Omen always sulking? He likes knitting. Okay, I can see that. Viper's kind of a freak scientist. I don't know what's going on anymore. So, well, as far as the game goes, it's still a bunch of killing. So, we'll see. Maybe they'll come out with something soon, but we just have to be patient till then.
Who will be getting killed? It's going to be a little bit of a drop down from heaven shortly. Oh, the shot! Going to do so much damage. He jumps on down, but he just gets cleaned up. He didn't have much hit points to use. And there goes Kilo and the rest of the Armada trying to come into the connector. Not going to be a case in. Well, Arcadia, I mentioned this, and they show it from time to every single match. I was gonna say time to time, but they show it every match. They come out swinging.
Yeah, they do. Honestly, if it is not a bunch of fastballs, it's definitely some home runs left and right if they could make it happen. And now it's just the dominance trying to be expressed so far from the side of Arcadia. And as they should, honestly, because it's do or die. It's a best of 3. They lose this one, that's going to be it. They are going to be 4th place, and Big is going to grace themselves with that 3rd place crown. And they really have to lay everything out on the line, force the game 3 into Breeze, which is also their map pick. If you guys didn't know, so they are definitely playing a very, very much different game compared to Icebox. So hopefully they can keep this streak.
Fun fact,
yes.
Breeze,
I love fun facts.
if it comes to map number 3 and we play Breeze, it will be the first time in this tournament that is potentially 50 odd matches that Breeze will be played.
I
So I hope we get
see.
I really
Yeah,
hope we get it.
I think the producer said as well that no one really favored the Fracture and Breeze, so we'll see about that, but oh my goodness. Freaks will be sent back in spectator zone after a spray from Kizu. And again, that's annoying. We've seen some players fall down to that earlier from the sprays to the smoke, and as a Nebula does get dissipated, another one will be set up immediately. So that is going to be difficult to try and gain some leverage here through Heaven. York will be fighting Goliath. Good spray, gets a 2, switches to the pistol. Cortez has their back. Kilo will be shot out, and V-Day, the only one left, stuck in Heaven. Tries to get out CD. Shots aren't gonna fire. We'll get one at least, but the sprays are coming in hot. York definitely wants to get this kill here, but I think that's gonna be it for the side of Big. This is another round. There you go for the side of Arcadia.
So again, we're seeing this hold coming from Big on this A site, and it's not working time and time again. We're seeing Goliath try and jump from the window. He's done it 3 times in a row. How many times does it work? None. It's just they're trying to really force what they do know, and they're not really adapting to how Arcadia is coming at them at the moment. They're not trying to potentially switch up the locations of the map. As I say that though, we now see the Killjoy operation at the A site, but yeah, they needed to switch things up because what they're doing is not working, and they're repeating the same mistakes round and round again. So we'll look to see something a little bit different here, and we'll look to see it potentially catch their opponents off guard. And a little bit of smoke's keeping a little bit of cloud cover, but Vayday is going to try and hide this one out, and he does have the help in 2 other directions if things get hairy.
Man, somebody whip out the Razor right now, because honestly, if you can't really get much vision on what's going on here, it may very well be detrimental to your team, but so far, explosive start as we've seen from Arcadia. I mean, they did this already earlier, so who's to say that they won't be able to keep this up, but
Taking that back.
you know, when the side switch, Big Gaming literally changes their tactic as well. But Freaks, who has to be careful, good flick, and that is going to be the
Spike
spike
down mid.
found here in mid, just outside the door, so that was really, really bad over to the side of Arcadia. They're going to have a little bit of a hard time to try and get that back, but they are rushing to go towards it, and there you go, Freaks gets one head, Cloudburst out. Spike will be retrieved by Jetpachi. Goes for 3. Oh, and Jetpachi will still get the kill towards him, though.
But Freaks has done his job. He found multiple kills. He's
30
put his team
seconds left.
into the round-winning position. Jetpachi is the last one remaining. He's going to be looking for more. He's not going to get the shot. Altero will finish it up. But one thing that happened there, getting that spike plant,
Yeah.
Arcadia, they panicked. You saw it on the map. They all just went, oh no, what do we do? And they all started to collapse on the spike. They didn't go, okay, one person pick it up, keep keeping an eye on where you are and clear your corners. We saw, I believe it was Vayday hiding at C site, was able to pick up one of the rotators through C site. They didn't check their corners. They just walked straight into garage, and as they were walking in, Vayday says, well, thank you, I'll take the kill. And so Arcadia, they have to be real careful on just panicking and throwing everything to the wind. Because so far, they've been doing really well. Their executions have been working. But again, things get muddy. Big comes a shining.
Fortunate on that, honestly, but well, did sense their panic. A lot of miscommunication, I guess, on that play. So, definitely scratch your head on that one. But it is gonna be a new round. They are gonna have to try and not commit the same mistake as that. So it's ambitious to go for the split. Honestly, it's not bad. I mean, maybe in Haven, but it's 3 sides, so you make the most of what you can. So they are gonna go for this approach towards A. And mind you, this is completely locked down. You have 3 defenders looking over towards the Sanka. I like where Freaks is going with this one. Does see a body, but Jet Patchy is actually faster to get the kill there. Really good job, and that will open a little bit of a path towards the side of Arcadia to clear out the side.
I'm a little worried that we saw the lockdown user of Cortez so far behind, because that lockdown would be very pivotal right now, because at the moment, they're losing members left, right, and center. Because he was on that lurk, they weren't playing around these big ultimates, so maybe a little bit of a questionable decision there to still keep him on the back end, trying to open up these sites. They're going to get a little bit lucky here as C site's going to be open. They don't know that yet, but they're hoping that it is as they storm themselves onto the C site, so lockdown's still going to be useful. But they've lost 2, and there's still 4 more members to go. There's a Rolling Thunder, and that Rolling Thunder is going to be very useful coming on to C. If you can get into the right position, there's no way you can run to avoid that.
Ooh, Jet Patchy though, really good flash and peek. Look at a kill, but it will be quickly refragged. Cortez with 2 important kills right now. Turns into a 1v1 after Kilo gets a kill, and oh my god! He was running, bro! Somebody nerf that! Good lord! Kill Lu! Literally, kill you. That's what his name is.
No way! He should have got that! That was ridiculous.
He was running, man! That poor Sova!
Oh,
Jesus! Man. It's always been Kilu versus Kizu, honestly. The key bros. And that's unfortunate. If I was in the receiving end, I would have thrown my mouse halfway across the room already. That's it's not what you like to see, but it's what I actually like when it comes to a 1v1 situation. You want to be aggressive. There's no point in you having to play it quietly and slow, You want them to know where you are, so you can set yourself up for the kill. So I guess that's just confidence on their part, but new round as it is, 3-4, still a pretty close matchup this one.
And we're seeing a little bit of a speed change from Arcadia. They're not being methodical this time. They're trying to force it. Getting dazed, getting dazed, getting dazed. He finally goes down to the daggers. And then the black hole was there, but it wasn't well enough for Goliath. He does get pulled in himself and then eventually killed. This is a big round coming from Arcadia here. They used the help from that poor Bay Day. He's going to feel a little bit sad that he helped kill his own teammate. But it's not over yet. The Rolling Thunder's going to come in. It's going to hit multiple of them. Now with the Hunter's Fury, he's trying to search for him. He's trying to check the default locations. He doesn't find anyone, but Japachi doesn't need the help of the Hunter's Fury. He's going to find the kills. Freak's eventually going to get one to refresh those daggers, but he doesn't get anything further. Arcadia, they change the tempo, and they come out with the round.
3-9 scoreline. It may definitely be on the path for Arcadia right now, but I like how Big is somehow counteracting a lot of these plays. I mean, we did see the Cosmic Divide get put into the sites, and it kind of did cause a little bit of casualties over to Arcadia. So I think that's what Big is trying to apply towards their strategies. If we can't really entirely win the round, we'll try to pick off some heads and disrupt their economy instead. So it kind of works left and right. I did stress how important it was to save your money, don't spend it all at once, and you have to work as a team with it. If you talk to your team, like, we're gonna go for a half buy, we're gonna go for full buy, a light buy. So talk to everyone, make sure that your creds are balanced, so that when you come into the next rounds, nobody is gonna be left behind. So I think that's really good that we're seeing it from both of these teams. But in terms of the economy game, I think Big is playing it to their strength more, especially in what we saw in Icebox. So now doing their best to carry it over to Haven, as we do see Freaks just situated outside of mid doors. Outrun will be set up with this one. This might be deadly. Yes, it is. He will go down.
Freaks had the right idea. He wanted to punish that Aldro and anyone coming out the door with him, but unfortunately it's going to pay off the case. The Seekers have got a lot of knowledge. They know 2 players are sitting just at the back towards the stairs, so they're going to be able to use that to their advantage. They're going to shut down, get the spike prepared. They're going to hopefully get themselves some Nanoswarms set up as well, so this should be a very good defense for the retake as they are now starting to hold on. Kizu eventually gets one. They're stuck outside of Garage as they're trying to push on in. Kilo gets taken down. You've mentioned that the key bros keep on taking the challenges against each other. And, well, this time it's Kilo that comes out on top, leaving Vayday all alone on the side, and he will go down. Kizu, so strong that round.
Ah, man. Well, it's definitely, I wouldn't say it's like a 100% consistent effort we're seeing from Kizu, but the dynamic that he does have with Jetpachi does extend beyond a lot of borders, and they've been playing together for a long time. And that's a big factor into team play. You pick up on your friends' mannerisms, how they play, and you kind of try and fit that into your own play style. So that's something that you kind of work adaptively every time you move into a new game. So that's something that a lot of teams are trying to work on, and I admire them for that. It's something that can't really just be learned. It's just the more games you play with your teammates or your friends, then the better you do get at it. So it's the little things that make a big difference in the end.
Some of the best teamwork comes from not communicating because you just know them, and that's like you mentioned, comes from that experience. And this is what I love about Breach, and we're gonna see it punished.
Ooh, there you go, just like that. That gas whisker. Sorry guys, that's not on us. That was 100% on you. But yeah, it's always lovely to see those plays. Like you have someone set up the utilities, and then you get another teammate to get the kill. That's just Valorant. It's just art.
Yeah, it's funny. We used to see that a lot with Omen, especially on maps such as Ascent, where you'd be watching near Wine, you'd be watching them come in through the gates. You would be prepared for those kind of challenges. We don't see it as much these days in terms of that style, but Breach is now, because he's coming back, you do see it a lot more. And, well, Freaks, he's living up to his name with a beautiful headshot there. He will eventually go down. He's not going to punish that, gets the double. He's looking for the third, which he will collect. He's finding all the heads today. He's got 2 more to add to his tally as the fight goes on down.
You have Kilu and Vite with pistols, actually, so it may be good that they at least try to get 1 head, if not 2. They might just be going for exit frags here, and it might be Reese. Difficult to try and go for the retake, but I think they might attempt it, honestly. They're not scared of this at all, but York will be finishing Kilu there, but quick refrags from left and right, so you know, still good effort. At least they did get 1 head, but 3-2-7. They only got about 2 rounds left, so it is looking a little bit like a switch from earlier. I think we ended 6-6 on Icebox, so this time around it could be a 3-9 or a 5-7. Either way, if Big wins the pistol round second half, they might still come out with the win, because that's exactly what they did at Icebox. So, you know, I think we might see the Breach be used more in attack. You know, I think they're just reserving him a bit now for defense. So, you know, all good. They're still trying to sort this out. But Arcadia, really good job to, you know, still elevate their game compared to Icebox. So they're committing less mistakes. That's what we love to see. And now they have a massive lead.
Yeah, it's a little scary at the moment. If they're able to continue to roll with this lead, they're going to take this. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a big difference in score at the end of the match because of them with their momentum, because they are a momentum-based team, and Killer is trying to shut that one down, but it's not going to get too far. As York comes around the corner, he gets one, gets a little bit of spray, does some damage, but doesn't find the kill that he requires. As Big as kind of walking out of the point at the moment. They're trying to get the damage in with the aftershock, slowing down the default. We see this time and time again. It doesn't do the damage, but it just disorientates their opponent enough. But now the plant's going on down again, and that's going to spray through the wall. Glad's going to take that one every single time, but I don't think they know a second one's down there, so the knowledge isn't there. The swing comes in from York, and he's got the help with Kizu, and that is it for that round. Beautiful coordination and kind of lineups, or positionings I should say, for Arcadia.
Yeah, kind of let out a little bit of a tactical squat there in the end, guys. That is a tactical crouch, okay? That is not what you think it was. We are very good in terms of sportsmanship. Don't worry. There's some
stretching the leg, stretching the leg, get a little bit crampy, you know?
Of course. I mean, if you play Sova, you know, he's a little bit of an old man, so well, maybe a little bit of a vodka shot or two. You know what I'm talking about, my friend. But you know, that's just him living his best life. He's a hunter after all, so yeah, just gotta limber up if anything. But I think the warm-up game might be over. We're ready for the side of Arcadia here. Big Freaks with a big kill to Kizu. That is gonna be Kizu out, and we know how much of an impactful player he is this was. So with him out for this round, it may give leverage for Big Gaming to win it.
So we generally don't see a ton coming from Altero in terms of kills, but the amount of utility he offers to his teams. We saw it in the first map. He didn't get on the board. He doesn't even get the registered assists, which is sad to see. But he lined it up for Freaks. He threw the aftershock down into the window, and that's where Freaks said, okay, I'm coming up with this. We've planned this. We're coordinate. Gets himself killed. Gets on out of there. We do see him lose his friend there, so he's going to be all alone. He's not going to be able to support him with that utility anytime soon. But I just really want to point that out. He may be on the bottom of the scoreboard, but that's not where he lies. The amount of help he gives to his team to try and open these maps up is just beautiful. But what is beautiful right now is Arcadia Celestials. They are running this game straight to the book at the moment as they're coming onto the A site, and things are about to get bloody.
Yeah, Cosmic Divide is set up. That is going to be a soundproof wall as well. So I do see some hacks with that wall being used in Split, but none of which in Haven. So it will be Goliath going down B-Day as well. And York just making use of this Cosmic Divide very effectively. Jet actually with a kill as well. Killu, the only one left. 1 versus 4 situation. Makes some noise. Does spot Yorks. We'll try it again, but the Gravity Well is set up. 18 health left. Doesn't have to peek the turret might get them. Oh my lord, that was a really close one. But man, he's really testing the waters right now this wall. And if anything, I really love how Killu is like aggressive, not really giving up towards anything here. And that is around 9-3 at least. And a formidable effort from Fig and a tough mountain to climb for the second half.
We almost saw the 6th man come into play there with that turret.
Yeah. Yeah. He was like, yeah, nope, I don't want to die like that.
He's like, I know what it's like because I do it to other people with my turrets, you know, you just can't let it happen. So, but that was a really good play there from Arcadia. They were playing a lot of that textbook, the Astral Divide, looking both heaven and connected down. You're forced to go on through it. You try to run through it. There was a nanoswarm on the ground. What do? You just die. You have to keep running. You don't even get a chance to stop to try and take the challenges because you have to sprint through to get away from that nanoswarm. It was beautifully coordinated, beautifully won, but how will they go on defense here? Because the strength of Big, they really know how to bring the pressure. If they make this game chaotic, it's going to be very difficult for Arcadia to hold on to their lead.
Man, if anything, the hardest part of the game, like personally speaking, is like closing it out when you know that you have the 12 score line. It's almost entirely difficult to try and completely finish the game the next round. We always see that even in the pro scene. Like some team hits 12, and usually if it's a close game, they have an incredibly difficult time to try and finish it. Because, you know, room for error, they get too complacent and things like that. So I think that might have been something we saw earlier. But for the case of Big Gaming, at least they were able to successfully close it out. But right now, as the sides are switched plus roundabout, it will be a lot of bodies once again fighting towards the A side. Refrags coming left and right this one. And Kizu again making it big. Warren's team gets 3k before falling down to Killu.
Ah, that was a beautiful kind of retake and hold on to that point. Kizu was all alone for quite a lot of time, and he was able to delay it long enough for his team to get on in to help him out. It was his heroic effort that leaves it into a 2 versus 2 scoreline right now, and their opponents are damaged. This is going to be looking great, especially on a pistol round. Every hit point missing is going to be absolutely crucial because you don't have that armor. You don't have these strong weapons that can find those one-shot kills. You need to find multiple shots to your opponent. So the turret goes on down. The 6th man has been introduced from at least one of the sides, but how well will it help? It's going to lock down. It checks the corner. They know no one's around that corner anymore, and they should push in very shortly. They're leaving the time to tick. Cortez walking around Vader is going to be looking for this one. He doesn't find the shots. The classic is too strong. All the shots have been used on the turret. They're going to be able to punish this, and eventually 2 bodies stand in the way. One says, "Get down, Mr. President," and Cortez survives.
Oh, I'm sorry, just what the heck did I just... I don't know, that was very comical to me for some reason. I don't know if it was because it was a 2v2 and it was the same agents up against each other, or the hesitation from both of them. Like, you can literally sense, like, Killu was like, am I gonna plant this? But what am I gonna do? And then you hear the turret coming off from Cortez, and then you almost see V-Day panic, like, just moves back into hell, like, oh no. Nope. So that was a really fun exchange. Well, congrats at least this side of Arcadia finally winning that pistol round. So it's good, strong start from them. They did win the pistols earlier, and again, no surprise here. It is their map pick, so they are performing very well. And if they continue this, very possible that they will potentially come about and win 3rd place. But of course, Big Gaming not gonna give them an easy W.
What a very aggressive push coming down A long at the moment. Apache's going to get a lot of information out of this. So unfortunately, Cortez does as well, but he's also going to give his life up for that information. And now they're trying to fight onto the point, and they just swarmed.
Oh, there.
Done.
I can't. I'm sorry. I can't. I don't know
Spike
what.
planted.
I don't know what's up with Kilu, but his playstyle right now, it's like he's just playing a scrim. I'm not even kidding. He's like running through the smoke. Man's like playing the time game, doing what he can, and just not afraid of anything generally. But you've got Yort as well here, taking this one very much seriously. Not sure if Goliath is gonna be behind him, so might be a surprise once he goes inside of garage. Has to check his corner, do it, go to flick, and
Ooh.
Chulu, of course, gets the final kill.
He half checked that. If he'd full checked
Yep.
that was a. I couldn't believe he would get a third. Then a fourth one shortly after. I could just. But he's just. He was so worried. He didn't know where any of them are, and he was really trying to be as quick as possible. He did do a little bit of damage to their opponents, and that puts them into a really weird position, especially on this bonus round that's coming on up. I can't, okay, it's not really a bonus round because it was a little bit switched over there. It was kind of a bit of an eco win coming from Big, but Big needed that. They need to stop. They need to stem the bleeding, I think is probably the better word to use in this scenario, because they'd lost 6 consecutive rounds in a row. They lost the pistol round, and that really puts their opponent just a little bit on edge. But now, a little bit of a break. Unfortunately, we've got a tech pause coming on in. A player has been disconnected, and we had to look at this beautiful scenery going on.
I mean, I think in terms of aesthetics, I personally enjoy watching games that happen in. I like Ascent for some reason. I don't know. It has that really interesting structure. The fact that it is floating in the air, and just the freedom of being able to traverse down towards the mid side. Because for me, Haven's like quite the congested map, but it has 3 sites, but it's honestly not that big if you consider the rotate. I mean, obviously, it's not comparable with Icebox or Freeze, where it takes forever to rotate to the other side. Imagine like planting in B and then you're still stuck in A. So by the time you do get to B site in Breeze, it's like, oh yeah, it's about to go off. Like, yeah, what am I even doing here? What is my purpose? So
I think that's a
like,
fun fact you do bring up about Haven, and that's something I really love about it. There's 3 sites, so things you have plenty of options. But the good news is, even though you have so many options, it's really quick to kind of catch yourself back up to the play that's going on. If something's happened at C, your B can quickly rotate, get into C. If something happens at B, A and C can swing through connectors, or they might even swing through long and come through the attacker's side to come up from behind. There's so many ways to get to the point fast, so we really see a lot of these faster rounds kind of engage out of nowhere, and players always have to be at the top of the game, because if they look away for a moment, they're going to be surprised from somewhere else. So that's where communication and positioning really comes in key on Haven, because there's just so many ways to be attacked from.
oh man, and I mean the flanks as well. I personally love playing Cypher in Haven because of the trapwires, the camera setups. There are a lot of times where I play and the opponents don't know where the camera is, and it's generally fun to see them just go crazy because they get pinged by the spy cam and they're not really sure where to look. Like, where the hell is it? My God! So I guess that's just the beauty of the map. You have these like walls that are quite tall. I guess. I mean, C site and A site. In B site, you do have like a trap setup. Usually, they will be able to find it, or it will be destroyed by another utility. So there's that does come into play. But speaking of winning as well, just a very quick segue to everyone who is watching the stream, that we do have a little bit of a giveaway. So we're actually renting out Pegaxy horses for 15 days to lucky viewers. So all you guys have to do is like and share the stream. So don't forget to set your sharing settings to public so that we can see that you have shared it. And you must be present during the draw. So I think it may occur on Facebook at least, so you guys can hop over to Prominence Games on Facebook. We're also live on YouTube. If you guys want to, chill around on the YouTube channel, if you guys could. So we thank you for your support, watching us over at the Prominence Gaming tournaments, and of course the Crown Cup. And yeah, it's fun because I believe that they do have tournaments coming every other 2 weeks, right? So, and it's nice because they do offer other titles as well. So of course they're looking out for more pro players and any potential streamers that may be interested in joining the community. So there's a lot that Prominence Gaming has to offer. It's a big community. So if you guys want to get into Valorant, or I think they also have titles for Dota, League of Legends, and Mobile Legends. So
You guys can check them out, and yeah, just chill with everyone. It's a fun time here, you know.
Jump in there and you took it all away. You hit it out of the park and you were spot on there. So if you are interested, there are free tournaments, so you can come on in, find yourself a team in the Discord, make sure to jump on there, catch up with all like-minded individuals, find a team, jump on in. Like I said, it's free, it doesn't hurt, you get a lot of experience and it's a lot of fun. You meet some good people along the way. I've met some of my best friends gaming in competitive scenes. Back in Team Fortress 2 days, I met a team and I'm still best friends with them. I actually had my wedding last week and the person I met in scrims was one of my best men for my wedding. So I I can vouch for how great it is when you do find random teams and you really gel with them. So make sure that if you're interested, jump onto the Discord and get involved. So while we're waiting for our tech pause to undo, we're going to go to a short break. So stay tuned as more Valorant action will be coming up soon.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Prominence Crown Cup. I'm Yusuke, joined with Dayswall once again. We're going to be your casters. Heading straight into game number 2. I know we did bump into a little bit of technical difficulties, but we sorted it out. So we are heading back into Haven. Just a little bit of recap. Scoreline is actually 10-4. This is in favor of Arcadia Celestial and Big Gaming. They are still lagging a little bit behind, but it's still the second round, I believe. Actually, no, it's actually a little bit of a save now coming off from Arcadia, so might
little
give
bit
a
of chaos
chance
right
for
now.
Big Gaming. Yeah, honestly, there's just a lot going on. That was a big pause, if anything, but that pauses, they happen often, especially in an online setting, even offline, so it's fine. But speaking of offline, there seems to be nobody guarding A side right now because Big just made an entry towards it, and the spike is already planted on the ground.
Yeah, one of the big things with such a huge delay like that is you've started to cool down, you know, unless you've got the aim trainer open on your next screen still practicing, you're cool. You have to try and get back into skill, and we're seeing an unorthodox tactic come here, but Goliath, he just says, no, thank you very much, throws out the flash, he's looking for more, he's gonna flash himself, that's a little unfortunate, but he's done his job, he's found himself 3, the rest of his team's gonna clean it up, and that is a huge win that was able to be secured there for Big.
Yeah, and living up to their name, I guess, honestly. And I guess the problem with the long delay, oftentimes these players, you know, they aren't able to carry on what they've previously tried to do. I mean, that big break does have a big factor into how teams perform. And, you know, it's a standard. I mean, in traditional sports, you have that as well. I mean, for God's sakes, in basketball, you have a timeout like every single time if you wanted to, and you have like 4 quarters. In football, a little bit unlucky because you only have 2 halves. So, you know, I guess a little bit kind of like that for rugby as well, you know? So, you know, just a little bit of a mix and match between them, but it's just as important when it comes to esports as well. So, right now, it's still going to be a steady half for the side of Big here, you know, 5-point lead. So, still anything could rush off here, but yeah, hearing a little bit of a scary interaction with the operator, yo.
Yeah, and well, it's slow. They've slowed things down after a little bit of a strange push come from Big, trying to catch their opponents off guard. They've gone for a little bit more of an orthodox approach. Killjoy's going to be looking down A side, given the capability for the rest of the team to kind of hold a little bit stronger on the rest of the map. Unfortunately, Killjoy's going to be the one that's coming up against 5, but he's got enough utility to start throwing out some nanoswarms. Hopefully can get away and let the Reach team come in and support him. Freaks doesn't care about a nanoswarm. He jumps straight over it, dives on in. They've got to catch out Cortez. He didn't suspect that dash to be on in, and he gets the double. So huge win there from Big, as now they've got the plant going on down, and well, there's 2 left. They've got some weapons, but I don't know how well those 2 weapons are going to do. Yort with an aggressive peeking operator, not the way you want to get into sight.
Yeah, they're slowly just going to be tracking their way back here into Seaside and just go for the exit frags. But I see Big right now. They're actually hungry for some more kills. The killer might actually be punished for this. And actually does. Yort will be getting that kill there. It will at least confirm the position of where Arcadia Celestial is, but you're just going to be
I don't think you want to chase it.
Yeah, I mean, you've got an operator there, and I guess if they were all marching towards someone with an operator, you know, just pray you don't get collapsed, but yeah, just play it a bit safe here, but now it's looking a little bit like a hunting grounds. Might even be a little bit of a Tom and Jerry chase if I were to compare it to something, but yeah, it's gonna be a safe space now for Arcadia, carrying over the guns they have for the next round. 10-6, still have a pretty good lead, but only about 3 rounds to close it out, so definitely possible, doable.
Yeah, I mean, Arcadia, they had such a huge win coming into that tech pause, but now, Big Gaming, it's all in their favor. Been able to take 3 consecutive rounds. They're coming up with a half buy from their opponents. They're looking a little bit rough. They still got the operator up on Japachi at the moment. I'm a little bit surprised they're going to use it on Yort, but Yort does have the Blade Storm, so they're trying to spread out the weaponry across the teams. But how well will that work for them here is going to be the question, as Garage looks to be stormed in. The Trailblazer comes on and gets a little bit of information. The Black Hole's going to stop the aggression, and they're going to have to back on out. A lot of damage. Oh, actually, not too much damage. A little bit of damage has been done, but it stops them from going in when they've thrown down that utility. And City even gets himself a kill.
Caught through the smoke. Kizu absolutely blasting. Living my Wild West fantasies with the Sheriff and, you know, the way that thing, well, recoils per chance. So, you You know, it's somehow really nice to see those head taps with that gun, but Kizu still doing a little bit more damage towards mid here. He's doing his best to hold off the rest of Big, but they're still making their way slowly towards Garage. They want to take control of this. I mean, there's only 3 of them left. They're not really looking for alternative methods so far, but it will be Goliaths slowly making their way throughout B side at least. I don't think he knows that there are a lot of traps set up for him, so if Cortez can get the timing right, should be able to take out at least 1 from the side of Big here. So there you go, Alarm Bot is going to be set off now to Swarm, and that is a confirmed kill.
That is beautiful. He made sure it was in both the default plants, and as soon as someone came on the point, he just popped them both. He gets the Sheriff out and secures the kill. I love that. You mentioned it, prepared, and he executed it. All he had to do was throw them all off, and he would get 1, and that's what he did. They end up capturing the round off the back off of that, but now they're finally, they put themselves back around. They're slowed down Big, just a little bit. Big was starting to pick up some momentum. They still have enough finances to buy this round, next round, and potentially even the round after it if they do lose a couple. But you really don't want to be put onto match point here. So look out Big, trying to secure as many rounds, as many little adventures as they can to make sure that they bring themselves back here in this map number 2.
Yeah, definitely not possible. I mean, I don't really have to sound like a broken record that it's not really over until you hit that 13-point scoreline. So now we're just observing how Big is really trying to counteract the defense and the prowess that has been provided by Arcadia Celestial. So they do have good eyes set inside of lobby. Yort with the operator. He's trying to peek towards, I believe that is going to be Goliaths, but not really making movement just yet. The rest of Big, however, already in Seaside. It will be Absidy catching a little bit of them, but they will be running, potentially going towards A here.
Well,
It's almost
going to have a little bit of a look, but they're not going to know that one's down.
Oh,
The shot. Oh, that was a huge chance there. It's going to lose the roll. That's going to come in and knock him out. But they're going to try and go down long. Japachi gets 1, but he can't find himself a second one. There's still 1 left on point. The daze is now over. And Yort finds the kill as soon as he's been on daze. But now he's flashed. He's losing all his senses right here. But one sense he hasn't lost is the taste of blood as he continues to killing people left, right, and center. Goliath is the last one left. He picks up the spike, but they're about to swing on into him from multiple angles. At least he's got the Seekers and he knows where they're coming from. So this is going to be very useful as they're going to group on up, use the buddy system, and take it on towards Goliath. But who will come out on top here as Goliath is looking to get aggressive. He gets pulled in from the black hole. What a great little thought that came in. He gets the spray on 1, but he can't get on the second one. That was a good prediction from that Astra.
Yeah, it was ambitious, honestly, and I don't really blame Absidy for placing the star in that position because usually the tendency is if you know that you are outnumbered, you like to play a little bit more aggressive just to try and catch a pick. So for sure at that play, it was Goliath was sure that there is someone coming off from A lane. So he tried to catch a head, did get 1, but of course the refrag was ready, it was set up, so it was definitely winnable for them, but that is going to be match point granted towards the side of Arcadia at least. So they have this chance to seal the deal and push this game into Breeze, which is going to be quite refreshing. You know, Breeze, the beautiful landscape of the beach and fresh air, I suppose. So good tunes as well.
Definitely some good tunes coming on the Breeze. But we're not done yet. Big's not over. They've put themselves a lockdown that they can run around. And where they want to use it, usually you try and use it over at the A side, occasionally at the C. They look at it mid here. I'm not sure if this is the most optimal use of a lockdown. It could potentially catch their opponents off guard. But that Killjoy is so far back off the side. I really hope that they do not lose this game without using these big named utilities to secure them at least some opening here on this map. They're stuck at the moment in this middle side of the map with everything locked down. Yort's going to be looking for 1. He goes for the shot, doesn't get it. At least they know where the operator is. He relocates and he's still playing a very aggressive and tight angle here into Garage. Yort's not going to leave this. He is not afraid at all.
Yeah, honestly, that's the thing with holding Garage here, and finally Freaks will be going down. Shot off from Yort. Go to the fault line, heading towards the side of Kizu here, but will not hit him just yet. And honestly, they're making a lot of noise in mid. It's literally Big wants the side of Arcadia to know that they are situated there. So now they are keen. They're
30
quite
seconds
concentrated
left.
here in B side as well as Garage. And it's big, slowly creeping their way towards A side. But again, they have to play this really carefully. They know how much these Killjoy traps have given them a major setback. And I mean, if anything, the Nanoswarm has granted the side of Arcadia multiple kills already. So we are going to be seeing to become one here, you know, setting up a couple of the stars right now towards Heaven and A-Link. It will be the Cosmic Divide as well to try and stop them from entering, but the Nanoswarm does its job perfectly, and I don't think there's no time. That's it! That's it! They won the game! And great job for the utils used there. My god.
Yusuke, there was a lot of things that was questionable at that round. I mean, I don't like to point out the flaws, but they went down middle, they used a lot of utility, they got nothing out of it. You lost a Jet at Garage. They decided to back off. They went over to the another site to try and take it. They didn't really use any more utility because they didn't have it there. They didn't really use the lockdown effectively because I can't answer that. It just seems like after the tech pause, the momentum that they started to gain a little bit, their minds just got clouded and they let Arcadia kind of clean sweep it. But you know what the good thing about this is? Game number 3.
Yeah, honestly, still a lot of things that could happen in Breeze. And I really love what I'm seeing in the stat sheet so far in terms of the econ rating for, well, I mean, it's congested right now. It's not the full report because again, we did have some tech issues, but you know, just from the performance over at the half, we do see Yort just leading the charge for side of Arcadia. Unfortunately, it was not enough because I'd like to say that when it came to playing the objective, the side of Arcadia just did it so much better compared to Big here. They were a little bit lost, if I'm to be honest, and even they did though have that breach on their aid. I didn't really see much of an impact from the Rolling Thunder. The fault line kind of did make some wonders, but you know you have to make use of his ultimate. It's literally a groundbreaker, and if anything, it should grant you at least 1 or 2 kills and stun your opponent. So I haven't seen any place where they tried to stop a plant from it, sadly, or try push back the opponents before entering a site. So I think that's what was lacking from Altero from that place. So Arcadia just took advantage of that. It was their map pick. No surprise that they were able to have a strong start, and at least they didn't repeat what happened in Icebox. So we're gonna head into Breeze.
Yeah, and with that, we'll be going to a short little break, so stay tuned because we'll be back shortly with map number 3 of our bronze medal matchup.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prominence Crown Cup of Valorant. I'm Yusuke, joined with this wall once more. And we're going to head into map number 3 for our bronze matchup. This is between Arcadia Celestial and Big Gaming in Indonesia. We've had a thriller of games earlier for Game 1 and Game 2, Icebox and Haven, respectively. But now we're going to head over to Breeze, where it's, the thunder of tropics, if anything. And you said it earlier, baseball, but you actually like casting in Breeze because of how chaotic it is.
I absolutely love it. I mean, especially when the first map came out, everyone avoided it like the plague. They still avoid it like the plague, as well as Fracture. But when we do get it, because someone's got to catch it every once in a while, we get this a lot
Right.
of fun because a lot of these sites, they're so open, they're so wide. A lot of utility. Let's say your Brim, your Viper. Your Viper's probably the best one. Your Jet. Gotta try and lock down these sight lines, but there's only so many positions you can lock down on a site. But there's still the other half of the site that's just completely visible to wherever you go. And that's what I absolutely love, that it comes down to a lot of your mechanical capabilities because there's only so much utility can use on this map. It does create openings, and that's what all utility should do, but you're more reliant on how well you can aim than what other maps are. It makes it a lot harder for agents such as Killjoy because your Nano Swarm, you can't find a spot to put that because there's usually 4, 5, maybe even 6 spots to throw a plant down, and you can't just sneakily grab that kill unless you're trying to play some little bit of chaos, maybe in Hall or trying to cut them off an elbow. I don't know, but and I guess that's what we're kind of seeing here. I guess we're seeing a KO. KO is more of that aim taking capability. The hero, you see the Viper's still a bit obvious. I do hope we see that chamber though. But anyway, that's enough. I love Breeze. I'm just I'm
It's
happy.
okay. It's lovely. You're passionate about this map. Honestly, it's refreshing, I guess, to say the least. And yeah, you
Yeah,
did
because I think
mention.
you hate it, don't you?
I don't entirely hate it, but when I queue with my friends on Breeze, they always want to dodge it. But I like it because I take it as a challenge. I personally love playing Chamber on this map, KO as well, because of how wide it is and just the ability and how flexible it can be to traverse from bridge and just immediately run over to mid. And you actually do have an opening from mid to see over at B site as well. So that's what I like. You have these little crooks and nannies to make some magic happen. And I guess that's one of the beauties we have in these types of maps, that these players make an opportunity out of something that doesn't look like it could. But it is going to be game number 3, do or die. Are we going to be seeing a reverse sweep? Is Arcadia Celestial going to come out on top, or will Big Gaming get out of this rut and finally take the W for our bronze matchup? It's gonna be one heck of a banger, at least this one, and I'm really excited to see how this one will end.
Yeah, it's all laid on the line at the moment. A little bit of an interesting thing is seeing that Viper over the A side on defense. Usually you might see that rocked over the B because it's such a wide site that you can shut that down. You can control it quite well in the single entry point. A side's a little bit harder, especially where he's put that wall. There's going to be completely locked at the front, but you can counter wall this very easily and sneak your way in. So it could be the case. They're going to be chasing down through halls, and we might be seeing a little bit of a push coming in. It's going to be protected by, well, no one anymore. He's backed off. He's given it up as now the chase is coming on out. Chapachi finds himself one. El Toro goes on down. Actually, Chapachi doesn't get one at all. It is Vayday. And that's actually one thing to point out to all of you viewers. There's a little bit of an issue for the count. Vayday is now 2 become 1. So don't be fooled. That is still Vayday rocking on that Viper.
He's just relaxing right now. He probably just said, skin swap. Like, I don't like my skins anymore. Can I just borrow someone's account for skins? But, well, I don't think that's going to change his gameplay. However, Freaks will be getting yorked out of the way here in Hall as the rest of Arcadia heading into the side. It will be 3 attackers up against 4 defenders. Take note, however, Goliath is quite low on health here. Will toss 0 points over towards, just beside the pillar towards the entrance of main. Will not find anyone just yet. And these new changes are definitely very impactful to how teams approach B site. And just like that, it was easy for the side of Arcadia to completely take over the map. And the addition of that box next to the wall and this additional pillar towards the side of backside, that definitely changes things for the attackers, as we saw in that previous gameplay. It kind of gave them a little bit more of an advantage because it was so defender-sided at some point.
So now it's finally, even for both of these sides.
Yeah, it's a really great point you bring up. It's not a huge change. It's just enough to just
Yep.
slightly modify a single sideline and reinforce a wall. And that is enough that allows even attackers to take advantage of it, where previously defenders would have a lot of room to move around and try and work the site against the opponent because they have such a huge area they need to cover to secure the site. But just that enough change gives a little bit of coverage. And, well, we're seeing another slow round coming from Arcadia. They are just taking their time and because they've taken their time, Goliath, he's in the middle of nowhere, in my opinion, over at Cave there. He's got a little bit of support. He's facing the wrong way, hoping that he's going to get protected. There's a huge stack, but unfortunately for them, the offense is not going towards the stack. They're going to be breaking through the lines over near the B side as they get prepared to attack Elbow.
Oh man, this is a good position from Kilo. At least, look at that. None of the attackers even bothered to check window and the trigger control. Oh my god, yes! One at least, and my god, that was a moment right there. Literally faced with death, sacrificing himself for the team, and worked well. Almost got the second frag with the short. You probably didn't get completely close enough, but it will level things out 4-4 at least. As the side of Big will be converging towards B site. You do have two members coming off from Arch, one in Tunnel, and you've got Goliaths coming in from the Snake. And will be greeted by Cortez, but will win that fight. It will be City to take him out. However, it will be 3-day. Anyone left for the retake will be spotted somehow by the guiding light. This wall, and I think this round may very well just go to the side of Arcadia once more.
So we're seeing Yort be very comfortable right now. He picked up a Vandal in round 2 with some light armor. If that is not confidence, I'm not sure what is. 2 become 1, or I should say Vayde is going to be able to pick himself off here because, well, he wants that extra little funds rolling into his account and not too worried about that kill count here on this map. As now they're going to be picking up some firepower going up against actually 2 Vandals. Kizu decides he's going to purchase some weaponry, and oh, this might catch their opponents off guard if more of his weapons keep getting picked on up from Arcadia. They're not going to go all the way in, but they've got to be careful not to spend too much because they could be in a little bit of trouble coming up next. However, it is all now into the hands of Big. They need to make sure to capitalize on this round. If they lose this one, it's going to be similar to what map number 2 was. Arcadia is going to grab the momentum, and when they have the momentum, that is when they operate best. They're not a team that comes from behind. If they lose the momentum, they usually fall behind, but if they keep the momentum, then, well, they got a 100% chance to win, 70% chance of the time. I can't remember the meme.
Well, it's right, it's somewhere up there. Meme Lords, help us out if you could, but well, it's still somehow level ground for both these teams here, and I guess it's good that Celestial did have the advantage to take this pick, because now they're performing exceedingly well compared to Icebox. It's like that team completely left the face of this earth and moved over to another planet, but Refrag's coming in hot here towards A site, just over to the right side of the pyramid. You do have Goliath, however, still watching this angle towards mid, and it will be 3 defenders up against 4. Take note, you do have Kilo all the way in B in case a rotate might happen, but I really like what Cortez is doing right now. Just creeping towards Hall. Might even see El Terror. If timing permits it, is Luck on his side. No, El Terror will win that to even things out 3-on-3 these wall.
Goliath is really lucky to get away with his life. He got scanned out past the wall, and they were spraying through, unable to find the kill. He's been able to keep alive, and that could be very crucial coming up because it means it's still 3 versus 3 as the fight starts to happen. They're coming up towards pyramids, and now Goliath is moving on forward. His life was spared before. Can he find a kill for it? Yes, he can. So because they missed out 1 kill, he's doing huge work here. He gets a great flash, and he forces them back even further. He's creating a lot of room for his teammate to get in and start defusing. They're going to try and lock down the door. Killer, can he do it? Yes, he can. They get the defuse too. All the work, teamwork is enough to make the dream work.
Oh man, that's a statement in itself, honestly, and that's the thing with Valorant. It's a very wonderful team-based game, you know. That's why it kind of disheartens me when I do see certain players try and bring down their teammates. I mean, for God's sakes, do you want to win the game or not? Like, this isn't a social game, guys. It's FPS. What are you doing?
Yeah, sometimes saying nothing at all can be a lot more positive for your team.
Yeah,
than
surprisingly.
other words you need to throw out there.
Exactly. So You know, we do see our fair share of teams getting frustrated with each other, but they work it out. That's why you need a mediator in there. That's why you need an IGL that's level-headed, you know, in case like a fight does break out, and hopefully it doesn't. They will be able to douse the flames and let everyone know that, okay, guys, come on, we're still in the game. This is what you're supposed to do. We have to do this like right now. If you don't, just stop being a crybaby. We have to make things work, things like that. So it's nice to give them some tough love every now and then. So
I'd feel in the middle of a match, just like, to be a crybaby, you know.
sorry. Like just imagine someone burst into like a ball of tears just because they didn't get like their ace or something. Like, yeah, I doubt we'd see that in LAN, but you know, maybe it happens behind the scenes because most of these things do happen online. But
Just throw the
anyways,
game. I'm done. I wanted that
please
ace
don't.
come out.
Imagine dodging in a tournament. I'm sorry, yes. This is too much. Oh, this is too much worry about that. Anyways.
Nice little Viper's Pit's going to be able to lock down the entirety of the hall, give them the upper advantage, at least in terms of height, as Japachi and Yort are able to secure 2 more kills, opening up the side, allowing them to spike on down, and creating a nice little advantage against their opponent. No one's coming up top, so they have to go around these sideways. So they've limited their opponents to come through 2 avenues, and well, one of them is opened straight on up for Big as they found themselves a kill. Flash comes through, but Freak says, no, I'm not dealing with that, runs through the smoke, avoids it completely, sees a rotation, his teammate protects him on the side, and there's so many kills coming in from Big. All of a sudden, they were 2 down, and now they're 1 up. They're finding kills left, right, and center, working together, they throw the lockdown, and they should be able to get this defuse. They can just hold this. Uh-oh, he's holding. Oh, he didn't get the tick! Oh no!
Man, that was a great job for Jetpachi, honestly. Didn't make an effort to try and get out of the lockdown. I think he kind of read Kilu's playstyle, and you know, I did talk about this in Haven. I mean, Kilu has had some amazing shutdowns as a Sentinel, and he's very aggressive when he plays, honestly.
Yep.
The time to just sit next to the lockdown. It's like, you know, like the lockdown's behind me. I'm gonna go find some targets, see what happens, but there's a crucial mistake. Unfortunately, did not check that corner. Might have been a little bit of miscommunication, if anything, because one of his teammates was on the right-hand portion of the pyramid. So maybe he thought his teammate cleared that, and, you know, that caused them to lose the round, but still good effort coming off from Arcadia to win that against, well, all odds, coming in 3-2-1. But it's a new round, a little bit of a reset here in terms of the buys. It's going to be quite the save for Big, so they might play a little bit aggressive, and they're playing with a lot of shorties, honestly. I didn't expect this in Breeze, but somehow they make it work.
I love myself a little bit of a shorty, but Freaks is going to be coming up against Yort here. Yort doesn't let these ones go away. He's got himself one. He'll probably find himself a second one very shortly, as there is just a Goliath hiding around the corner with the shorty.
Oh dear.
Oh no, he actually gets him! And they've found themselves 2. They've taken control of the middle of the map. They found themselves some weapons, and they are now fully armed up to deal with their opponent now hidden over the A side. They might have themselves a wall, but Big Gaming has themselves, you know, plenty of firepower. They've got themselves a Hulk, basically.
I know, but you know, we've seen this in the previous round. I mean, 4-3, and still Arcadia wins against, well, everything being thrown at them. But let's see, Kizu greeted by Kilu, the key bros. It will be Kizu winning this little sibling rivalry, however. It will be Greedy at least trying to get the virus bit that will provide an ample amount of cover, but if that owl drone tags someone, and I think it does, they should be able to stop the defuse, and good job. It'll be the Hunter's Fury as well. Actually cancels the Hunter's Fury, and oh my god, his crosshair is on point! How are they doing that? And wow! What a way to end that round. Kizu, absolute mastery. And I think the placement of the spike is what got them to win that round. I mean, they didn't really have a choice to defuse it from any other angle, so wow, that's just some immortal level thinking right there, honestly. I could never.
I'm just shocked, like, they
How did that work?
Yeah, they got the very quick first tick on the defuse. Fantastic. They got the Viper's Pit up to lock down and try and destroy the sightlines. Wonderful. Yeah, I'm thinking, okay, Arcadia Celestials, they're going to lose this round. They can't possibly come back from this. Suddenly, they do. They use great utility. Even the Hunter's Fury got cancelled. I'm like, okay, that's done. There's no way you'll win it. They did everything to make me think, okay, they can't do it. But they still pulled through. And a lot of it was just great communication. They were shooting through. They were calling their shots. They were even tagging with a spiker. Even something little as that. Sometimes you do it, sometimes you don't. You should do it more often than not because it's gonna help you out. But what's not helping out at the moment is Freaks finding a kill over mid, but luckily you've still got your own Jet alive, and well, Arcadia Celestials, They are just on fire right now.
I mean, I'm not blaming them. Breeze is it's a tropical climate, my friend, and honestly, it's only rain or shine. So right now, it is shining for them. And 1-4, a strong lead they've showed us so far. And if anything, Breeze and Icebox are usually the maps that are difficult to try and make a comeback happen. But Big Gaming actually does have the skill set to make it happen. So still not out for the count here. It will be 2 become 1. That's actually bring their mass there, but oh my goodness, we'll go down immediately. 3 versus 3 situation, these well.
Fede was doing great. He was just dancing around the pill. He always gets a sneak kill. It delays the plant just a little bit. And it's now starting to open up the map a little bit. But as I say that, well, the rotation coming through tunnels not going to be there. But Altera is going to try to equal it up a bit. The Seekers are going to find the information of where those defenders are. This should help out. But where is Kizu? It doesn't matter because Killu's dead. Leaving it up to Altera. And they're going to try and fight this one out, but Jepachi says, I do not need help. I'll get the 4K done and dusted all by myself. The rest of you can go take a seat on the bench.
Oh, man. It's always nice to see these, you know, Starlight players come out of nowhere. And in terms of the frags and impact players, I mean, I've had my eyes set on Jetpachi since earlier, but he was playing quite slow for first 2 maps, and now I think we're finally seeing him warm up a bit. You know, the technical pause probably got to them a bit more, so, you know, if anything, they got more motivated to perform better and excel at the agent they're set on using. But now 1-5 scoreline, it's really good. Absidy with a kill onto Freaks towards Elbow. Really, really good job to try and seclude that as well. It might be a little bit of a problem because V-Day is still inside of the site. Toxic screen to their arsenal as well, as the recon bot will be shot down, but they know he's there.
A bit strange there, Freaks. He had his daggers out, he had the crosshair lined up, but it just looked like he took quite a long time to react that someone was actually in front of him there, an Elbow, and he's going to lose his life. It is an eco round, and while we're in this little bit of a downtime, because we expect Arcadia Celestials to win it unless something ridiculous happens, Freaks is just not where he should be. We've been seeing him do real well. Map 1, map 2. At the moment, he's 2 for 7, and he's kind of struggling to get anything in this map. I mean, he doesn't even have an assist, so he either gets a tad whiff of a kill, but then the rest of it, he's not really doing too much.
Oh, man. Well, as you say that, a lot of kills coming out from Big here. Cortez at least to get Altera out of the way. And it will be up to V-Day to try and clutch it. Does have information someone is stuck in mid. Will take the spy cam out of the way. 6 bullets left. Already going for a reload just yet. Wants to stay quiet. Kizu does have the drone and will spot V-Day. Information will be translated towards our Cypher. Cortez. They're playing a little bit of a back and forth here. He's quite low in health. 4 bullets left. I mean, you only need 1 to kill someone, but Kizu says, nope, not today. And 1-6, Arcadia Celestial on a rampage as soon as they landed here on Breeze.
Vayday becomes the mummy in the pyramids. He was just trapped. He couldn't go anywhere, and the hunt was on. Eventually, he gets, I was going to say crucified, but I think mummified is probably the best word to use at the A site. And I can't believe that almost happened. I was like, the round's done. Let's just chat casually. All of a sudden, just kills with the sheriffs everywhere. But now we've got some firepower in the hands of Big. Again, they were able to capitalize upon it last time when they had firepower. They need to make it happen here because they're bleeding rounds. They're bleeding economy. They can't keep this up any further. The morale is starting to take a hit. When you continually lose round after round, you start to think, is there anything I can actually do in this match? And you really need to close that thought out, find yourself around, and just turn it back. But Freaks, he's trying to do that here. He's getting flashed up quite heavily up at halls as they're trying to push forward onto him. But that operator should lock down those 2 agents. They shouldn't be able to get through those doors anytime soon.
Oh god. Well, to say that, Jetpachi going down immediately here in Hall, and Kizu with the shock bot as well. Capitalize on that kill. It will be a 4 versus 3 situation. Arcadia, only 2 left now after that kill from Goliath to Cortez. Kizu looking towards bridge, and an unsuspecting Freaks goes down, and again, time and time, it is the side of Arcadia making the impossible happen. Hunter's Fury will be set out to try and stop a plant, but
30
El
seconds
Terror
left.
a little bit wasted ult there. Not really finding a target, unfortunately. I guess one of the good things with the Hunter's Fury, it does act like a sort of recon as well, because when you tag someone, they kind of highlight for a split second.
Yep.
But Viper's Pit is going to completely just hinder them from sights right now. Goliath's with the 0 point towards the enemies. He doesn't know they're there yet, but Chocolate might confirm it. Flick does not go towards a crack, but City to finish the round. And once again, the Swall, the side of Arcadia, winning a clutch 1-7.
Man, it was beautiful. You saw, I'm not sure if you saw it, but I saw it. Freaks had an operator shot lined up. The head appeared of Vayday. But you know what? There was so much support swinging around, checking these angles. They came in to help him out on the side of pyramids and saved not only Vayday, but the round. They got the man advantage back towards them. They found the weapons, they found the position, and then what could Big do? They were suddenly kind of caught in no man's land, fell down to the strength and might of Arcadia Celestials. Like at the moment, they're flying high in heaven, and I don't believe the Celestials can be taken down.
And I mean, it's in the name themselves, and you know, Big Gaming, as far as they kind of made things work, and they could have sealed the deal in Haven. Maybe took a little bit of a mental toll with the comeback in Icebox, so they might be a little bit tired. Some wear and tear coming in towards their performance here, but you know, Arcadia just relentless right now. They're still playing as if it was their last game, and it technically is, but show us exactly how it should be done. Never give up and do what you can to try and seal that W. It will be Obsidian getting the spike down at least, and it will be a 4 versus 4 situation. A little bit more preferable towards the side of Arcadia this time around as well.
Oh, a lot of damage coming out from that Killjoy's Nano Swarm, doing a bit of jet, kind of force them back off the walls to get them into a little bit of a off angle. Opens up for the rest of the defense. It's not going to help out as Absidy is going to pick up one, as Cortez is going to find himself a second, almost a third, as, well, they're all just dead anyway. Almost every single person gets a kill on the side of Arcadia Celestials. They're sharing the love around.
Yeah, like, why are we still casting? They're just killing everyone. What's the point? You know what I mean? But, I mean...
We're just, we're in it for the highlight reels.
Exactly. We're just adding a little bit of spice and seasoning, you know, to a already well-done steak, you know, things like that. Just a little bit of sauce on your cheese, things like that. But, well, anyways, 1-8 scoreline. Very much probable from the side of Arcadia here to make it a 1-11. And if they do, then that's going to be... completely difficult. 100% for a big game that makes that magic happen. But playing this one a bit more aggressive here. They're getting 2 kills right off the bat. Patchy to refrag, however.
This is where Arcadia Celestials shine. When they're behind, they somehow manage to keep getting enough kills to win the round. So I'm not even feeling worried for Arcadia right now. This is where they're strongest as they start to push on site. Killer is waiting at the back of corner. The Nano Swarm's going to go down. It's going to stop them from rotating in, and Killer's going to use it to try and pop around the corner. And he peeks at the correct time. Cortez was looking away as he came around the corner of the chest. Usually you want to use your eyes to check the corner, but he's using the back of his head. And speaking of the back of the head, Absidy's going to get one. He's going to be revealed. They know location he is, as they're going to try and push up on him and keep a little bit of distance. They throw the owl drone in. It's not going to get the knowledge they require. But Absidy, we've seen him do it before. He's going for it here. He's got 40 seconds to find 2, Yuski.
And dropped his health down to 69. That's nice, but well. 1-on-2.
30 seconds left.
Nobody moving at all. And this is good because Big Gaming knows that didn't leave yet. And oh my lord, Absidy might actually get the 4K on this one. Oh, real close attempt there, but Goliaths to win the round at least. 2-8. Good difference. They're trying to climb to a 4-8 scoreline, which is definitely so much better than 1-11 or a 2-10. So that was a good job for Arcadia to almost wipe out the team of Big Gaming, and that's what you try to do at least. If you can't win the round, try to completely just take their roster out one by one. And you can see it in their economy right now. I mean, in terms of the buys, Big is in trouble if they don't win this one. They are going to be forced to save next round, and this might turn the score into a 3-9. It's very, very possible. But Viper's Pit is going to be pushed towards A. D-Swall, it is a full force attack right now coming in from Big, even though they're on defenders.
Yeah, you may have won the round, but have you won the war is the question. Because that economy is really useful, especially when you're coming from behind. You need to save as much as you can. And, well, they've started the round getting another first blood. I just feel like Big is always getting the first bloods here in this match, but they're just unable to capitalize on the little openings that they find. Arcadia, though, they're splitting up across the map. Green Hall and Yort says, well, we'll equalize it fairly well. They knew someone was looming around in the distance, and they're going to be able to get that one up as they make their way to the back of site. The teams, well, they've changed locations, and this is going to be a little bit of an awkward hold, especially for Killer. He's got trouble coming in from every which direction.
And he doesn't know it yet, but it's coming in fast. Jetpatchy spots him and one tap to the face. That is going to be the rest of her utilities disabled inside of the site. The neural theft will be popped in as well. Side of Arcadia has information as to where the last 3 members of Big Gaming is. It will be Goliaths creeping their way towards Tunnel. I like how proactive we're seeing Yort here, you know, getting ahead of the gun, heading towards Nest to try and find a target. The guy will confirm someone is in Tunnel. And look at this pick. Good job. Wait a minute. Get the kill. What are you doing? You're embarrassing me, Yort. Come on, make something happen here. Oh my god, come on, Yort. You were supposed to get that kill. And now Goliath knows that someone is there. And, well, where do I say my resignation letter?
This is
I'm
where
just kidding.
You're lagging.
I'm kidding. It's okay. I mean, Arcadia won that round, but that was a bit embarrassing for me. But, right? Moving on. Carry on. That's round over. Yes.
So, at least for Big Gaming, they've picked up 2 rounds. I'm not going to be able to pick up a 3rd one unless the miracle happens on here on this eco. They just need to use this round to take a breather, take a break. I'm surprised they haven't called a timeout just to try and slow and stop the momentum of their opponents and just kind of think what they need to adjust to change how they approach these rounds. Because at the moment, on defense, the way they're approaching it is just not working. They may need to just do some unorthodox plays where they just stack everyone onto a site and try and take a 5-man fight or 5-man retake, because it's really split up on their defense. I feel like they're going to have a lot stronger offense because the offense really allows you to coordinate your attack. You're going to have more bodies to put onto a point, and you're going to be in that cohesive nature. Defense is a lot harder because you have to coordinate multiple fronts at once and try and understand how you're going to rotate to it. But this round's starting to progress. They are starting to stack the A site, and like I said, this stacking could work in their favor.
That's the thing with stacks, honestly. I mean, you take advantage of the bodies you have there, and that's exactly what Yort attempted to do. And oh my god, D-Day gets the kill. That's gonna stop the plant at least. Is this gonna be a 3 versus 4 situation? Still enough time for Jetpatchy to get that spike down, but the Seekers are rolling in left and right. And I don't know what those are, but they look like jellyfish to me. But in the Philippines, we call those things flying cabbages. So that's a fun fact for you. But it will be Elter, the only one left. Gets 1, fails to get a 2nd, and that's round over. 2-10 for the half.
See, in Australia, we just call them another thing that can kill us. Because
Like,
we have...
wait, what?
We
Wait a minute.
have 2 different kinds of jellyfish that can kill you over here. One's the box jellyfish and one's the blue ring jellyfish. Both of them are quite deadly if they touch you. So, yeah, just think. If you think something's cute and cuddly, in Australia, it's probably going to kill you.
You're telling me there are variations of those things?
Yeah, there definitely is.
Well, I'm speechless. Yeah, that's fun. Yeah, my cousins are Australian, but I'm scared to set foot in that land. But you know, I admire the gifts you have given us to the world. Specifically, Chris Hemsworth, the Hemsworth Bros. I'm just kidding.
I mean,
I'm just kidding.
I can appreciate beauty, and
yes, of course. I know. Like they're just modeled so beautifully. Of course, you have the legendary Steve Irwin and everything. So, you know, he makes me not that afraid of animals, at least, you know. But speaking of animals, there's a lot of them right now in Breeze, and they are in the form of these agents. And 2-10 scoreline, Goliaths will go down. Great set from Cortez with the trap wire.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I mean, he's put them into his own little pen. He's herded them up like sheep, and now he's going to start rounding them together because all the shepherds are coming in from every direction right now. The only direction they don't have is elbow, and they're going to be watching out for Vayday because he could make a huge difference in this attack right now. But, well, Yort's there.
Nope. Yort said no. Oh my god.
too close for comfort there as Jet
remaining.
Patty kills El Terror. And man, just a good exchange right now coming off from the side of Arcadia. They're doing significantly well to bag this one in the books, honestly. And they've performed well on the pistol since Haven. And now they've brought it over to Breeze. And they are translating that very, very perfectly. Now there's a very good chance for them to win this round as well. They usually like to go for the buys in the second round, and that's exactly what they will be doing. But it's a counterattack from Big as well, because they will also be purchasing some armaments for their use. 2-11 scoreline, and Arcadia just turning things around. They definitely took that Icebox game to heart, and they said, yeah, no. No. We want it.
Third place today.
Yep. Not today.
Beautiful flash come down to elbow. A second one comes on in, but Obsidian cannot use it to
Oh
his
my
advantage.
lord.
And neither can the Jet Patchy. The side is open again. The pen has swung on in. The sheep are coming back out to play. But what can Arcadia do? They are the shepherds. They do have some weapons, but their opponents have the same amount of strength as what they do at the moment. These sheep are starting to run wild. They're trying to come back in. They've pulled out the horns and they're trying to turn themselves into some rams. What can they do here as Arcadia Celestials? They're taking their time to get back on point here. Maybe a little bit too much time before they start to panic.
Good reaction right now. Coming off from the Jet here. Freaks to get Kizu out of the way. It will be 2 defenders up against 5 attackers. And even though Goliath did get a little bit flash there, still gets the kill. Yort to get a frag. Tries to get a second. Oh my god. Attempts the knife, but it's not gonna work for him. And Kilu will finish off the job there. 3-11. And that's good proactiveness coming off from Big, and they needed that, most especially because if they lost that one this round, they would have gone for a save, and you know, who knows what could have happened if the match point was going over towards the side of Arcadia. But nevertheless, good job for them to switch up their tempo instead of, you know, splitting up. We did notice they moved together as a unit, as Sky says, towards B main, and that's how they got 2 easy kills. And you know, if you outnumber the defenders, it should be relatively easy for you to win the round. But Arcadia's doing the same strategy right now in all these one.
Yort is going to be searching for one. I don't think Vayday is going to expect something so far up. But Yort throws out the utility, almost gets punished for it. And Vayday though, he gets himself one. Can't find himself anymore, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Going to give a little bit of weapon over. The economy is a bit weird at the moment as both teams are trying to scramble to find themselves some weapons. The strongest player in the game is Goliath, so keep an eye on him with his Vandal. He needs to try and make some room for the rest of his team. Freaks, however, is able to do just that with his Spectre. It gets up close and personal and likes to show his opponents exactly what skin he is running, as he's still chasing down the last 2 players. He's done a lot of damage. That's given a lot of space to his allies, but what are these allies really doing? They're still standing so far back, weren't really helping him out there. This should be a spike that explodes, but they can't lose too much here.
Yeah, they really don't want to lose too much, but like if we are going to be looking at the health coming off the side of Arcadia, they are very low on that, and I think they will opt to just die with Spike to get some additional credits. Kizu will unfortunately fall down to Kilu, so that is going to be the key bro sibling rivalry, if anything. I don't even know if they know each other, but it's very comical. But
I don't know, it works perfectly. Like, ever since you announced it in map number 1, I'm just like, I'm rooting for this rivalry.
yeah, if honestly we could just have the stats of how much they killed each other, that would be so fun. But yeah, it's nice that they got to meet each other during a tournament, and you know, it's definitely one of those moments, like, let's say you queue up with like someone in unrated or something, and let's say your name is like my queen, and then someone's called like my king, like, oh my god, what the hell? Like, Valorant really be doing God's work and everything. But anyways, speaking of God's work, Arcadia doing what they can right now with the help of the Divines. Shockball towards the entrance of Cave. It will be 0 points removed immediately, and Kizu, absolutely amazing aim. Look at him taking out almost every single utility being thrown at him, and will be throwing them a shockbolt as well. Cortez with really good kills, and Jetpachi as well. And this is looking like trouble for Big, these one.
They just weren't prepared for that cyber case before. Now, once it fell down, you just saw Cortez is like, oh, hello, free kills. And they just grabbed himself a couple, did some damage, and then all of a sudden, everyone on Big was just dead because the rest of the team collapsed in on them. So, we're coming up to match point. This is not only match point, but series point for the Bronze. This is going to be very hard mountain to climb for Big to get back into this game. Arcadia, they're just looking so wonderful in this map, and even at the end of the last map, it's just continued on. They're just unstoppable. They're on a roll. They're coming down from Mount Olympus after seeing Zeus, and they're on a mission to strike every opponent down.
I think they got a little bit of help from Poseidon as well, because, Breeze is surrounded by a body of water that's quite, grand-wise, if anything. But anyways, 4-12. We've seen this song before, but is it gonna have the same ending? It will be the lockdown, pushed up by Big Gaming. This is a do or die. They are gonna have to win this one. So far, they're not making an entry inside of the site, but look at the proactivity coming off from Arcadia. You do have Jet Patchy and Absidy creeping up behind them. I don't think there's much anti-flag set up. Your freaks will fall down. Kizu with really important kills as well. Cortez, and that's it. It's gonna be Kill, the only one left. Can he make something happen? But no, Cortez with an amazing job of a Sentinel 2 defense, and that is gonna be the series for side Arcadia Celestials. These wall, an amazing showdown between these two.
Oh, what a series. We'd seen everything thrown out. I mean, we saw everything tonight. We saw an extended tech pause. We saw aces. We saw an ace with a double kill, a collateral, and a kill to follow it up. We've seen unbelievable skill. It's very hard to sum up. The only thing we could really say is congratulations to Arcadia Celestials. You managed to grab yourself third in this tournament. There were 64 teams. That is not a small number of teams, and to finish third, you've got to be proud, and the same thing's got to be said to their opponents, Big. You've played well throughout the entire tournament to get this far, get into the map number 3 of such a strong tournament with strong lineups of players and teams.
Yeah, and honestly, you said it yourself. It's fantastic how we have so many amount of teams, participate in these types of tournaments. And it may just be a community tournament and such, but at the end of the day, you think that that's how strong the Valorant community is in terms
Yeah.
of the Asia Pacific region. And of course, we do have teams coming in from different countries, and of course, we do have some of them come like from the Philippine region, the Indonesian region. We also have some coming in from the Malaysian Singapore region. So it's fantastic that we do have these tournaments available that are outside of the Valorant Champions Tour. And it's a chance, as Prominence Gaming said themselves, that this is the place if you guys, want to meet other streamers and pro players that are looking to get a head start into the Valorant community. So it's great that they cater not only to a certain part of the Asia Pacific region, but they also cater to multiple teams and people from different backgrounds. So it doesn't
Yeah.
really matter if you're a beginner or advanced or whatnot. Everyone's just willing to share the knowledge they have, especially when it comes to tournaments, which is fantastic. But at the end of the day, I just want to say as well that it's not only the winners of this tournament that can win something. We still have an active giveaway going on. So all you guys have to do is like and share the stream right now, whether you're on Facebook or YouTube. Please make sure that your settings are public so that we can see that you actually share the stream. And you guys have to be watching until we draw the winners, because of course, it's like you go into class and then you just turn off the audio and do what you do. Yeah, that's not how it works around here, guys. You actually have to be present. And thankfully, we do appreciate your support for everything you've done for us for the Crown Cup. Especially, this would not be possible without the players, the production, and of course our viewers. But it's not yet the end of the day, these wall. We still have our grand finals that will be coming up very, very soon. But give us a little bit of a refresh. Who are we going to be seeing for the grand finals?
So our two teams are the big hard hitters that we saw last night. GBP Esports versus NERX. Their players Nagas, Latham, Butterfly, Anyi, and Sal will be taking on King Kappa, Ditto, Klops, Limitado, NERX, or potentially Wood Tesla. It depends on which one of the fifth player takes over the role there. And I can't wait to find out the maps, because these two teams have just played. They played unbelievably last night. They won 2-0. They won it comfortably, and they really showed us the strength and the communication of their teams. But with that said, I think we may be going to a very short break. Actually, I don't think it's a short break. I think it might be a little bit longer break, because we do have to get some time to get our players into the lobby, give our production break a little bit of a breather. I mean, they deserve some love too. So make sure to show your love in chat for our production team, because as Yusuke said, they've done a wonderful job. They're admin in the tournament. They're looking after all of you there in chat. They've got so many roles. We just get the fun. We get to watch. How great's that?
I know, and we just get to shout at so many things, you know what I mean? So we just observe, bring out a little bit of puns left and right. But yeah, you said it yourself. We're gonna head into a short break before we unveil our grand finals match. GBP up against NERX. It's gonna be a deadly one, if anything, considering that it is the finals. So it will still be a best of three, guys. Don't worry. But for now, don't touch that browser. Hold on to your chairs. Get some water. Get some food if you guys are a little bit hungry. And we'll see you guys after a break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prominence Crown Cup Valorant. I'm Yusuke, still joined by D-Swall. We're going to be your casters for our grand finals matchup. It's going to be between NERX and GBP. We've already seen them play earlier, and now it is going to boil down to who will take that crown as the overall champion. D-Swall, how you doing? We had a pretty good break there. Hope everyone had some good meals, but how you doing? Let's get that first.
Quite well. I was able to go down, put my feet up on the couch, have a little bit of a drink and a snack, and because I can't really have a meal, it's 10:30 here in Australia, so it's like I have a meal. I'm probably not going to sleep too well.
Yeah, fair enough. Honestly, you don't want to eat too much before sleeping. Honestly, that's a tip to everyone
Yeah.
out there. I love how we can turn this into a little bit of a podcast sometimes. So, while waiting for our
You got to look
matchup.
after yourself. I mean, you can't be at peak performance in game or out of it if you don't take that little bit of extra time to look after yourself.
Yeah, exactly. I like it. It's very subtle. It's great,
Yeah.
especially if D-Swall says it, because honestly, your voice is so soothing. It's the type of narration voice when you have like those meditation things going on. Honestly, so if you guys
Oh, it's good to
want
hear.
a relaxing evening, just
It's
put
a
on some D-Swall. You guys are fine.
So, guess what, my friends? We're about to jump into map number one, and map number one is going to be Ascent. Both teams have played Ascent throughout the tournament, and let's have a little bit of a insight into how they went. GBP have made their way in a dominant fashion to get here in the grand finals. They've taken down teams 13-6 on Icebox, 13-10, 13-5 on Ascent, 13-7 Split, 13-7 Haven, and 13-4 on Icebox. Like, can anyone challenge this team? Well, NERX, you know what? They can. They themselves have gone 13-6, 13-8 on Icebox and Ascent, 13-10, 13-10, 13-11. Whew, that was a tough run for NERX through those matches on Bind and Icebox twice. So they always have some close games on Icebox, and well, good news. Map number 3 is Icebox. If we go to game number 3, that's got to be a close one. So I am absolutely looking forward to the grand finals. If you can't tell, I'm ecstatic. I'm happy to be here, and these two teams have just been outperforming the competition here over the last couple of days.
I mean, it's just how it works in the tournament setting. Honestly, you just strive to get better the more you progress in the tournament, and regardless, it's great how the organization of Prominence Gaming, they have this happen every 2 weeks, and they really just want to make it a collective for everyone. So even if you didn't make it to the grand finals this week, you can always come back another time, and it's
Mm.
nice because you never really know what type of team you play against. Because again, they do cater to the Asia Pacific region. So it's great to see different types of play styles. I mean, we've
Yep.
already been graced with that earlier in the bronze matches, and now in the grand finals, it's going to be something completely different. So I'm excited because Ascent, one of my favorite maps. And we're going to head straight into this as the first map of the day. This is going to be the pick of GBP. And you've already given us a rundown of their performance on specific maps. So they really like these, well, we call it the stomped games, and usually it seems that they are the types to be able to close them out quite early. And that's what's good with some teams because, another factor that some people don't really take into account is how long does it take for a match to finish. So some matches can extend beyond 40 minutes and some can actually end just a little less than 30 minutes. So
Yeah.
obviously, if you finish a very quick game one and then you head to game two and you kind of destabilize the opponent, you're not giving them enough room to think. So potentially we might see that here in Ascent based on their lineup. But I'm gonna ask you this: while are you seeing some agents that you prefer here? Is there anything that you want to see more, or how do we feel
So
so far?
So far, it's kind of all cookie
Choose
kind of
your
standard. The
agent.
KOs, I'm a little bit worried about. On Ascent, at least in the Oceanic region, because that's where a lot of my experience comes from,
Mhm.
you see a ton of Sky because she gives you that flashing capability, which KO still does. But it's that knowledge gathering that really helps Ascent. And I think Slatham and Klops have the work cut out from because they're going to be two very key players, especially when you're assaulting that A site. You really need to make sure you have those recon darts in the correct places to give your team that knowledge, the confidence to make their way onto point and feel comfortable that there's not going to be anyone in an unexpected location. And that's where the Sky really comes in. We're going to be seeing the KO, but what does KO offer? He offers really quick flashbangs and offers that capability to push people out of corners. If people are trying to hide in any cubbies, trying to hide in a boathouse, or even maybe this wine, if someone is sneaking down there, you can fragment them out of there and cause a little bit of issues. So it's a little bit different to what I generally see, but the rest of the lineup is very familiar. You've got the Astra, the Lurker on this stage, and offers so much utility. You almost cannot not run an Astra and a Jet and Sober. They're like your 3 key agents.
Honestly, that completely just nailed every single point there. I definitely appreciate you trying to discuss how we have Sova and Killjoy, usually the dynamic duo you have in a map such as Ascent. The amount of damage a turret can do, most especially in B side, you know, you just put it on top of the barrel and like the magic does it for you. You set up your nano swarms just by the alley of balcony, so you kind of negate any type of entry pushing in. So we might be seeing that type of setup, but I think over at the side of NERX here, they're gonna be setting up the Killjoy traps over in A, so it's not that bad. You know, it's still early. We do have a little bit of a technical pause, so not really quite sure where the final positions of our players are, but I think they might be leaning a little bit towards A side here, and mid control maybe in the cards as well. And this is great, honestly, because I think a caster from the West, DDK, if you guys are familiar, he actually did tap onto this topic about how important mid control is in Ascent, and it almost always guarantees a win for your team. Because if you are able to clear out the mid section of, let's say, Pizza or Marketplace, then that should give you a really good avenue to just go towards Catwalk, get through Cubby, get some picks, and potentially some unsuspecting defenders that may be waiting in window or even in the site itself. Because they don't usually... Cubby is the one that's not really given much attention to, and only later on in the rounds, certain players really start to keep tabs on what goes on in Cubby. So usually at the start, they don't really mind. So I think that's an important factor to consider if you're playing on attackers. Just try to get mid control, get everyone out of the way. And I think that's where someone like KO can come in, you know, to create the space, the fragment to clear out the garden, and then potentially move the 0 point into site to clear it. So yeah, I like how you mentioned how in Oceania they don't really pick KO, but I will tell you, my friend, in the Southeast Asia region, KO is a very popular pick in Ascent, and you can actually check out the PTC from Full Sense or Wits from Team Secret. He's recently started to get into the KO comp in Ascent, but PTC plays a nutty KO on Ascent, so you guys should check him out when you can. And you know, it's unexpected, but it works. They make it work. But yeah, missing a Sky, that would have been opportune, but you know, they have Sova, so I guess it's fine.
See, I love that. I love coming, I'm very thankful to Prominence to be able to bring me in and I can experience kind of the flavor of different regions, because it's so much fun seeing the little differences that teams bring, especially when it's just like, as you mentioned, KO's very familiar in this scene. So I'm excited to see how it operates. But one thing I do want to speak about operating is, especially with their positioning, is Limitado picking up the A site to lock down all himself. They're going to stack the garage and they're going to try and put some aggression onto it. I love that they've completely given up that site, all put it into the Killjoy's favor to say, we believe in you, we trust you, let the rest of the team make it work. And unfortunately, Ditto's not going to be the one that's going to be able to do it, but King Kappa will. And now he's in the middle of nowhere. Oh no, don't look away! Oh. He checked with the back of his head, and well, that's where the message hit him too.
Yeah, this is a really interesting playstyle on Ascent, honestly. It just seems like everyone is so scattered, and the spike is still making its way inside B, and I think the defenders are trying to close in on A, but I love the map control we are seeing so far. Sladam is literally just waiting inside of A site for any of the defenders to peek or anything, and the two defenders, I think they're a bit lost. They're not really sure what they should be doing right now, but again, map control. Look at this. It's the side of GVP one step ahead. Limitado out of the way, and all the way from heaven here. K-Lops will be winning that fight. Gets two at least. Will Butterfly seal the deal? Yes, he will. fly high, and that is gonna be the round for the side of GBP. But fantastic map control, honestly.
What a ridiculous round. I mean, there were players in positions with other players where they shouldn't. I don't know. I was confused watching that because you saw that Limitado was in mid, but then on the other side, GBP Esports, there we go, had two
Right.
players over making their way to B. They had one coming from A, one rotating in the background. They were just all over the shop, but it felt coordinated because they were talking to each other as they were trying to simultaneously put pressure onto these points, which caused that chaos. And now we're coming up into this round. They're going to be pushing very hard and fast to B. Something completely different to what we saw in the first round. Fragment shuts down King Kappa before he can retreat, and now they've just got one man left to deal with, and that's Klops. What can he do? Well, nothing, because NG's got their name. He's got their number, and he's coming home with the dog tags because they're not surviving this battle.
Oh man, that's you just reminded me a little bit of Call of Duty when you brought up the dog tags, not gonna lie. I used to love playing that game back in the day on the PSP, and then they brought it to console, my god. So amazing how technology
was a
has
lot of fun.
carried us. Yeah, especially, I mean, I think my favorite will always be Black Ops 3 of all time. That is so fun on multiplayer, so you know, it's great
Split
that
screen gaming. Just imagine that back when, you know, you're all screen cheating off each other. You're like, oh, I'm not screen cheating, but you're all doing it.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. You know, it's nice to do co-op, you know, the split screen days, but yeah, now we are provided the gift of Valorant, so well, everyone's just enjoying what they can here, and it's a competitive scene. Look at that. Next, we'll go down immediately. Not quite sure how to say Jet's name here, so I'm just gonna say yes.
I'm going with NG because I mean, to me,
NG. All right, we'll go with NG. Fair
Australians
play,
we
fair play.
shorten everything. So I mean,
Okay,
the shorter we
thanks.
can
Okay.
make it, the better it works.
I like the tip. That's a really good tip. That's good. Okay, so I'll just call you D now.
Oh, I'm fine with that.
Oh, oh. I thought that was gonna backfire, but okay. That's nice. Thank you for the insight. That's interesting.
So,
Oh wait, that explains everything though, because Australia is such a long word. So you Aussie. I
Yeah, Aussie.
see. That's
Yeah.
smart. It's very smart. I like that. Thanks for the tip. I wish I could share something about Filipino culture, but
it's
I
like
don't
if you
have
hear any of our slang, it's just we've botched a word to make it shorter, and you know somehow it works for us, but everyone else thinks we're weird. But
Alright.
what's weird is this attack coming through the garage at the moment. Very strong push as we see Ditto pop through the smoke, finds himself a kill. There's still 4 running around trying to figure out what they're going to do. 3 on site though. Klopp's going to swing. He finds himself one with the help of Ditto, doing that little bit of the crossfire. There's 2 against 2. The spike does go down. Which KO will come out on top, and who will be able to flex the other bit of the kills on the other side? King Kappa, he finds himself 1, finds himself the 2, and he will be the flex, and he will show us his muscles because, whoo, King Kappa is coming out firing on all cylinders.
Man, I mean, well played for side of NERX. They really needed that one, and you know, I had an inkling that potentially GBP might have been able to win that, even though they were on the save, but they're playing it safe, and that's good. And you know, you don't want to see teams get too complacent, too confident, because a lot of the times it does backfire on them. There are a fair amount of games where certain teams have had such a good streak, and the way they've played their economy, not just the skill sets they had for a certain half of the round, you know, gets botched by the second half because they aren't able to carry it over. So it's good to not commit too much mistakes, and right now still in equalizing split coming off from NERX here. It will be Limitado just stuck inside of garage. It will be the owl drone shot down, and that's good because Limitado has some vision, but NG will be catching him off guard, and that will be one defender down. But look at the sneaky play. How did he get at this wall inside of the smoke?
He's got that sixth sense. He's a sober player. He understands garage better than anyone else on this map. He's able to find 2. He does go down, but he's at least given his team the opportunity to fight this one back. They're only 1 member down. There is a lockdown capable if they want to use it. Does Irony want to be able to throw this down to make sure they secure this? Or are they going to try and save it and reserve it into the next round? They now know one's coming through the garage, and it's going to be King Kappa. He picks up that kill. They're going to come in very shortly, but they did decide they have to use this lockdown. I think this lockdown could almost be more than enough to just say you've won this round, because they're going to have to rush in on point, and they're going to have to be reckless. Will reckless pay off? More often than not, it doesn't.
Oh man, gotta give kudos to King Kappa though, not giving up at all. Dito will go down, but he's still looking for kills here. Tries to get one, will catch it. And this is gonna be our lone Aini trying to get the kill, but King Kappa to still seal it. Almost made it out as well, but you know, not enough. So good job on that, you know, a good attempt. And again, we've already discussed this topic that if you can't really win the round, do your best to try and kill the remaining members of the opposing team to, cripple their economy in some way. So give them a little bit of a hard time, even though it's not a direct impact. It's still gonna work wonders for you later on in the game. So
I mean,
because
you can
of
already
that-
see that right now. I mean, look
Yes.
at with a bit of light armor, they don't have a complete full utility loadout, which is going to make it a little bit harder to get onto these sites. King Kappa, he goes very aggressive up. He has a peek. Oh, he almost finds himself a butterfly, but here, well, he's not going to be clipping anyone's wings yet, as he's going to go relocate to a new position with a few daggers left to try and hopefully find something. As GBP Esports, they're taking it slow. They've even got the spike left back at spawn. That's kind of indicating, they're a little bit of strategy here. Take it slow and then just methodically pick off your ally, the enemy. But King Kappa starts off with a nice little 1k.
Yeah, that is gonna bring it down to a 4 versus 4, and again, it's just a side of GBP playing this real careful. Butterfly does have the spike with them, but they're not carrying it yet just far. Should try to clear this area in A main. We'll be hearing some footsteps coming off of Garden. Try and send information to his teammates, but it's actually just gonna be Aini stuck in mid, waiting for anyone rotating so far. It will be the setup from Limitado with the turret, try and intercept anyone in lane. They are quite low in health, but a dink! Oh my god, the NG, not enough to kill him, but that will inside the Cloudburst at least. And formidable effort to try and stop the push, T-Swall.
Ooh, yes, it is. And now there's still one man left. They're going to clean that one up very shortly, unless he can continue to find these one-on-one. They need to swing him at the same time. They start to peek, and there we go. That's what they did. They both peeked on out. Ditto gets the second, and they now upgrade their weapons. So, economy is looking nice for NERX.
Nice. A while ago, we had a little bit of fun with Big Gaming's name. Now we've got NERX. Norse.
It almost sounds like the kind of
Australian touch to it, Norse.
Yeah.
Sorry. It sounds like I'm saying Norse, but I'm saying Norse.
NERX.
Nice. I love the Australian accent. It's so fun. Like when I hear my cousins talk, it's like a completely different language. But, appreciate you guys. I love it. Very good content. But anyways, back into the game here. 2 to 3 score difference. It's still going to be GBP in the lead. I think there's one member that disconnected for NERX. That's not going to be good for them. But the round still goes on this wall.
Unfortunately, sometimes these issues do happen and they hit you at the most inopportune moments. But you're going to have to continue to work this one round. It's going to be theoretically a 2 versus 5. The worst part is it was a round where they did have some firepower up against the eco round. So it's actually a fairly big round to lose. But good news. He's all okay. No, he's gone.
Nope. It's yeah, nope. He's just sitting there. I wonder if Sao's gonna get a little bit of a heart attack once he see Caleb's cape. This is gonna be really funny. I want to see what's going on with him here. Okay, Sao is peeking. He doesn't see anything yet. This will be the most amazing defensive play if this works out, honestly. If they use him as bait. But there, they spot him. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think they know he's disconnected. They won't be going for the easy kill just yet. And there you go. That will be Butterfly getting that. At least they have to clear this backside angle. Next will catch one. Almost gets a second spray. Yes! Gets the 2 and 3. Fails to get the 4 though. And a Thrifty coming off the side of GBP. That was a good effort though.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to give you at least something. You lost an ally for that round because he was disconnected. But being able to pick up 3 at the end like that, it stops all the players on GBP picking up weapons and upgrading, saving their money. You can look at that economy right now. Butterfly, Schlatham, and Aini, if they didn't die, they were going to have over 3,000, potentially 4,000 economy because they wouldn't have to buy weapons. They wouldn't have to buy armor. It would have been a fantastic position for them. So, NERX salvaged it. They're down 2 rounds, but they are showing some strength when it comes to this defense.
Yeah, that's a nice way to put it, honestly, because a lot of the times we do hear that the best offense is defense, and I have to agree, honestly, even in FPS, as defenders, you want to make sure that you get early picks, and usually a lot of first bloods should be going towards your side, because if you are holding a side, you have to fight for it. You can't just let the attackers get inside and just hope for the retake. A lot of the times, it's usually better to push the attackers, because when you think about it, the opening that they have to get in the site, especially on the set, it's not very big unless they have people coming in from 2 different sites. So in B, you could say that someone could go through B main, and then you could have someone go through market. So it's just trying to maximize the utilities you have available to your team, and that's exactly what Astra brings to the mix. But again, I really like what GBP is doing. They are still advocating for this mid control, and the thing is, NERX isn't doing anything about it, so it might even be their downfall.
Well, they've now found themselves a weapon. They're going to come up from behind, so the defense is splitting up the offense for the rest of the map. So they're going to have to keep an eye at the back of the map. At the same time, Klopp's got to shut down Sound. That's a spike. It hits the ground. No one is near that. But I don't feel like that is the goal of GBP at the moment. They're trying to create a little bit of a chaos with their opponents. They're splitting up all over the map. But NERX, they're one step ahead, and now you kind of can't predict the locations they are. Because I mean, you look at where 2 of those players are; they're sitting towards, Y near the back of the A side. They're waiting for someone to come hit that point so they can swing on in. Slatham could very well give them that capability, and a beautiful little work there. Break the glass, looks the wrong way, and then Aini says, "Thank you very much for standing here."
Man, I love this. This is like a beautiful music ensemble just moving right now. Limitado might be in a little bit of trouble here. Nano Swarm distraction. They did it again this one.
These
oh my
two.
god.
Wow.
It's 2 of them bamboozled. Guys, this is Valorant, not Apex. Why am I seeing some Mirage plays coming in here left and right? But an encounter with death. And oh my god, King Kappa. That was 100% all yours. But I need quicker on the trigger finger. The 6th man, as he said this wall. The turret doing what it can to distract the opponent. And Ditto will fall down as well. 2-5 scoreline in favor of GBP.
I can't believe they brought that one back. I just cannot. They were down a few players. You saw
4, yeah?
NERX, they felt like they had the momentum, they had the map positionings, and then they just got, like you said, bamboozled. Aini and Slatham just worked their opponents together, communicating and just controlling player after player. No one was able to get any help from any of their allies because of the locations they were in, and eventually they just won the map purely from those 2 players. It was a song that I would love to hear over and over again.
Oh man, give me the whole album. I'll pre-record that right now. But again, still mid control. But finally, we are going to be seeing some contestation off from the side of NERX. You do have some people situated mid-bottom. Unfortunately, that is King Kappa going down. You do have Ditto waiting in Cubby. My apologies, that's next in Cubby. It will be Ditto in Tree. And it is going to be 4 defenders up against 3 attackers. But here, Butterfly playing a scary game. Sets down a star. Will press F to take it back. Just set up a little bit of a...
So a little fun fact with Butterfly while we're at it. In this tournament, at least between these 2 teams, he has the most assists across all the matches that have been played in the tournament so far. He is really strong, and he basically only plays Astra. I can't remember the other character he flexed to. I have got my notes somewhere, but he plays so much Astra, it is unbelievable, and he's been able to do so much work at controlling the map and supporting his team. You won't see him as a leading kill scorer. You might not even see the utility he's placing sometimes, depending on who we're watching, but he is always there to help out his team.
Yeah, he's the guy featured in YouTube when you see the 1,000 hours of Astra be like. Honestly, but time's a ticking here, and that is going to be the lockdown setup. It will be Slatham detained and Klops to finish off the job. And good defensive play we see coming off from NERX just to turn things around. 3-5, relatively close game, you know, and this is good because they are adapting to the playstyle of GBP. Aside from the mid control, they do like to pull up some tricks out of the hat every now and then. So Utilities are going to be a little bit of an advantage towards NERX. They do have the Null and the Cosmic Divide ready at bay. However, for GVP, they do have the Hunter's Fury. So, in terms of the buys, they're basically neck and neck on this one. So, whoever goes into the next round, you might potentially see a save.
You can see how crucial these ultimates were. That lockdown last round was the reason why they won it. And so keep watching these two teams trying to earn that ultimate, control the ultimate orbs in different locations, and try and make sure they have that advantage coming into these rounds, because that's an economy you really want to entrust with the rest of your team to use it effectively. And, well, Klops gets a double mark on that poor Jet, has to completely get on out of their retreat without taking any damage. But speaking of damage, Ditto says, you come into my domain, you shall perish, my friend, as he's holding tree, and there's going to be a hit on A, and he's going to be ready for that one too.
That's some Gandalf stuff right there, you know, you shall not pass indeed, and that's exactly what NERX has been doing so far, and there you go, Kim Kappa getting another kill, Ditto to finish the round. That is going to be a Burfly heading back into its cocoon. 4-5, and you know what I will say is these rounds are really fast compared to what we had in the bronze matches. So we're almost at the half, and if I'm not mistaken, it's little well over 15 plus minutes. So again, this is just like the speed of the game. You can tell that a big reason why these two teams are in the grand finals is because of how they can keep up with the pace that they've set for themselves. And now I did notice in higher elos, a lot of these teams, they like to play quite fast-paced, honestly. So there are times they'll play slow, but once they get to the half, they play fast really, really well.
Yeah, and I think one of the benefits about playing fast is you just don't give your opponents to think. So that's one of the best thing. If you're on defense and you hit them hard, they're going to be completely stunned because A, you're on defense, you shouldn't be charging us. And B, well, what do? We try and open up comms. You now start to muffle like your sound cues. You don't hear where people are, you don't hear the utilities. But then similar thing is on offense, and that's what you expect from the offense. You push fast, hard onto a site, you claim it before they can rotate. So either side really has that advantage when you do these pushes, but obviously you don't see it too much from defense, because you see it all the time, you start to read that, you play slow, you find the kill. So it's that balance between fast and slow to really play with your opponent's capability of responding to situations. And Ditto doesn't need to respond, he just needs to shoot. He finds kills left, right, and center.
And King Kappa with a really important kill as well here onto Butterfly. So he's basically got control of this A lobby. Will actually get NG as well. King Kappa will go down, however. And again, the Battle of the Sheriffs, the Wild Wild West. Somebody bring out Clint Eastwood at this moment. What is going on here? They may not have the weapons, but they have the prowess. I think they managed to pick up some rifles as well, though. Klops will be taking Sal out of the way. Still a chance to clutches, but nope, that's gonna be it. It's gonna be NERX once again climbing back onto this, making it a 5-5.
Oh man, that was beautiful. He just snuck around the site, stayed in the shadows, and then when he heard that point, he had a little bit of a peek. He's like, "Ooh, hello, I'll take that one." Stole the treasure, and then the opponent, they wanted to react, but Limitado said, "No, I'm here to back up, my friend." Crossfired, finds the kill. They pick up the round. It's 5-all. Unfortunately, we had actually, do we have the reconnect from Butterfly? I think we might have lost Butterfly. Yeah, Butterfly hasn't come back yet, but it's 5-all. They're fighting tooth and nail to get ahead, and no one can really get more than 2 rounds ahead than their opponent.
Man, and honestly, it's just like, what is that mythical creature? If you cut off its head, another one will grow.
Hydra.
Oh yeah, there you go. Those things are nasty. Like, I guess that just somehow, I could like, how do you call this? I could somehow see a reflection of that for the side of NERX. You do have one member down, but you have someone else stepping up. If it's literally, if it's not King Kappa, it's probably Klops just, you know, making use of what he can. Because, I mean, he was disconnected earlier, and, you know, that's a thing that does break the momentum. We had the tech pause as well during the bronze match, and now we are having some tech errors. And I can't really blame teams, you know, it's still a great effort from everyone on all sides, you know, aside from production and casters and obviously the players. It's an effort because everyone's, you know, using their time right now just to make these games happen and just better the community. So it might get irritating at some point, but at the end of the day, we're all really grateful that we can share this stage and we are able to watch some amazing Valorant from various regions around the world. So,
Yeah,
regardless of the
absolutely.
ping diff, like when I tried to play in North America, it hits 200 ping. It's annoying, but you do it for the experience, I guess, or
Yeah.
whatsoever.
I completely agree with you there because this is kind of like grassroots. You're at the start, you're coming up
Hmm.
and coming, you're trying to showcase to everyone how good you are and also most importantly have fun with your friends. But this is where players start. This is where you want to come to take your next step into the scene and start making your way up the ladder, start getting into those big tournaments where it's like, oh wow, you've got hundreds of thousands of people like, oh, I know your name, I've seen you before, and we actually have some of that players here. Some of these players have played in VCT. They've made their way into these big named teams, and now they're bringing along more players, whether they're coaches, whether they're friends, or just trying to teach them. It's just an ever evolving sport, and I love it, especially like I said, these grassroots. And, well, speaking of grassroots, there's going to be some mincing into the ground as Limitado goes 6 feet under as, well, not really much has been gained so far other than a one-on-one kill so in this map.
Yeah, just a lot of exchanges going on so far, and that's just how bombastic this game has been revealing itself. And in A main, we do see NERX, they have a tendency to push that every now and then, but it will be GVP backing off. They like to play the spike in this position in mid top, and I don't really blame them because it's an access point to go where they want. But King Kappa, really open, clean pick onto Aini. Good job for him to catch a read there. That is going to be one more attacker down. And an operator is actually on the side here of NERX, so that might be scary. But this wall, they're heading straight into A, but a fragment is in the way.
Yeah, that Astral Divide's going to be a pain to have to deal with, but Ditto didn't care. He jumped on through. He does get dazed, so he counter flashes, so they can't push him on in. With a nice little shock dart coming out with the black hole. A little bit of combination there, but they haven't been able to find a kill. But King Kappa, he does. He has the shorty. He doesn't find the kill. He's got the operator this time. He flies up the air, and Klops has got his back. So he's able to bring that operator into the next round with the help of Klops and the defenders. They're 1 up. Can they make it 7, or will it be an even scoreline here on Ascent?
Man, and again, it's just a tale of adapting to the opponent. And for sure, these teams, they've, watched a couple of VODs from each other. I mean, there was a tournament from yesterday, and, they're not entirely new to the scene. They probably watched a couple of videos of their previous tournaments or exhibitions and such. So they already have somehow of a grasp of how it's gonna go on for this game. And considering it's a mirror matchup, it's definitely going to be challenging because you're countering the attack of the other side with similar utilities as to what you have. And look at this, it's a push coming off from GVP. They're already inside of the site.
6 men coming in hot with Limitado getting that kill with the turret there, and the lockdown that's been used is going to secure them the capability to put the spike down, but they're just taking so much damage. They're all trapped on the site. They've got nowhere to go. They either die on the point because the bomb explodes, or they die on the point because it just gets retaked by NERX, and Sal's going to try and stop this one. Slatham gets an information of where 3 members are. That's going to be very useful when it comes to them pushing in from the side. Butterfly is going to be suppressed. They're going to try and make sure that no abilities can be used, but they're not pushing upon it yet. They're not using that capability. They're trying to get on, and NG's trying to hold off a little bit longer. Klops coming around the side, but NG does his job. It is a trade after trade, and Butterfly comes out on top. We are even. Stevens coming in to halftime.
It's just a lot of things going on there, if I'm to be honest. That was a menace in the palace, as they like to say. It's everything, left and right. And the thing with B side compared to A's, you have this like runway of a balcony, and then the opposing side that's cut short with the stairs. So it kind of gives you a little bit of panic as to where should I look. And honestly, I think A side is one of the most difficult to try and defend post plant because there's so many access points for the defenders to try and retake that is kind of at a little bit of a disadvantage to the attackers if they don't know how to use the site itself. You have boat house for a reason. You have that triple box too. So use it as cover. Don't use it as bait, and just look at 1 point, talk to your team, and you should be able to win that round. But now looking over at mid site, thus while we have NERX creeping up to market.
Yeah, they got a sniff of something here, and it's a little bit of space. They got to start pushing on forward. The alarm bot's going to go off, but thanks to the rest of the Aldrone, King Kappa doesn't want to let him retreat, and he gets him. But Slatham gets a little sneaky kill, taking out a member behind King Kappa. But King Kappa says, I'm still alive. I'm happy to bait you. I'm going to find us some more kills. But he doesn't get it. Slatham gets the second. But finally, he goes down as they push through the smoke. Great flash there, but unable to capitalize on it. 1 versus 2. Sal gets information that no one is on point. They have no idea where Ditto is at the moment. Ditto was trying to be on that lurk, but suddenly all his team was dead and he didn't get that time to rotate across the rest of the map. This is going to be a very difficult one for Ditto, and I don't know if he can do it, Yusuke. Sorry.
Alright, it's cute. It's a cute alternative, Yusuke. Yeah, I don't mind, but what isn't cute is the fact this is a 1v2, but somehow Ditto might make it happen. Oh my god, the butterfly. And this is real scary because Sal is only 9 health, but he's got a ghost. Doesn't have the spike with him. What is he doing? Oh my god, no. No way. No way! That was so close! I think the reaction time was a bit lagging. You know, I would say ping diff, but I'm not really sure if that was from the player or the server. But that had me on the edge of my seat. Not gonna lie. That deserves an instant replay. Really good shot from Ditto. Unfortunately, wasn't really enough to capitalize on that for the side.
I love how composed he was there. He just sat there. He's like, he's coming into my crosshairs. I'm not moving. And then suddenly, there he is, sidesteps to the right, finds himself a kill, and gets in the round with it. Oh, it was sweet.
Sweet. It's like, it's just like some good barbecue sauce, honestly. Let's keep it a little bit spicy, but sweet. Oh my lord. Sour. Gonna be almost decimated. Oh no! Hit the wall! Oh my god, King Kappa. More like Brick Kappa after banking onto that. That's so unfortunate, but well, I have a little bit of misstep. I can feel him banging his keyboard wherever he is. But God bless you. See you next round.
Give him a little bit of time to cool off, and Killjoy is about to go against each other at the moment near the garage. They have a little bit of a peek, but will they actually come against each other? Aini versus Limitado. Oh, Aini wants to go out there. Limitado's just holding his ground. He's waiting for the call for the rest of his team. And I bet you if he looks away, that's when he dies. Because whenever I look away in an instance after holding an angle, that's when they always swing in. They're going to come up towards each other. And, oh.
Man, this round is just a whole bank of surprises. I am pretty sure Limitado had no idea someone was there. And Aini was just like, Yep. I would have screamed in that moment, not gonna lie, but oh god. Flops with the shot block. Sal was out. This round is, again, it's another one of those comical rounds. This one of the reasons why I love Valorant. We're in it for the memes, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm just loving these two teams at the moment. They're just playing hard and fast. Things get chaotic. They embrace it. And they just go absolutely ham to try and salvage whatever they can because everything's in pieces. They're trying to glue it back together.
What is this?
Now Ditto knows at least one sitting in tree. There's going to be one up in heaven. And then NG's trying to find that spot, but he's not going to have the help anymore. He's only got a marshal. This is going to be very hard. He goes up high. He throws his opponent off guard. The classic is there. He's going to have to change weapons. And time is ticking. Next, he's just hiding. He's like, try and find me. I dare you. And now they start dancing around. They finally get it. And this is just ridiculous.
He saw her scarf. I can't. I'm gonna cry. That round was so funny. That was really good.
This is feeling more like Apex right now, you know? You're jumping around, you're crouching, you're doing absolutely ridiculous movement.
That was really good. In a very interesting way. I give them that. Well-deserved timeout, please. Because I need to cool off as well. That was really funny. I'm actually on the verge of tears because that was so funny.
Actually, interesting.
There's so much going on.
It is NERX that called the timeout. Like, that's... Why would they be calling a timeout after they've got the momentum? Are they just trying to rub it into their opponent's face? Like, you know what? Just sit in that. We just won 2 rounds and they've just been ridiculous. We probably shouldn't have won those 2 rounds, but we did. So, stew on the fact that, you're coming up against us and, well, try your best. But don't try too hard.
I mean, it's just I can't. That round had me cracking up to the core. Literally, you had, who was that again? Yeah, NERX was just jumping up and down in hell.
literally just, okay, I'm gonna get over that round. It's a new round. It's I'm
It's
done
out,
talking
it's
about that.
gone.
I don't want to remember anymore because that was just too good. But we're gonna head back into this. 5 seconds left on the timer. 8-6 scoreline here, still in favor of NERX. Knife is gonna be out. Well, at least try to confirm there is someone right next to the switch. You know, I think that's one of the nice things you have with the 0 point is that it can tell you if someone's there, but it's just annoying that it doesn't tell you where exactly. Like,
But it does tell you who, and that really
Yeah,
allows you to
that's
work around what utility could be on offer. And I think sometimes that's a little underrated because sometimes it's better to know who than where because it might decide well, your next entry point onto a site.
now they're really just playing it slow, and I don't really blame them because they have the lead. They don't really want to commit any bad mistakes here, and if anything, since the round switch, I think yeah, it's gonna be most of the buys are granted for both sides. So if one of them loses, they may have to go for a save next time around. I don't think a force is gonna be a good idea, but GBP definitely needs this. Next, they can just relax for a little bit.
Ooh, and they're going to be preparing now. They're setting up the execution of
30 seconds
the
left.
site, and hopefully their opponents. That's what they're expecting, anyways. Now they're going to create a lot of noise over at B, but rotating over to the A site, which is going to be a little bit interesting because there is still. Well, there's 3 players on this site. You've got Killjoy in the turret. You can't forget the turret because that's going to be very strong as now KO is overloaded. He's coming on in. Can he zap his opponents? He gets zapped himself. There's 6 seconds. They need to pick up the spike and plant it. The time's gone. It's done. Round's over.
Well, at least they're doing their best to get Ditto back, you know. Yeah, no kill can be granted towards them at least. And good job for side of GBP. 8-7 scoreline, just a 1-off difference. And honestly, this is really the pattern we notice a lot when it comes to the tournament setup. Because obviously, like, you have the game modes, you have unrated, you have competitive, but I always say the same. A tournament is a tournament and it's different. You know, it's like a different battleground at that because you actually do have like research that you can apply to the teams and strats that you devise specifically for that team. And even if you do like 5-stack and competitive, it's still not the same because you don't really know the other team, so it might be more challenging at that. So it's good to see that by the second half, usually a lot of the teams, they really track back on what they can change. And that's really important, especially in something like a best of 3 or a best of 5. So it's going to be the side of NERX here trying to work their way around. No mid control just yet, but they do have Klops ready in mid top.
Yeah, we haven't really seen either of these teams take too much of this mid control. They may have a person swinging on in, but more often than not, it's just a random person that somehow ended up in mid and they're like, oh, I need to rotate to go help out the rest of my team. But this time they're thinking about it, but they're already starting to think against it as, well, Sale is just got to stand beside that Nano Swarm. Not going to be able to be killed there. He's going to be fairly happy as that as it executes, getting prepared onto the A site. There's so many stars on the ground. The Killjoy set up for it. This is a utility haven, all about to be exploded onto their opponents. And there we go. The dash comes on up. King Cap is trying to search for where that Astra is, but he's not going to find him. Butterfly is too fly because he is a wise guy. Now Butterfly's going to find more. He gets a second one. Ditto now finally shuts down that Butterfly as they're going to be trying to get the spike onto plant. Again, they're taking a long time, but this time they should get the spike coming on down with a few seconds left on the clock. Eventually, maybe? There we go.
Oh god, yep.
10 seconds
Better
left.
yourself.
Last
And
player
G gonna go down the
standing.
Taro as well. Topic fight in between them. Flash will be set out. And oh my god, Slatan losing himself but gains composure. All good. 8-7. So now it's gonna be 8-8. Double 8 ball for both of these teams. And that. Good execution for the retake at least. And again, this wall, it's a mirror matchup, so it's equivalently more difficult because you can't really cancel out your, well, your fellow twin from the other side. You just have to play better than them. That's it.
So
It's
you know
one of
how
those situations like in League
Yeah,
of Legends, like oh, mid diff, bottom diff. You're like, oh, now it's Sova diff. That's not what I want to hear.
yeah, I don't want to go to mid. Sova's there. I'm scared. Things like
So an
that.
interesting thing is you do kind of start to know the counters, and both teams have their counters. Like Ayani is about to have that lockdown. Does that mean that Corpse will save his Hunter's Fury for the lockdown to stop that attack, or will he use it aggressively coming up? Because there's also another Hunter's Fury on the other side. So you really start to play around. Like you know what your ultimates are good at, you know what your ultimates are bad at. So then you bring another element to these fights. Like, oh, I know where I shouldn't be weak. Do I try and change that up and become weak elsewhere? I don't
Oh my
know.
god. It sounds so unfortunate, like, I am weak. What are you doing being weak? I don't
You've
know,
gotta
I'm
be-
just weak.
You've got to be weak somewhere, unless you're tense. I mean, I don't feel like he's weak anyway. As the now
God.
large engagement comes on in, Butterfly is helping her out with the Hunter's Fury, causing a little bit of disruption onto the side. They've been able to find one, and Aina gets the double with the Spectre. They're locking them down at the front door, but eventually they have to break through because that's where the spike is. The flash comes on out. Not going to be able to land though, because Ioni's moving on forward to spray through the
Poor
smoke.
Ditto.
They just got shot at the front door. They couldn't go anywhere.
I mean, yeah, exactly. It's what I brought up earlier. If don't give the site for free. You fight that. And I'll be honest. When I started out in Valorant, that usually was my tendency. If I was alone in the site, I'd usually just double back and wait for my teammates. But if there's at least like 2 or 3 of you, then you fight back because you can throw all of your utilities in that certain spot, especially in A main. You can throw a pain shell, a boom bot. You can toss some nades. Phoenix has his hot hands, things like that. Wallet, for God's sake, you know what I mean? Just do, do
all
everything.
do something.
Yeah, don't risk your body for it. There's no problem. Throw a utility, try to bait them, and that could push them to either go through mid or rotate. So that's a position you want. Aside from map control, you really just want to gain a leverage on them. Like, okay, no, you can't pass here. Yeah, you're currently not the current age of consent. You have to be a little bit older before you enter this establishment.
Please
Thank
get your
you.
mum to sign this form. She doesn't sign it. Too bad.
Please make sure that you bring an adult or guardian next time because we will not accept minors. Thank you so much for your wonderful question.
And those socks, they're not black enough. I mean, we didn't accept grey socks here or white socks. Only black socks are allowed in this premise.
You're not wearing pink. I'm sorry. I can't let you in here.
And well, I think that NERX has something to say about that because they're trying at A again. They're trying to get through that door. There is no more guard keeper though. They've all stepped back. They're in the back dock in the staff room having a little bit of a drink, but the soda has to run out sometime and they're going to have to come
30 seconds
visit
left.
the party over at A site
Spike planted.
sometime.
An attempt, if anything, but man, 5 versus 5. It's been a while since we saw this. Flops with the Hunter's Fury. I think it's a bit too early to use that, but well, to each their own, I guess. 0 point. They won't care about it. Aini will get the kill onto Ditto, and King Kappa with 2 really important kills. Make that 3. Looking for a 4. Limitado to get Sladum. It will be the lone butterfly up top, and Limitado to finish off the job. 9-9, and this game 1 is very, very close.
Again, no one is allowed 2 points ahead here as they reeled the scoreline back together. There's 2 ultimates available now for NERX. They've got the lockdown, and that is going to be a crucial utility that's going to be used in this round. And you can already see them looking at over to the B side. That is generally the strongest place to put a lockdown because you free up the entirety of B. The only spot left on B that is not covered by that lockdown is a corner, and you can check that every single time at the back of the site and almost find yourself a kill. But speaking of kill, NG, he's got the operator.
That's gonna sting a little bit for you, but no worries. You still got your teammates, but NG just heading back towards A site. It will be the lone KO here. If I'm not mistaken, that should be who is that? Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter. Because Limitado goes down here towards mid. That's gonna be a little bit painful if Aini and Sao peek at the same time. They might just catch NERX and Klops off guard, but they're already well on their way inside of Hubby. Ditto fighting for dear life inside of the site against an operator. NG has no utilities available, but does have the operator at hand.
Oh, what a beautiful swing from Butterfly. He suspected someone was coming through, and he caught out the utility, then caught out the second behind, who was also waiting on that utility. And just finds himself too. He eventually dies, but the rest of his team can back him up there. That was a good little play, hiding in the corner. Unfortunately, there, the corner wasn't checked by, I believe it was Corpse, and then he ended up letting down himself and Ditto. They died, and the round fell to pieces. But that's one of those instances where, even if you think it's safe, you mentioned at the start, like, especially with Cubby here over the B site, you think it's safe for the first half of the game, suddenly the second half of the game, it's being utilized a lot more, and you need to look at those locations.
Man, oh man. Locations, as you said, you definitely do not want to sacrifice a lot of ground. You gotta cover them as much as possible, and look at that! Refracts coming left and right. Sao! 3 important kills before getting shut down by Ditto, and it will be 2 attackers up against 3, and a formidable attempt to try and get inside of the site. It is successful, but the spike has been left behind here as well.
Oh, it has, and there's not much hit points left on that Jet to really get aggressive, so she's going to have to stand back and just kind of hold her angle if she wants to do too much here. But we've seen how well holding that catwalk can be, where I believe it was the pistol round, and I also believe it was it Ditto? I think it was Ditto that was rocking that pistol, and he was able to salvage the round. And Butterfly, well, he's going to try and put the team up a little bit more. NG waiting here for the operator. King Kappa suspected it, but able to find the shots.
Man, oh man, it's always so satisfying to see players use the operator and they just get a really good flick. And you're like, wow, that's a crispy shot. Like that.
It depends on what end of the operator shot you're at.
Oh, right, right. I mean, obviously, in the end where you see the scope, preferably. So that's fine with me. If I am on the receiving end, I would Alt F4, go to my bed, and start crying, which is equally fine as well. But we don't know about.
I post on Twitter. I'm just like, oh, come on, guys. Operator's OP. Please nerf it. Why does it one-shot kill? Oh my god.
Yeah, Valorant players be like, oh my god, please nerf this. This was already nerfed. I needed nerf more. Blah, blah, blah,
It was,
blah.
And it was then you see quite hilarious. Like at the start of Valorant, people were like, "Oh, why is the operator so OP? It one-shots people." It's like, guys, this is very similar to another game. Get used to it.
I know. I want to tap on that other game, but we'll do that later because there is some action going on right now. Defenders doing their utmost best to completely shut down the side of NERX here. And 9-11 maybe scoreline, but I don't see any ambulance moving forward so far. Next, we're gonna kill the Sao, but will be shut down by Sladom. And match point to GBP, my friend.
So we did see 2 kills there. It's not going to be enough to slow down GBP's economy. We've got NERX. They're going to be able to almost pull together a full buy, and they're going to need to try and roll on in with this momentum. This is the first time we've seen a team 3 rounds ahead. Can GBP Esports roll this momentum into a map #1 win? Because remember, we're in the best of 3. We're in the grand finals. This is not over by any long shot, and including this map #1, because NERX have been so strong. We can see they've gotten consecutive 4 rounds before, and they do it again.
Oh man, it's like the Harry Potter movies, honestly. They just keep coming every freaking year, and might just be the case for side of GBP here, you know? As much as consistency, they didn't have the perfect road, but they're already here in match point, and to seal the deal, it might be equally more challenging. But now it's a little bit of a default, everyone playing slow, no one really revealing where they're at just yet. Aini holding this angle in mid. If he checks this, he might get a little bit of a heart attack because you've got 3 attackers in mid-bottom.
Ooh, and well, that's one way to demoralize your opponents. Get the first kill with the operator and then relocate. And he's going to come mid to try and help them out because they suspect something's going on. They're going to hear the shot, and Amy gets the double, sprays for the third.
The milk. Somebody get him some soy oats right now, non-fats, all of the above, and that's it. This one. What a way to end that game.
So, during our 5-minute break, someone needs to get back on the line and check this man's computer because that was unbelievable.
PC is not normally. This PC is not normally. Please check PC.
Oh, that was a beautiful way to end it. He gets the double collat through the smoke, sprays, finds the third, and whoo, you know what? That's the way we end it. That's the way we're closing it because I got nothing else to say after that. That was a fun way to end it. It was a good backwards and forwards between these 2 teams, and I'm so glad that we at least have one more match coming up next.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the stats, the side of GBP. They actually had 15 first bloods. And the side of NERX, if I'm not mistaken, they only had about 7 first blood. So that's a really big impact. And you have to consider that a
Yeah.
lot of the times they got first blood when they were on the first half. They started off as attackers. And when they turned into defenders, they just did a really good job to just push out and create space. And I think that's what's great from NG. He really did that for his team as well. And Aimee, most especially, I mean, has about 8 assists. Butterfly with 9, he did say that he is top ranked in terms of the assists. So the in terms of the average combat score, everyone is quite close here. But a good attempt for NERX at least to try and gain some leverage. There were some good plays from King Kappa, most especially, and Ditto as well. I mean, Ditto has 10 assists, so Klops with 11 too. So they have a good share of assists. I guess they
Yeah.
just lacked it a little bit in terms of the finishing blow, the just to get the final frag. But we are gonna be seeing some more. I think we're gonna head to our second map on Haven, if I'm not mistaken. This is the map pick for Icebox. I'm so sorry, Icebox
Almost.
map
Oh,
pick
actually,
by.
yeah. Sorry, I've the notes I have. Icebox and Bind are around the wrong way.
Yep.
Production, we're looking at you. This is on.
Sorry. Sorry. Production, we're gonna have a little bit of a talk. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But anyways, we're gonna head to a very short break. Before we do, just want to tell everyone thank you for supporting the stream. Please like and share the stream. We do have a giveaway happening, so you have to be present during the draw. Please, please don't forget that, and you guys can actually win some. Pegaxy horses 15 days for some lucky viewers. So thank you so much for your support. You've been streaming for a while. And this is the grand final, so we're gonna head into map number 2 very, very quickly. This is Yusuke joined with this wall. We'll see you guys after a short while.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prominence Crown Cup Valorant Grand Finals. I'm Yusuke, joined still with this wall. We're still going to be your casters for tonight's matchup. It's going to be between NERX versus GVP Esports. We've already concluded Game 1 in Ascent, in which GVP has won. And now we're going to head into Icebox, which is the map pick of NERX. So let's see if they are able to even out the series 1-1, or if this is going to be a clean sweep for GVP. So far, we have the players loading in the lobby, but this wall, do you have any expectations based on their previous performance? Any certain team you're looking out for that may win this one?
I mean, NERX so far in this tournament have had 3 maps already on this stage. They went 13-6, 13-10, and 13-11. So they've got plenty of experience, especially in this tournament, fresh off the ranks of other matches that have played over the last couple of days. And they're ready to go on it. I believe, was this their pick? I'm not too sure who
Yep,
picked this map.
it's NERX's pick.
So they're going to be comfortable on, and you can see why with the previous statistics. Their opponents, GBP, have played this once so far. Actually, I lied. They played it twice. They had a 13-6, and then last night they did 13-4 on Icebox. So they've got a little bit of experience as well. This isn't their home advantage right now. So I would be a little bit interested to see if they're worried or they're just comfortable coming into this map. I feel like Icebox is now a staple map. The only maps we don't see anymore are Split and Fracture. I wish we got to see some Split back. At one stage, I did not like seeing it because we saw it 24/7 because everyone would play it. But now, it's gone. Like, have you even heard of Split?
Man, I mean, if only you'd see the games that happen in VCT Philippines. Almost
Select your
every single
agent.
map will have either Haven, Split, or Icebox.
Oh, wow,
For
really?
yeah,
Okay.
for us is where the heck did you put Ascent? Ascent used to be the #1 map in the Philippines, and everyone loves to play in Ascent. And it's funny enough because when Icebox got introduced to the map lineup, seems that a lot of teams actually prefer going on Icebox. I guess it's because of how big the map is and you know how much more slow paced it can be. And it's not to say that you can't play it fast. It's just if you want to play default, you have more of an open space. You know, you have a bigger margin of error and you have a bigger site to kind of explore in and traverse. So it's not that complicated compared to maps like Bind, where you do have a teleporter. In Ascent, of course, you can just simply cross through mid. And I think that's one of the gifts we have from Icebox, and a big reason as to why teams love picking this map, because it's really a gamble. And even if you are strong in this map, it's not guaranteed that you can win because it depends on the opponent's composition. So right now,
One
looking at
interesting
the
thing-
agents, what do you think
Oh,
about
sorry.
this?
I was going to say, one interesting thing as well to point about the map is there's a very large unknown, and you're talking about gambles, and that's the mid. Mid is either a complete success or a complete disaster because you either find yourself the kill and you've opened up that entire mid section for you to swing into A really quickly, come up behind B, go up into kitchen. I love seeing elevators from Sage walls that jump up on top of through boiler, and then suddenly there's 5 members up here in this location and they just rain down and just throw off your entire team. It's one of those things which we can actually see because we got 2 Sages, because Sage is probably the second or third highest pick on this match because it offers you that security of B site. Without the Sage on B, B is almost uncontestable if you're on the offense because it's just so easy for the defense to just pick you off at a distance and just slowly wither you away until you've got nothing left in you.
Yeah, honestly, I love the Sage Viper duo, especially on Icebox. And you said it yourself, having Sage, you know, with the barrier orb and Viper with the toxic screen, it's just an additional wall, and you just do everything you can to drive away the opponent. And I remember we started the day off with an Icebox map as well, and Big Gaming, they did have a very flustered first half, and Arcadia did play it out strongly, but Big was able to come back from it. So it's definitely one of those maps where if you're, you know, feeding yourself, you're getting consistent kills and the objective is working, and you can definitely come back from it. But look at this, an explosive start already. It's going to be NERX pushing towards green, and the side of GBP will try to push him back, but look at this, a full force right now, Sao and NG to get some kills.
Man,
One
locking
enemy
it down, that
remaining.
slow has
Spike
just been
down
so
B.
beautiful. The first slow Sao did, they tried to push into it, they got stuck. Then he throws the warp and he hides in the corner. They break the wall, like, okay, we've got this. Our drone comes over the top, it gets a little bit of knowledge, but they didn't find out Sao hiding in the corner. The Jet's like, oh no, it had to quickly dash back, and then by that time, NG already had sight lines on the head of King Kappa, cleaning him up. And then they're like, okay, let's try and push the Sage. You know what? There's another slow on the ground, and then King Kappa and Sao could destroy it. It was just beautifully coordinated. But if you're on the other end, you're just frustrated because there was not much you could do. You were slowed, you were blocked, and then you were slowed again.
We survived.
Oh man, and if anything, the barrier in itself was a big proponent as to why they were able to defend that round. And it did ignite a little bit of panic from NERX, but regardless, still great effort coming off from GBP to just push them out of the way. 0 points will be pushed into the side. This wall, and again an attempt, but Butterfly, really good spray to get Limitada out of the way.
That's what you need to start off this round, but Ditto's fire straight on back thanks to that Sheriff. They're going to clean up that one. They're not going to be able to recover the gun, but that's not their primary task right now. They're trying to do as much damage to their opponent, and over in mid there might be a little bit of a jet-on-jet action as they're cleaning up, but NG gets a shot to the chest, cleaning up King Kappa, making sure he's out of this round. So that's going to kind of push the hand of NERX to continue this A site push, and they're going to get aggressive. The question is, though, will GPP rotate around and wrap here fast, or they're just going to wait until contact has been made?
Three attackers are now moving synchronously through maze. Ivy will go down. Butterfly to get killer as well. Float like a butterfly, but sting like a bee is the name. And look at that, 3K. They close out the attackers.
I love that. He was spraying with the Spectre, and he turns away like, oh no, I don't have this, and the final bullet in his Spectre clip cleans it up just in time, and he quick swaps over to that pistol. So very lucky he got away with that, but he'll take that any day of the week. One thing I do want to point out is the speed of Sao of getting his ultimate. Previously he had 4 ultimate points in 2 rounds, and he's getting real quickly up until the resurrection phase. I mean, he's been picking up 2 ultimate orbs, he's got himself 2 kills. He's constantly controlling B site and making sure to work that economy ever in his favor. He could easily reach that resurrection before his opponent Ditto. Ditto's been able to grab his 4 ultimate orbs, but unfortunately, he's got 2 deaths against his name. That's where he's getting the other 2 to help him out there. And that's generally not the way you want to get your ultimate up, is through your death counter.
And, you know, big discussion that has been put into play every single time. It's just the first bloods and how much of an impact they have for the latter portions of the game. And this is NERX's map pick. And honestly, now off to a fresh start, it's GBP winning the pistol rounds. And we are at a pause, but it does seem like the buys are going to be fresh off of NERX, and they really should. And bonus buy coming off from GBP should bode them well, considering of how confident they are with their thrifty rounds, if anything. So if they don't win this round number 3, they can be sure that they can get a couple of picks. So as long as they can use their utilities well to try and segment the portion of NERX and, you know, try and get them out of the way and just completely disable the abilities that they have, it's a very good chance of an offset that they can win a lot of these rounds early on. But the question of the match still is, like, you know, what will happen once they do switch sides? Because that's the thing with Icebox. You can't really guarantee what goes on in the first half will continue second time around. And that's what I'm really looking forward to between these 2 teams.
So, a little bit of an issue for NERX is they don't have a full utility loadout. Ditto doesn't have the slow. You've got King Kappa doesn't have double updraft, so he doesn't even have a single updraft. That is an issue if you're trying to go for a site such as A, because you can't get that verticality and start to rain down upon your opponents. And then finally, Klops, he's got no shock darts. That means if they get a plant down, he's got no way to protect that post plant from a distance. He doesn't have the lineups. He can't push anyone off these angles. So even though they've got some firepower, the scary thing is, I don't know if they've got the utility that will back them up here to at least defend the plant, let alone get the plant down.
Yep, and as you say that, I think we're gonna head into the game really, really shortly right now. Just a quick reconnection from our fellow players. Just somehow that does the magic. Honestly, if you're lagging, so it's definitely something that has been the norm for tournaments. But will this be the norm though? Sao hiding right next to the barrier, and good job for the side of NERX to clear it this time around. 'Cause earlier they didn't, and they got absolutely just completely pressed into it. But look at that. Hello? Where did that snake bite come from? It came from outside, but it still reached King Kappa. Oh, poor lad. It's okay. It's all right though. They still have the spike here in garage, and you're gonna have to think really careful about their next move here.
I mean, I don't think they're going to have to think too long because I feel like their brains are about to be splattered because Sal is on a roll. Oh, no, never mind. Limitato, he shuts it down. He's not going to have a lobotomy today as now they're starting to push on onto the B site. They're going for the spray. They do get it. And now they've got the advantage. There's 2 members left, Butterfly and Slatham. They're going to lose this plant. No wall there to protect it, so they're very lucky to get that down early before Slatham could get into position. The wall is eventually going to fade from both sides. So it's going to be an open field. Who will take the championship here as Klops is now fighting for it. They're looking for the touchdown. Butterfly's coming on in. He's opened the way. He's running through the defense, but he gets shut down at the last moment. They're holding on. Slatham gets one. He gets the heals. He's overhealed. He's got the leer out. He's starting to get the first part of the defuse. He might come off this and he's going to go for the challenge. He makes a lot of noise. He's going to fake the defuse, but he's still making a bit of noise. The swing comes from Limitato. But Limitato thought he was sticking it. Slatham did not. He scores it, gets the clutch, and 3-0 we have suddenly appeared to.
Well played. And again, you have to consider that was their bonus round. They didn't purchase anything.
Yeah.
And they completely just wiped out the side of NERX there. And on top of that, Slatham was able to pick up a gun as well. So that is going to be a Vandal for them, so they could save a little bit more creds, set themselves up for the next round. And now it's going to be trouble for NERX because they basically spent all their money that previous round. Now they're going to be stuck with Spectres. They at least have the full shields, but they are going to have to be careful because in a fight about long range, you've got Vandals and 1 operator facing them. So you're going to have to just tread these waters very, very carefully.
I'm worried. They're going for the force spy, and that's going to get spotted out by the drone. He should have seen all the Spectres holding off, and if he gets the information to the rest of his team, they know what's coming at him. Slatham runs on in, but Ditto does get it. He's not going to upgrade. He's keeping that Spectre, but it does go on down. NG's not going to deal with that. It says Operator is too powerful for your little Spectre. As now, you got to see the retreat. They're going to have to get that plant down, and this is where the Viper's Pit is going to be so useful. You're going to have to run in there, but never mind. They're just going to clean that up. They've killed him. Everyone is dying. This force fight, it's done. It's dusted. NG gets 3. That's another round. It's going to be another round shortly after because they're not going to have money for it.
And you have to consider as well that he was using an operator inside of A side. And the thing with the operator, it's not really impossible to go for retakes, but it's incredibly difficult because the shot that you have with that gun, like at the hip fire, it's not that good if you don't aim down your sights. So we do see a lot of, highlight reels of, well, pro players and streamers, getting those really nutty shots without doing the ADS. Yeah. But it's still a really good effort from NG to get those 3 kills. And look at that though, it's gonna be King Kappa playing a much more aggressive game, but it will be punished. Sal getting 3 kills. What is going on here in mid? An absolute massacre right now. King Kappa finally shuts him down though.
I'm not too sure how I feel about that wall. The wall was a bit off to the side, but I mean, he ends up getting 3 kills for it, so I can't complain, can I? Butterfly's gonna get the outcome up. Throws off the opponent, and well, Butterfly comes on in. He's making sure the resurrection's not going to happen, and that was a very awkward engagement in Tube. 5 men ran in, 5 men fall down, and come away. GPP Esports are suddenly 5 rounds up.
And again, it was a really fast exchange. You said it yourself. Barely even like 30 minutes in, we already have a 5-0 scoreline. And in terms of the buys, again, it's gonna be NERX forced up to purchase whatever they can. Previous round, they didn't really have the luck of the trade, and it's still NG with the operator. So weapon difference, skill difference, a lot is gonna go to the side of GBP right now. And take note, this is NERX's map pick. They're not exactly performing very well right off the bat here, but again, no need to discount them so far. We're not yet into the second half of this game. Still, a lot of things can happen, but GBP has things completely under control so far.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It's easily the momentum could change at a drop of a dime, especially with NERX. We've seen them. They wouldn't have gotten to the grand finals without some fantastic resilience, the capability, the skill, and they're just waiting to show us. They're still warming up here because this is, this is map number 2. They put up a very strong showing in upper 1-1, but Icebox, they're just a little frozen. They just need to defrost a little, be out of the fridge just a little bit longer, and then they will be coming to life.
Oh my lord.
I said that, but NG's gonna shut that down.
Insane.
Spike down A.
Yeah, good shot. I thought he was gonna miss because there was a jump from there, but no worries. Limitado will go down, however, Null is still active. Sao will go down as well. It's gonna be 3 versus 3 potentially if this revive does become successful. It does, and Spike isn't down just yet, but well over 20 seconds. 0 point has been sent out. Aini creeping up from behind. They don't know this. We'll spot someone from 410. It will be Klops literally flopping down. Aini will go down, however. 2 versus 2 situation. NG all the way from the rafters to get that kill. Limitado down as well, and still winning these rounds is the side of GBP.
They're having a little bit too much fun right now. Butterfly just casually threw a shock dart at NG because it's like, you know what? You don't need full armor. Spend 1,000 credits on the next round.
Yeah, we have money, man. I mean, look at them right now. They perfectly fine. Butterfly has 7,000 credits, so I don't blame him.
So it is interesting as well. They had 3 ultimates up in that last round, but GBP, they don't feel like they have to use it. They're comfortable to go, we can save our ultimates to when we're desperate, to when we absolutely need to swing the tides of the battle, whether that be the Viper's pick coming in, whether it be the Hunter's Fury to delay or stop the default or catch out anyone coming through some of those choke points. And then finally, Sao, he's like 6th man. No one's dying. I don't need to resurrect anyone. What are you talking about? So it's been quite interesting at the moment that they're just holding on. They're not even just throwing them out so they can completely set up a new chain reaction and just get them more ultimates. I mean, look at NG. He's the only one using them. I think in this match on the side of GPP, 1 ultimate's been used, maybe 2, and that's all Blade Storm.
All Blade Storm. I mean, no whirlwind of a force of a tornado coming so far. I know we were having a little bit of a discussion over Jet's ult and maybe the rise of a potential sibling helicopter or Maverick.
I mean, if you do it
maps, happen, I'm expecting my check.
You do it map specific, you could have a blizzard.
Wow,
I mean,
that's nice. Like skills on certain maps, but well, skill not gonna be needed for Butterfly. Takes Game Kappa down and belt at least, and yeah, we are seeing the 410 Viper's Pit. It's been known in the meta for quite a while. This wall, just uses the Viper Pit on top of the 410, and it kind of creates a weird little mountain there, toxic mountain if anything. So yeah,
sometimes
I'm
it was
pretty sure.
hilarious when this would bug out before they fix it, and you just have this like tiny little pit on top of that area, and that's it. It wouldn't come down to the ground or nothing.
I remember that.
You're like, oh,
Oh,
thanks.
man.
I just wasted this for nothing.
Well, when you think about it, these people aren't even using the rappel, but as I say that, X is gonna go down here, so man, that operator has been doing its great deal of damage so far, and again, Vito is down, NG with another kill. Might even get a second, but Limitado quicker on the Arcane Jinx skin line, and oh my god, how does he even see his head?
Yeah,
That's
and
a
he almost
pixel.
hit it 3 times too. But he's got to get that one, so it does a bit of damage. Are they going to be able to recover it? They're all running towards that operator. They do grab it, so they'll be able to give NG the operator back. Not like he needs the money anyway. He doesn't even buy anyone else a weapon. That's selfish, I tell you. Absolutely selfish.
You ruthless little child. I'm just kidding. Anyways,
Yeah, I mean, look
we
at Slathers at 950 credits, and NG's like, yeah, I'm not gonna buy you. Butterfly's like, yeah, I just need to buy some utility at 8,600.
yeah, you don't need any of my Mun You're fine. Slavim, just yeah, you know what? That's some Gordon Ramsay thing. That okay, I make my own fortune. I'm not giving that to any of my children. But so, well, you know what? Speaking of fortune,
NG once again, a kill to King Kappa and Butterfly. Well on their way to get one kill at least with the Hunter's Fury. Quick succession, and I mean the round has barely started. You already have 2 attackers out of the way.
And that's the way to do it as well, because now you have the firing squad down at B. Long Spikers down. You're going to have to push into that, but you're up against the operator,
my
which is just
lord.
finding kill after kill. Eventually goes down, and you know what? They're going to make sure the operator stays on the board. They pick that on up, and they're going to give that straight back over to NG. Will he buy anyone this time? No. Oh my god, he did it! He bought some guns for people.
Man, I mean, if I'm to be honest, NERX isn't playing the game that they expected to have. And I guess it's just unfortunate that the matchup they have been provided is GBP, because they are completely shutting them down right now. I mean, this was the lineup we saw earlier with Arcadia versus Big Gaming. I mean, it's almost exactly the same, except instead of KO, we saw Killjoy. But GBP has been playing this perfectly well, if anything, because you have to consider they're on defenders here, but they have the double duelist setup. So it makes you think, like, why isn't the side of NERX getting more points here? They have double initiator, they have the utilities to get more information, but it's not being generated. So is it a question of they're not assigning their roles properly? Are they not moving together? Or is it the side of GBP just being one step ahead of them? Look at that. They can literally tell where the side of NERX is. They're literally stacking this B site and ready for this attack.
It is unbelievable at the moment, and I think you summed it up so well. It's just, they're completely reading every movement their opponents do. You've even got one in the middle, just in case if you caught it wrong. It's out. He gets the double, Angie goes over the top to Blazestorm. He goes for another one, but everyone's already dead. They don't need him in some of these scenarios, because the rest of the team can be relied upon to find the kills. Either trade yourself a kill, or set yourself up so then your teammates can get that first, second, possibly even that third kill in a row. And it's just ridiculous at the moment. NERX, they're not doing anything, I believe, inherently wrong. They're using utility in the correct spots. They're trying to push together as a team. They're throwing bodies at the point. But the problem is, I feel like GBP are just being so unpredictable. They're constantly swinging around the map. Look at them. They've already swung over and put 3 over the A site. They're unreadable right now. And you just, what do you do against a team you can have absolutely zero indication against? And that's a DC.
That's not good. I have also been kicked out of the game, but I think it's still going on.
It is, right?
Yeah, it's still going on at least, so...
We lost 4 members on the side of GPP Esports. Slatham's the only one alive, and he's on the hunt at the moment.
Ah, they got disconnected though. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, so...
Man. Yeah, I think it might be a server thing here, so...
NERX's going to be able to potentially get around here unless Slatham's going to pick himself up an ace. He finds himself 1, so he's going to be looking for some more, but there's a little bit of a crossfire that he's going to have to deal with. The reconnects are starting to come back on.
Oh, we're back. We're good.
This is good. Ioni's also back, so it's 2 versus 4, and he needs to get back on site, but unfortunately, King Kappa had his sights. Ioni's all alone, so he can feel what his friendly Jet felt before. He's going to pick up another one, so the damage is still a bit done to their opponents, but I don't know. If you're NERX, do you feel happy about winning that?
I mean, honestly, like I play sports, honestly. So, back in high school, I used to play football and tennis, and I always told myself that, you know, if the opponent's not in their best form and I win, I don't really consider it as a win. And sometimes I do see that happen in traditional sports as well, where, let's say, I think this happens often in MMA, when a certain fighter gets a technical foul because of something that they aren't allowed to do. Like, as an example, like an elbow to the face when the opponent is on the floor. That's technically an illegal move. And then obviously, like, as a referee, you don't have a choice because it's an illegal move. So it's really sad for the person who actually won it, that, okay, you won, but you didn't win the way that you want to, because you know, like the sportsmanship value is like completely just eradicated in that moment. And I think that's a very big downfall when it comes to sports. That's why sportsmanship is such an important factor in the game. And, you know, these are the things that actually inspire us as human beings and not just people in the athletic world, you know? I guess I could give like another example in the Olympics. If you guys are familiar with Derek Redmond, he's actually a track and field star. He was running around the. Oh, by the way, guys, we're having a little bit of podcast because we're waiting for the players to come back. So this is still Valorant, but I'm just adding some sports trivia here.
Actually,
So
I want to jump in because
So-
you've got a really good persuasive argument going on. But we have a hero in Winter Olympic sports. You may have heard of him. He's called Donald Bradbury, and he did the Bradbury in ice skating competition. I think it was the 2004 Winter
Okay.
Olympic Games, and he made his way to the finals. It was a good little race. They're doing I think it was a 1,000 or 1,200 meter race around the ice rink. So it was speed skating, and he had 5 people in front of him. They all come up to the final corner. They all crash out in front of him. He comes from last. He comes the first. He wins gold medal, and we now have our first winter gold medal in Australia because
Congrats.
everyone crashed in front of him. And we look at it. We take those wins.
Deserved, I guess. Deserved. Wow, that's one way to win it, I guess, you know. I guess it's just luck. That's a factor, if anything. So congratulations to Mr. Bradbury. Deserved. I'm pretty sure Australia had a good laugh for that one. So, you know,
He
definitely
is
a
now
story for the
he's hailed
century.
as a hero.
I'm not surprised. That's well deserved. But, well, speaking of heroes, there is going to be more heroes concocted for the day here. As the fight between GBP is now over with NEXS. NG finally gets dethroned with the operator. And it's finally looking like it may be going towards their side as well.
Yes, and I think King Kappa wants to be the hero of their team. He's not doing too well at the moment. He started off slow. We saw that last match. He started off a little bit slow. He needs to be able to pick himself up a bit and be that icon that his team needs. And a beautiful little recon there. They find out one. They shut down the Viper's Pit. They're now ahead. They know one's up top. King Kappa's going to keep an eye on this, and he gets it. That is kill after kill. They're about to get an ace. If they can find Butterfly, find this kill, they are not done. They're going to capture themselves a couple of rounds before we go into the half.
Uh-oh. He sees one. Oh, he turns around, but not enough time. He spots another one here, and ooh, double peek will connect. You know, I think it's a little bit of a curse here in screens because I've also had my fair share of encounters there where I always get double peeked or triple peeked, and I don't know why. It's extremely annoying. It's either you have the players coming in from screens or they're coming in from spawn, and it's just equally terrifying. So I generally do not like going to screens like at all, so feel free if you want to, but I'm out. That's all I'll say.
So you just need to be like me and be a Cypher main. Just set up on a point and just hide for the rest of the match.
Just relax. Just relax. You have the spy camera, the trap wires. You've got the cyber cage. You know, you're never gonna find me. That's what I want here. I can find you, but you'll never find me. So he's our little baby boy hacker. So I like it.
Yeah, he's so much fun. And I remember the first time I used or saw Cypher's ult, and he threw his hat, and then he's just bald for the rest of the map. I'm like,
the gorgeous
what?
bald man. I love him. You know his real name is Amir, so that's
It's a nice
nice.
little name he's got going on there. It's feels classy yet fun.
Yes, of course. That's what you love to see with a man like him. Not really surprised. Well, I mean, he's been through a lot, honestly, based on his voice lines. Apparently, his family was like gone, so he's just alone now. Poor little baby. So we love
And this
her side.
kitchen, I feel like this kitchen needs some maintenance to it. And I mean,
But
who
why?
wants people making snowmen? That is a terrible note to have up on that board. I want to have a word with whoever's running this kitchen. They are a Grinch. They don't like Christmas, and we need to deal with it.
Hey, but look at that. They have a lot of things stocked up though, so you know, okay, here's one thing that bothers me. You're already an icebox. Why did they have to put refrigerators? You know, just have like an outlet. Like honestly,
Leave
because
the
like
food
I'm
in the snow.
like I'm half French, right? So when I visit Paris, that's what we do. We just put our bottles outside. That's literally a free refrigerator. You know what I mean? Especially
I
the part
wish
of
I
the
could
build.
say, but I mean, the coolest it ever gets where I live is like maybe 20 degrees, 21 degrees. We
Oh.
don't
Yeah,
we don't know
I
what
feel
it's
you.
called.
Don't worry. I live in the Philippines. It's equally hot and it rains
And
and
also probably very
yeah.
muggy and humid.
Oh, yeah, and plenty of things that are out to kill you. Well, at least for us, it's like humans. For you guys, it's like animals. So I don't know what is worse. So
The tinier
you guys
it,
can
the,
judge
it is,
that.
probably the more deadly it is. Because I mean, we have the deadliest spider, we have the
Oh,
deadliest,
God.
one of the deadliest snakes, we got deadly jellyfish, like we mentioned earlier on. I mean, I don't mind that because I mean, I look at say America or Canada, and they have bears. I'm like, I don't want to see a bear or a cougar or a coyote. That would scare the living daylights out of me.
Well, the thing with coyotes, right, is it's funny because some people actually mistake them for dogs. So they take
Oh,
them
no.
in and they don't
Oh.
realize it's a coyote until they're old. But it's okay because I mean, you know, they're
Okay.
like docile when you like, you know, when you like rescue a bear or like a tiger when they're a cub, and then when you grow up with them, it's fine because they kind of know who
Um,
you are already. So kind of just like
okay.
that, I guess.
I was about to say,
Except
I've never rescued
crocodiles.
a bear, so.
Okay, fair argument. Same as well. I just see a lot of things on TikTok about that, so I don't want to try it personally, but if you want to, then go ahead, I guess. So yeah, funny thing that you
Disclaimer,
brought that
anyone
up.
at home, do not rescue a bear unless you're a trained professional.
Funny that you bring that up because one time when I went to the zoo, I was like, I was still a little child. I think I was like 10 or 11, and I went to the zoo with my parents. And for some reason, they were selling the tiger. And I didn't know why. As in,
Okay.
there was a sign in front of its cage. It's like, tiger for sale, 100,000 pesos. Wait, let me convert that for you real quick. So, I don't know what's up with people. They're just, you know,
I mean, this was
into things.
Tiger King before Tiger King appeared.
It's about 3,000 Australian dollars. So,
Wow,
yeah, they were
that
selling it
sounds
for that
cheap
much.
for a tiger.
It was I didn't take a good look at it. You know, maybe it's grumpy. Maybe it likes to
Oh
just
yeah,
eat people
you
immediately.
wouldn't
Maybe
want to
that's
buy a
why.
grumpy tiger.
Yeah, no. I want someone like Tigger from Winnie the Pooh. You know what I mean? Like a chill guy, like really fun. You know, those types
Yeah.
of animals. But in general, I'm not a cat person. I'd rather take a wolf. Honestly, though. What about you? Do you like cats more? Dogs? What do you
I don't
prefer?
know. I'm both ways. I mean, I love big dogs, but then when you start to get to medium and small dogs, I'm like, I much prefer cats.
Because they're
I,
so noisy.
yeah, they're so like they feel like they're better than everyone else. I'm like, I don't need a dog that feels better than everyone else. I just want a dog that's happy and wants to see you for who you are and be your companion.
Exactly. There's a reason why dogs are called man's best friend and cats are the devil's, because, well, you know, cats are cute, we give them a lot of love,
Mhm.
but sometimes it's not reciprocated, and we just have to accept that. Anyways.
And that's what we're going to see NERX trying to do here. They're showing us a lot of love as they're starting to come back into the game. And, well, their opponents are not trying to reciprocate that. They want to shut this down before it turns into anything small. This is the final round of the half, and they're going to be doing whatever they can to stop this momentum. GPP Esports playing a little bit different here. They're standing so aggressive over at that B site. I believe they still do have an operator locked down over there if anyone comes that way. But NERX says, we're not doing that. We're going back to the A site. We've had some success over here. We're going to keep on trucking over here to see if we can steamroll our opponent.
Powerless.
I'm gonna be hearing the null activated this time around the A side. It's actually Staten, the only one left, will actually be pinned by so many members. Butterfly with 2K onto that operator. Hunter Fury is gonna be set out as well, but Sao will clear out of that way really, really fast. And Fighting NERX actually gaining a little bit of a leverage here. They have the Viper's Pit to their advantage. Will be the recon bot set up, but Klops! Klops! Oh my goodness, get back there! Did he get the kill? Oh, he gets Sao at least. Not really sure, man. See the Viper as well. Aini up top in 410 will put the snake bite out of the way here. And then unsuspecting Glops will go down. Aini with a good spray. And this might still go to the side of NERX, but no. Next is going to be shut out. And Butterfly with the defuse. A little bit of Poison Cloud to add some aesthetics to the picture, you know? But 10-2 scoreline heading into the half. And this is the first time we saw this today.
Switching
Aini,
sides.
absolutely key in that round. Being able to come from behind, come from the top. He got the first kill, And that first kill was completely unseen from their opponent. They had no idea where the shot came from. They didn't know if it came down from low. They didn't know if it came from somewhere over off to the side of the site. And then again, he starts spraying down. He gets a second one. Instantly, he's turned the fight around, put his team in favor, and they've just locked one person left into the Viper's pit. They can hide in there, but if you're spraying from every direction, eventually a bullet will hit you. So, Ione, absolutely key player in that round to stop any further momentum coming out from NERX.
Honestly, one of the most wonderful things you could do in a game of Valorant is shut down the opponent by giving them a hard time to regain their composure. It's not often something that happens every single time, but it's something that could happen if you somehow plan it, or it could happen by accident. So,
Yeah.
10-2 scoreline. Attackers will be gifted the GVP. King Kappa with the Sheriff to start off the round to get Sal out of the way. That's a really interesting weapon to choose. And I'd say it's a ballsy act, because you only have like, how many credits when you start, right? You only have like 900 or something. So, like, investing it all in the Sheriff, that's saying something, at least for King Kappa. Flops! Ooh, picked away at the wrong moment. Will be punished for it. Aini to seal deal on that one. It's not going to be a 4 versus 4 situation. However, you do have Aini quite low in health, so this might still go in the way of NERX. They do get 2 additional kills as well.
Well, this is the round you want to open up on, and I just want to clarify, it's 800 credits and it's 800 for the Sheriff, so you spend it all to grab yourself a Sheriff to get nothing else. You don't even get a chance at some utility. You are going straight to the heart with all that money there, and Limitado, well, he gets shot in the head. That was a hard blow to take, as now the spike goes down, get a little bit of funds over towards NERX. Sorry, not NERX, towards GPP. And they held it off a little bit longer. Slatham is able to avoid going down, but he pops on in the sightlines of King Kappa. King Kappa is trying to take it on. Which jet will reign supreme? Which will come out on top? Please find out right after the break. No, we're not going to a break. They're still fighting
man.
round.
Don't give us a cliffhanger like that. It's a 1v1, and, well, that's it. Kappa to seal the deal. 10-3, and they really needed that. Especially in the Philippines, you call it a 210 curse. I'm not gonna tell you what 210 means, what it's derived from, because it's a bit nasty. But it's famous here, aside from the 3-9 curse. So I think it still applies here. You know, the only difference is it's daunting because there's a double-digit lead.
I'm just saying, you guys have a lot of curses. I mean,
it's not really a curse. It's just not appropriate to say.
It makes sense.
Yeah, that's that's how Filipino broadcasts usually is. Aside from the actual game, it's more of like an entertainment for the people, you know. And I don't blame them, honestly, because they love
hope
it.
it's a little bit entertaining. You don't want it to be.
It's very.
That's good to hear. That's what you want. Because I mean, it's better than if we just, you know.
Oh my God, he got the kill. That was so nice. I would like to see more next round. I actually do know some organizers that got casters like that. It's interesting. It's nice, you know. Maybe they're just not feeling themselves, or
it's true.
It's not
but
a
then
good day.
usually the people that are like that can be highly analytical. They're just not necessarily entertaining. So you just balance them out with someone else, and they've got some of the best minds. Like there's a player in the Oceanics scene. He's monotone just by normal type, and you talk to him and it sounds completely uninterested, but the things he says, it's just like poof, my mind, like the things that comes across it, and you just know the love and passion from the words he says, not necessarily how he says it. And it's kind of those things that are I love the sport because you meet so many different kinds of people and they express their love for the game in so many different ways.
It is, honestly, and that's the beauty of esports and how close-knit the community is compared to traditional sports. Like, honestly, when I started out my casting career, I thought it would take me forever to meet some of my mentors, but luckily they're very humble, and I'm happy to share the desk with you as well. This while I love meeting casters from other regions, so it's definitely a pleasure to share the panel with you. Yes, a lot of interesting jokes about animals left and right. Didn't expect that would happen, especially since we only saw Sky a couple of times, but it's all good. And closest one out, GBP potentially well underway. But if NERX does make a comeback, it's gonna be insane because it's gonna push us to map 3 and 9. But start the round off, NG with the first blood, 2 bloods rather.
That is disgustingly great. It just pops around, 2 shots, 2 kills, and then and then he's just like, you know what? I'm gonna go pick up the spike because I got the time, I got the skills, and at this point, there's no kind of recon gathering capability by NERX. They don't know what's going on for their opponents. The Owl drone is still a little bit on cooldown. Sorry, not Owl drone. That's been used. Is the recon bolt is still on cooldown, and they're still waiting to get that knowledge back
seconds
on up. Because until then, they're playing in the dark, and that's not where they want to be. Klops, he's dancing, he's hoping, he hears something, he knows his wall's gone up, and he's calling for the rotate from his team. He's luckily got 1 man to help him out here, but will 2 be enough? Spike Planter is now out of it. Limitado doing wonders here. Klops is trying to get a little bit of spray and pray going on. It's not going to be the case as they come in from behind. Ayani gets 1. They still feel like there's a second one around here. They're searching for it. He shoots. He gives away his location. He flashes and retreats to a different spot. But a good little back off and he finds himself a kill. And next, with the help, comes on in. They score it. And that will be round 4 coming up for NERX.
Yeah, well played as well on the retake. I mean, they had an idea that the side of GBP, they didn't really have much weapons to work with, and the flash came at a good time from Limitado. And if anything, honestly, I've tried using KO like multiple times. I love the agent design. The lore that comes with him is really interesting as well. Apparently, KO was a human who worked with Brimstone when he was a firefighter, and they actually got into the military together as well. So apparently something happened between the line.
I love that you're just a lore machine. It is fantastic.
Yeah, I'm genuinely interested. Like, he used to be human, and it was a great story. He was a firefighter with Brimstone. They're really close buddies. And if you actually want to learn more, guys, all you have to do is go under the range to Brimstone's office, and it's all there. Like, you can see what he looks like when he was a human. So, and no questions arise, why is he a machine? But, well, answer is simple. They wanted to kill. Or the kingdom, I guess. But more kills are coming in towards the side of any RX for this game, however.
Yeah, NERX, they're not going to die anytime soon. Oh, okay. I was going to say they're not going to die anytime soon, but they just get sprayed down and lose all their members. But Limitado, though, he's the machine. He's working for his opponents. He's picking up the game. They need to get in here for the defuse, but they don't have that time left to play around with it. Sal gets his 3. They don't know where he is. Ditto tries to keep a look at 2 locations at once, but unfortunately, you only have 1 crosshair, and they swing and find him there. So a little bit of a spree got shut down from NERX, and well, they can't let that happen again. It's going to be interesting. Do they force buy here, or do they save for the 8 round turnaround?
Yes. My brain's a bit flustered as to what exactly could be going through NERX right now, but they're going for the save. If anything, that might be as good as done for them. They're completely the opposite of each other right now. Pretty sure they don't want to be near one another, but King Kappa. Oh my god, did actually spot Aini immediately, but they both missed. And from the back, with a frenzy, Aini goes down, but Spike is gonna make its way inside of B side. And that's unfortunate because he had a Vandal.
And it's also unfortunate that didn't get that dagger refresh. He was hoping for it, but his teammate stole it from him in front of him. So he's going to be a little annoyed at that, hoping to pick up a weapon as they start to collapse on in. The time is a ticking, it's against him. King Kappa's got 1 shot, and he's trying to make it count. This is all or nothing for him right now. The rest of the team is starting to push on in. He misses the shot. He goes down. Gets the triple.
Oh, 4K! Oh my lord! And on Icebox, it's been a tale of the battle sage. We saw this morning, this wall, and now we're gonna see it again this time. Match point granted to the side of GBP. And you said it earlier when they were on this map, it was also with 13-4. So I don't know if they're keeping up with tradition or if this is just how they like to play.
Well, I mean, they've just stolen the game from their opponent. The opponents tried to put up some kind of momentum, but when you get taken for 9 rounds in a row, there's only so much you can do. As now they're trying to do something. King Kappa is going to open this back on up. They're going to have to try and hold it. Gets the force, this unstoppable force. The fragment doing a bit of damage. Going to help a bit of it. But the resurrection is here. 5v5 starts off again. NERX is slowly starting to collapse. So you've got the rotate coming in from NERX as he's coming up behind. And he might catch his opponents out if they do try to swing over to this next location. And at the same time, Ditto's going to be keeping a little bit of an eye down mid to hopefully see or catch that rotation, give his teammate a little bit of an idea that what's going on. And it's a little bit of caution in the wind as everyone's going to jump on up and whoo, Ditto, what a beautiful shot.
The heck did he even pull that off with a Phantom as well? That is extremely difficult. Would have been understandable if it was a Vandal or a Guardian, but regardless, spike down. It's gonna be set towards a lobby. Next, we'll actually, instead of guarding the spike, we'll put it back into A, and I think that's a good move because he does have the utilities, and of course, if a Viper dies early on in the round, that's not gonna be good. So he realizes that it's important for him to stay alive
30
in
seconds
case a
left.
retake may be pulled upon. And less than 30 seconds left. The spike seems to be moving its interest towards B. Limitado is already waiting for someone. And Aini, an unsuspecting Aini, misses the angle towards Snowman and will fall to their demise.
You were mentioning it. He needs the Vipers are very important, and he didn't use his wall. He was just pushing on up, and he was free and open. And G's gonna now try and hold on. He's got 2 more. They've got the play down. He sees them both lined up, but they were working together to make sure he can't get them both at the same time. But I find that a little bit strange. The wall is set up, didn't use it, and then wasn't able to grab it in position. It just died.
Yeah, I mean, not much you can do when there's a bullet to your face, you know, this wall. But
Yeah.
anyway, you can pray and hope that it doesn't actually completely kill you in the game. But yeah, that's actually an interesting take. Imagine an agent where their ultimate ability is just to stop the opponent's weapons for like 5 seconds. That would be... It's like a KO ult, but you can't shoot. It's a reverse KO ult. What am I saying? That's crazy. I'm gonna get banned if I propose that idea. Anyways, top 5, match point, still over the side of GBP.
Here.
In terms of the bias, they both have the weapons, so again, do or die for NERX. They gotta win this or they're gonna go home, or stay home in this case, literally.
Ooh, that Dagger gets a lot of information, finding out there's 3 here, but they've only kept 2 people here. They're not doing a quick rotate. They're still hesitant to get that defense all over to the A site. But now they're slowly coming on in. They're lucky there wasn't a very quick push coming in from GVP as they're taking their time. King Kappa's going to get on out. He gets away to safety while he got tagged on up. The Viper's Pit comes on in, and we've mentioned this last time, but we don't really see 5v5 retakes coming on too often throughout these matches tonight. And the Viper's wall. Oh no, King Kappa! He saw the head, but he didn't shoot! He was looking in a different direction. That's a little unfortunate for him there. He's going to go on down, but it's an instant trade on the other side as well. The resurrection is there if they can find the spot for him, but the Sage is unfortunately down, working with Next to move through the Viper's Pit. Limitado is going to be helping this one out. The Sage is going forward. The Battle Sage is trying to lead the charge. Turns around. The Sage needs to turn around, but he had the utility on out. It's all up to Corpse to save this match, to save the series, to save the tournament. Can he do it? The bomb is ticking. He takes a few shots, and G is going to stop this from happening.
That is it.
Whew.
Attackers win.
That is game, my friend. GBP Esports taking home the gold, taking home the crown, and they will be your champions here tonight for the Prominence Crown Cup Season 2.
Man, what a great way to end it, honestly, like 13-5. I'm taking a look at the stat sheet right now, and we are seeing a good handful of first bloods coming out of NERX here. They have about 9 first bloods, but if we look over to the side of GBP here, let me do quick maths in my head. I got this. They have 9 as well. So they both have about 9 first bloods, which is not that bad. But if we are going to be talking about the frags and everything, just it speaks for itself. Look at how many kills the side of GBP has compared to what NERX has to offer. And unfortunately, we didn't get much support from the back end. We are looking at Klops here, only 2 kills for the whole round, 7 assists. And we are seeing a good distribution for Ditto and King Kappa, but we didn't quite see them, you know, express themselves the same way they did in a sense. So is it possible that they had a little bit of fatigue coming into this second map? It's definitely a big factor that comes to it, but again, that's really what differentiates these players from one another. And just congratulations to GBP.
Yeah, it's just wow. I mean, one interesting point is I think the first bloods. There was so many first bloods on King Kappa alone had five first bloods. His team collectively had nine. That is a lot more than what your team was able to win in terms of rounds, and it kind of says to you, even though you're finding the openings, your opponent is able to either throw their bodies at collecting you and trading your frag out and securing the point, or you're not utilizing the advantage you have and using your numbers to overwhelm your opponent. And it's kind of that either miscommunication or they're falling down and breaking down on these sites when things get a little bit chaotic and utilities coming on up that they weren't able to keep up with their opponents. But NG, he's got to be said, 26 for 8. Whew, that is very, very strong. So, the good news is we will be having an interview coming up with Sal from GPP. We're just going to get him on the line now and we'll be getting some questions thrown his way to see how his team fared and taking this tournament. And, well, speak of the devil, Sal,
Hello.
welcome.
Welcome.
Hel-
Welcome, my friend. How are you? Oh, wow.
it's kind of a bit noisy in here since I am playing in computer shop.
Oh, no worries, no worries. I feel you. Great job for today. You know, it's fantastic the performance you have provided to us. And may I ask, are you Filipino?
Yes, we are
Yes,
all
okay.
Filipinos.
Okay, I'll make it easy for you. If you want to answer in Tagalog, do it. I will translate for you. But would you like to ask a question first, this one?
Yes, I think the one that I have to ask is, do you study your opponents before you come into these matches, or do you come in with your own game plan that you try to execute?
Uh, we're just playing our own game since we don't want to play on their own pace.
Hmm.
And since we are newly formed team, we didn't have time to even to have one scrim to practice. We just
Oh,
play this tournament right away.
oh,
Okay.
that's some challenging words for those of you in the future. This team is going to be one to watch out for.
Yeah, honestly, it's crazy to even consider that, you guys are a new team, bago lang kayo, but it's fantastic that this is what you've shown us. And if I'm not mistaken, a full sweep of 2 zeros, so really good job on that end. No? I do want to ask naman din as well. Since you are working right now, I think you said you are in a computer shop now. So how does the comms work with you guys? Like, are you shouting at each other, or do you have like set strategies or anything like that, or you just adapt to whatever's happening in the game?
Um, we're just playing default every round, and we just innovate
Mm-hmm.
and help each other give an info to us.
Okay, that's good. Yeah. This one, do you have any more questions?
Yes, so I know this is a question from Jaeger.
Yeah.
we
Okay,
were we,
go.
we were chatting from yesterday, and we were wondering what does GBP stand for in
Yeah.
GBP?
What is GBP?
Actually, it is the name of our owner of the team last time. Uh, it's
Okay.
George Brian Palalon, but you can call it. We call it also as God bless po.
That's nice. This one, if you're not like familiar, po is basically like a way to add respect to a sentence. That's how we usually address the elderly.
Okay.
So instead of saying like ma'am, sir, we like, do you want water, po? So that's nice. God bless, po. That's nice. It's a good way to, send out some respect for your team and for the opponents, But before we do end the interview, I just want to ask, do you have any shout outs to anyone you want to, you know, uh, say or
Uh,
anything?
Shout out to our owner Brian Palalon also, and to my girlfriend who is supporting me in stream. And that's it. But by the way, I have fun fact for our team. Since we don't have any practice, our composition in each map is just based on which agent are we comfortable with, or who can adjust on the specific role that no one does play. If you watch our recent match, recent matches, we don't have static. We don't have the same comp in Ascent or only
Mm-hmm.
Icebox. We have the same since all of us are comfortable
It's
playing.
actually funny. The notes I have for your team, I don't have anyone plays this specifically. I just have all these players flex between all the roles. They play everything except Neon, because I haven't seen a Neon yet, or I can't even mention the name. The name's eluded me. Yoru, because no one plays Yoru.
Yoru.
So it's kind of funny you say that because it really gives us an understanding to why you play like that and how you play like that because you don't have that specific roles. And I love seeing that flexibility.
Yeah, honestly, great all around from your team. Really happy that you've graced your presence here for the Crown Cup. But our prod's actually asking, would you guys participate again in the next tournament?
We are planning to join VCT in the future.
Nice.
We are preparing for that tournament.
Okay, that's good. Good. That a lot of competition right now. I'm sure you're aware that some teams like Team Secret they were already removed from VCT stage one. So anything is possible. As they say, Filipino teams are definitely getting stronger. And just as a note to say, salamat, thanks, and lakad batatag for you guys. So see you guys next time, and thanks for joining us, Sao. Good game.
Thank you.
Ingat. All right. So that was a lovely interview. Good to see that our players, that they're alive, they're not actual bots. And yeah, it's commendable that he's still trying to play even if he's in a computer shop. So,
Yeah, I
it's
love it
it's a
because I
thing
mean,
here.
it's interesting that there's a few things against them. There, A, the communication's going to be so difficult because of the loud noise and potentially other environments that the players in. B, they're a newly formed team that don't really have these straight executions in mind. They just completely flex between all these roles. This team is going to be scary once they get an understanding of who they are, what they want to be, and how to commit into that on in Valorant, and I think it's going to be one to definitely watch rise to the ranks of the scene.
I mean, you said it perfectly. And I really like their logo. It's really cute. It's literally an eagle. So, yeah, GGWP to them, to NERX as well. A wonderful grand final show match. But of course, they are not the only winners. If you guys don't know yet, we still have our live draw coming in
Ooh.
hot. So we'll have that prepared in a bit. So again, just a reminder that we had an ongoing giveaway that happens throughout the start of the stream, and now we are going to be drawing the winners. So I think our production is just setting things up right now. And I'm not really familiar with what is the prize. Maybe you can enlighten me a bit more as well. It's a what is this called? It is a Pegaxy horse.
I wish I knew a lot myself, but I am a newbie to the scene, so I was like, "Ooh, giveaway!" And then I've
So
been
what is
seeing
this?
all this stuff. Like, "Ooh," I was like, "Oh, come on, feed me the information production." And they're just like, "Nah, we'll just give away prizes. You don't need to know what they are. We're just gonna give them away because that's what we want to do." And I was like, "Okay, I love prizes. I love giving away prizes." So
It's okay. It's nice. We're just the news bearer here, like the postman, if anything. But it's up to you guys to like send out the rest of the reply or the mail. But anyways, I think they're gonna have it set up real quick. But the winners are actually gonna be selected from Facebook. So again, if you guys forgot, the mechanics are just to like and share the stream. Make sure that you guys are here. I'm seeing we have about 39 people right now on Facebook. So you guys are on YouTube, I highly suggest you hop on Facebook as well because you never know, you might be chosen and you're not gonna comment on Facebook. Okay, so we're just gonna set up just a little bit. But before we do get into that, this wall, I do want to ask, like, how is VCT going over in your region? Like, you have
so
representatives already, I think.
yeah, we've already set that up. We've got that done and dusted. We had our open qualifiers or our kind of main qualifiers happen throughout the start of January, which
Hmm.
was we saw a few upsets to some teams, which was kind of devastating to some, fantastic to others. And then we had our final qualifying happen about 3 weeks, actually 2 weeks ago, and we got the final team selected. Their name are Bonkers, and they're coming over to the APAC call.
Actually ended up going to champions, Team Secret. They're not part of stage one in the Philippines. They were actually defeated in the lower brackets, surprisingly 2-0 up against a team called
Ooh.
Oasis Gaming, who is also popularly known in the Philippines. So we have 3 representatives from the Philippines. I think a good handful as well coming from Thailand, Indonesia, and I think for the other regions like Oceania, only one, and then some also only have one. So I guess it just really depends on the popularity of the game. So
Yeah.
that's why they're giving a lot more slots to other teams. But I'm excited because I'm looking at this lineup, and it's there are some returning teams. I'm sure you might be familiar with the Paper Rex, Boom Esports, but there are
Room Esports,
also,
I'm definitely familiar with. I haven't heard the
yes,
other one.
Paper Rex. They went to
Oh,
Masters 2.
okay.
And
Hmm.
unfortunately, they didn't qualify for champions because of their performance in Masters 2. So that's why Team Secret was the one who was able to go. And Xset was the other team that made it. But unfortunately, they disbanded after that because their main player, Patapan, I think he went back to Overwatch. So
I was about to say, I wonder why I haven't heard their name for a while.
yeah, so they're just relaxing. But actually the team to look out for now is Sersha. They're from Thailand, and apparently they have been on a complete rampage in terms of their bracket. So it's gonna be really exciting. We are gonna have our regional challengers soon. I think March 11, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, March 10, if I'm not mistaken. So we
Not
have
too far
about,
away.
yeah, about like 2 weeks rest, like for not only for the players, for production as well, because that it's stressful. Like when I have free time, I help moderate the Twitch chat, but it's still a bit stressful because you have some hard-headed people commenting weird stuff, but
I was about to say,
you
is there anything more stressful than Twitch chat?
know. But Facebook chat or YouTube, honestly. So just any chat. Twitch is actually kind of fun. You can have conversations with people, but in Facebook, it's just primarily people who are asking for shoutouts or asking about what the heck is the score is. So there's always that. But
Oh,
I love the Twitch family. It's good.
you can never get away from what's the score, who's won the map, and there's like just a little ticker on the screen that tells you 1-0 on the map. You're like, oh,
I
just at the
know.
top
It's
there.
like, guys, come on. Like, and it's funny because you know how we have a panel. Okay. That's how much we care about like explaining to you all how it works. And even if there is a panel, people will still ask when it's during break, who's leading? Who's playing now? My God, just like pick up the schedule on your own. Just Google it, my guy.
It's
Like
like
we're moderators to like moderate, not
yeah,
inform. You know
you
what I
don't know
mean?
if they're trying to like just do a little bit of a get on your nerves, or they're just like they're actually asking for help, and you're like, oh, I have to be helpful just in case, because I want to be friendly.
Yes, but oh no, 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 no. I'm not like that, honestly. Like if there is opportunity to bamboozle someone, I will do it. Like there's this person who keeps on like spamming when is TSM gonna play. So I always reply, hey guys, TSM is gonna play in 2069, don't worry. Or they're and it's so funny because they always ask this same question. Is this like is Team Secret out? Is it done? Guys, it's double round robin. It's
They'll be back, guys. They'll be back.
Well, unfortunately, not anymore this time. But at the time, yeah. So, anyways, wow,
Well, the good news.
we've been talking for a while here. Now we're finally ready. So hopefully you guys are ready too. Wow, they have actually been waiting for us to queue the giveaway this whole time. I'm so sorry. We're just having a
Oh,
blast here. But anyways, by all means, let's draw. And Deswal, you have the floor. Let's see who wins.
oh, I've got the floor, do I? I
Yes.
don't know. Where am I looking? I don't know where I'm looking.
Just the stream. They're gonna choose the winners now.
Oh,
Okay.
excellent. Actually, and
Okay. Go guys, go guys. Oh, they're messaging. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
oh,
We
I see what
can
happened.
see it.
Okay.
Okay, yes, go click. Yes, I'm ready. We are ready. Let's see who wins.
I would start humming some music, but DMCA.
Um la 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 winner Paul Christian Sekenya. Congratulations. So we're drawing 5 people, I think. So this is our first winner, Paul Christian. Are you in the chat? Please let us know. Are you alive?
That's some good odds. I wish we could jump into it. I
Okay,
feel
I'll
like
give him
that
a
might be a
minute.
little bit rigged.
I'll give him a minute. I'll have a timer set up. If he doesn't reply in a minute, then there, I have my timer set up. If he
There's
doesn't
a
reply, we're drawing again.
The problem is there's a 90-second delay.
Oh yeah, that's why. So should I make it 2 minutes? I'm confused.
So we're getting hit by production saying, let's just draw them all first. Okay, we're going straight in.
Okay. And then we'll contact them on FB. Okay, that's good. So don't worry, guys. The admins will take care of your prizes. There's someone spamming interesting things on YouTube, so please stop. Anyways, second winner.
I'm leaving you with the names. I'm terrible
Okay,
with names.
this is
Sorry.
Yvonne Balikud. Congratulations. How would you say this? Like
Um,
with your accent?
I would say
Yvonne
Yvonne Ballycood.
Balikud. Okay, that's nice. That's good. Pretty close. That's good. I'm pretty sure they want to hear you say the names as well. It's
Oh
quite
no.
interesting. Yes, please. Yes,
I'm
please.
I'm bad enough with like, just basic 4-letter English names like Fred. I somehow
Fre-
messed that up.
Why are you calling Omen out like that? My God. Hey guys, oh yeah, by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, please transfer to Facebook right now. The link is in the description. So please go to Facebook Prominence Games because this is where the winners will have to reply. So we're gonna shut down the stream on YouTube very, very soon. So please make sure that you transfer now before we draw the next winner. Okay? So just a little PSA. Thank you, thank you.
So